Take a sec to slow down, yeah. You would see it's all good in the hood. Give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree. Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go! Hey guys, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where this is day 5 and this is the MLBB Open Finals. Welcome, my name is Afel, alongside with me is Tafa, and I'm really sorry for everyone surprised by the intro. Even I was like, okay, that was a bit loud.
Oh, good. I think loud and proud is the name of the game when it comes to LaFell in the first place. So everyone's already prepared, and I think we are all ready for another exciting day of MLBB matches here at Snapdragon.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I'm super excited because the first 2 matches is already, we're looking at the strongest teams here in the Open Finals, where if they win, they can proceed over to the challenge season. And now we're gonna jump through today just to see what's going on. Let's look at the Swiss bracket here, where it started from a 0-0. Everyone played on equal grounds. We've seen plenty of teams getting eliminated. And now I want your attention to look at the score that is 3-0. These are the teams that only need one more win to move forward to the challenge season.
We got Alter Ego, Rebellion Esports, RQ Hoshi, and Aurora Gaming, all a single win away from qualifying directly into the next stage of the competition. But the rest of the teams in the 2-1 bracket will still have a little bit of a journey ahead of them. And we've still got even more teams in danger of facing that elimination bracket. So as the competition keeps going, the competition gets even tighter.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, the peeps down there at 2-1, they have quite the game for them. And honestly, this is a good test for all the teams because the patch notes did land just a few days, maybe I think just the day before after SPS has started. And we can definitely see a lot of shakeups has been going on. Indonesia, they're looking very strong. I mean, look at the teams that's about to qualify to the challenge season. 3 of them are from Indonesia.
Yeah, it's very surprising to see how this tournament has kind of panned out. Even yesterday, our opening match was pretty exciting as well. RQ versus Fnatic Onyx PH. And we thought it was gonna be close, but RQ demonstrated that they had a greater mastery of the patch so far and just completely swept their opponents.
Yeah, and now let's look at the schedule because we have 4 amazing matches for you guys today. Well, it will begin RRQ going up against Aurora, MLBB, Fnatic on it will be going up against MV, Smart Mega going up against AI Esports, and Lazy Esports will be going up against Mythic Seal. So again, a lot of amazing matches for us today, Stafa.
Yeah, definitely. And another banger of an opening match with RRQ Hoshi, who just took down Fnatic Onyx BH, the champion of MPL Philippines yesterday, now facing against the runner-up Aurora. Besides that, we've also got other games that we gotta pay attention to. I think Fnatic Onyx going up against Monster Vicious is going to be interesting. Can they keep the Robin Hoodism going from the MPL Malaysia days?
I see what you're doing there. I watched the Filipino stream yesterday, and I watched how Uni was able to use the Fanny. Amazing mastery. I really can't believe why the Fanny was not bad. Speaking of that, afterwards we'll be talking about the heroes that has been winning a lot all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series here. But before that, let's check out the other streams as well, where we have Alter Ego going up against Rebellion, Team Liquid versus Team Liquid, but this is Academy ID, and other games as well. JP Niners is playing Vamos going up against Evo's Holy. Again, stacked matches, and you guys just have to you just have to do what I did yesterday and just open all the streams and just browsers like, okay, I want to watch this one now, I want to watch this one now, I want to watch this one now. Just catch all the games.
It's a little bit easier today because all of the streams are going to be sharing these 2 sets of 4 matches. So maybe it's just a little easier for you guys to keep up with the action. But you definitely don't want to miss a single match, especially the first match of the day on all of the streams actually is going to determine the first teams that make it into the next stage.
Oh yeah, and again, I want to talk about win rates here because heroes so far this patch, one of the ones that I really want to talk about is the burst mages. Valentina is starting to show up, and now we can see 30 times being picked with 60% win rate.
Yeah, that's actually fairly high.
Speaking of Hilda as well, dude, Hilda has been popping off with this Snapdragon.
I think one of the more obvious winners of the recent patch was Hilda, where her skill 2 got reduced by, I think, 2-second cooldown at level 1, which is pretty big considering just how much damage it can do at the start of the game. Like it was literally the same cooldown reduction that they gave to Lapu Lapu skill 1, and I feel personally that is a bit of an injustice because one of those abilities is definitely way better than the other.
Oh, but I gotta say, I tried out Lapu Lapu and he feels tanky as hell, man. Like I feel like this meta, the way that is shaped up, the tanky ones before, like the high loss, where you just really bank on your base stats, it might not be the meta for that anymore, because even when I use Lapu Lapu, where his sustain is more on his spell vamp, it's looking very good. Like I'm surprised by how much damage I can take as a Lapu Lapu now. Like the first skill really helps out in lane to make sure that you don't get punished in the early stages of the game. So these are top 3 win rate heroes: Alpha, Hilda, Valentina. Afterwards, we'll be looking at the common bans, the bans that other people have made sure not let through, and because of that, the win rate has skyrocketed for those teams as well when they successfully ban out these 3 heroes.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if we get to see a little bit more of actual fighting fighters in the EXP lane again. I feel like it's been a while since we've got that, but here, just like you mentioned, LaFell, we've got the top 3 win rates when these heroes are banned. So the opposite side of the spectrum. And it looks like Hilda and Alpha are still up there.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Alpha for now is still a comfort. I'm actually projecting that the jungle matchup will change, especially because multiple teams have tried out Joy, and Joy honestly looks like one of those picks that we really have to look out for, where these junglers are very good at using Joy. It's just that the entire team has to move around it as well. But let's talk about Hilda. When you banned out Hilda, 63% win rate, 32 times getting banned. I haven't seen Hilda getting banned this much before.
Yeah, it's really surprising because we all historically know Hilda as the hero that you pick up the counter like, oh, squishy early game junglers, or just to be kind of annoying by running around the map. But because of the buff to Hilda and the way that the meta has shifted to prioritize more early game aggression with assassins in the jungle, Hilda fits right into that nice sweet spot where you can do basically everything that is necessary, and she can be flexed into both roam and EXP positions with Revitalize to just become a nuisance in the Land of Dawn.
Oh yeah, for sure. Personally, for me, I feel like Revitalize has gotten a bit of a nerf because of the HP changes. Personally, I use it and it doesn't feel as good as before. Now we have teams to watch as well. For you guys here, we understand that there's so many teams participating in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but for today, these are the teams to watch: Vamos, Arkyhoshi, and Aurora, where all of the three teams here are qualified for the World Championship, and a lot of eyes are on them. Number one, to be the trendsetters, to see what kind of meta that they bring out here that other teams might look to copy or counter, but more importantly, their reputation here, because both Vamos as well as Aurora, or Philippines and Malaysia in general, hasn't been doing all that well at coping against the Indonesian aggression.
Yeah, I was already thinking that with the meta and the way that the patch has dropped, that it might lean a little bit more towards the typical Indonesian gameplay style. But we are really getting to see that on display. Arkyhoshi defied the odds 2-0 sweep against Fnatic Onyx yesterday. Aurora and Team Vamos, they've had their ups and downs. I know a lot of on the internet have been judging Team Vamos specifically because they haven't been putting up a solid enough performance against teams that I guess a lot of people would consider as below them in status, objectively speaking. But you know, anything can happen. And we did interview, I believe it was, who was it? It was Skyler yesterday, I think, who said that, oh, maybe they were hiding their strategies. So, who knows, right?
Yeah, I feel like part of the criticism for Vamos is that they were able to get the chip. And Zord on the chip, you know, he even said on interviews that Moonton designed his hero specifically for him, and they couldn't get a W there. Though to be fair, the early and mid game, Vamos confidently hold the game. It's just a mistake around the lore that really cost them the game. So people are really watching Team Vamos. Can they recover from that? Arkyhoshi, can they maintain this presence? Even though they're number 2 in their region, but right now they're looking like number 1. Speaking of number 2 as well, Aurora. We've seen how Fnatic Onyx, even they can fall to Arkyhoshi. We want to see if Aurora can bring something else, because Aurora is very typical Filipino playstyle where they play very, very disciplined and very, very macro. After this, we're gonna look at the upcoming match where, again, all of the matches for today are amazing. And personally, for me as an analyst, these are the games to watch. Just want to see how the meta shapes up, because I have my own theories, but it's interesting to see what the pro players bring to us in the game.
Absolutely. There's so much to keep an eye on because the patch only just dropped. So not only are the teams going to be watching each other to try and figure out what's going on, I'm sure all of us are also watching the teams to see, oh, who should we be picking when we play our pub games, and what kind of meta we might expect of once M6, which is right around the corner, drops by. For now though, let's just focus on what is going to be happening today, right, Lafell?
Oh yeah, again, the opening match is going to be great, but for now, we got to take a short break and give some time for the players to get ready. But once they're done, we're jumping straight into the game. Here we go!
what to do, what to do, what to do. Yeah. So remember how to say it when it don't feel true. I never see myself so clearly, and I would be a fool to turn it all around for you. I ain't stressing, no, no, I ain't stressing, cause it ain't about perfection. What is it to nothing but pretend? Oh yeah, found out that everyone's just guessing anyhow. Yeah, that's good for now. That's good for now, but I like it nice and easy. I told my doubts to leave me here. Don't wake me now. I'm dreaming. I want to do it nice and easy, easy. Yeah. Cause I like it nice and easy. I told my doubts to leave me here. Don't wake me now. I'm dreaming. I want to do it nice and easy. What to do, 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 yeah, yeah, it's nice and easy, nice and easy, it's nice and easy, it's nice and easy, it's nice and easy, nice and easy. I like it nice and easy, easy, Are you ready to step out your skin? Are you ready to listen to the voice within? Now your battles, they're all in your head. You can win this. Ooh, if you could only understand. You're in your way, but you can be whatever you want. I got faith in you, whatever you want. You know that you can do whatever you want. So don't forget the plan, whatever you want. See, it's all in your head.
And now we're back to witness RRQ Hoshi going up against Aurora, where RRQ Hoshi is the only champion in their region that hasn't dropped a game so far. Sorry, they're not even champions. This is the runner-up going up against the runner-ups. But based on how they play, I remember them as champions, because even TLID, the champion of MPLID, they were dropped by Rebellion. And now, like, really, Safa in SPS, power rankings are bad words I can't say on stream.
Honestly, I'm starting to feel like it just any MLBB tournament in general, power rankings are not right here.
Yeah, it's not.
I feel like there's a conspiracy between the teams where when they see a power ranking, they just say, "Yeah, let's make this funny."
Yeah, and now we got RRQ Hoshi, we got Dyron, Susujin, Rince, Edok, as well as Skylar. Where personally for me, I feel like the tempo of the current patch is a big W for Skylar.
Yeah, RQ Hoshi are a team that can play very fast and hit you very hard right where it hurts, right off the bat. And it's not just Skylar, I feel like the rest of RQ Hoshi are really getting a chance to breathe the air that they enjoy. Susujin being able to fulfill a lot of different roles, including both assassins and slightly more utility-based fighter junglers. Fills in a lot of the gaps needed to be able to carry out that early game so that Skylar can come online.
Yeah, and afterwards we got to look at Aurora, MLBB. Their opponents here, the runner-up for MPL Philippines is Edward, Demon Kai, Yue, Renegade, as well as Domeng Kai, which, forgive me if I just call him Domeng here. And again, one of the players that I personally want to watch, even though it's not an EXP meta, but I actually want to look at Edward because I feel like a few buffs here and there, like if Hilda gets banned out, I want to see what Edward brings to the table because I feel like if anyone can come up with something new, it's got to be Edward.
I also agree with Hilafel. I do personally feel like the EXP lane meta has been getting a little bit stale recently with all the Hylioses and Gatots and now Hilda. If we can see something new, something different, I would love to see that. And of course, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Demon Kite as well because of course there is, right? He loves his assassins. His micro gameplay is on another level entirely. But Aurora is going to need a little bit more to take down the team that defeated Fnatic Onyx.
Something to talk about here where maybe we can even bring this topic all the way to tomorrow is that is Chip really a viable ban nowadays? Because as far as I watch SPS, the few teams that let go of Chip actually has been winning. Vamos with the Chip has lost. TLID with the Chip has lost as well.
Yeah.
And now we're going to look at the prediction and yep, there you go. There you go.
There we go. It's understandable, FL. We know the sacrifices that you have to make sure that the game is as fair as possible. You just leave too much of an impact when you make predictions.
Here's the thing, Staffa. We all saw, even when I'm drawing teams, the worst thing that can happen will happen. To the point we asked the Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports to do it for me. So, you know what? I humbly respect the integrity of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and I choose not to vote.
We thank you so much for your sacrifice. Well, we're gonna be jumping into game number 1 here, folks. Aurora going to have first pick, RRQ second pick. And Aurora do actually decide to ban Hilda and Chip, despite having first pick.
Yeah, Araki Hoshi might have missed a ban there because they only ban out the Cho as well as the Jushin. Oh, never mind. They ban out the Suyo. So now Aurora, they have first pick. Now, we do have to see Matilda gets picked up. Now, I have a personal feeling about Matilda. I feel like Matilda is still a very strong hero, but you're not as aggressive as before because the HP changes really made it so that Matilda is very squishy. Like, true to the name of a support and assassin, right? You don't feel like opening up the map anymore.
Yeah, she still has insane early game presence and utility, but it is not quite as heavy-handed as it used to be in the past where you just completely destroy early game, especially with heroes like Hilda and Khalid, for example, being picked up more often now. This time RQ will be opening a little bit safer with the Valentina as well, who we already highlighted earlier. This hero has been getting a new lease on life.
Oh yeah, I feel like Rins on the Valentina can really impact the game because number one, Valentina affects the draft. It makes it so that you're more aware of your roamer pick as well as your mid lane pick because usually Valentinas pick up those big ticket ults, right? And having this Khalid is actually a very good answer against the Matilda because again, Matilda's HP has been dropped as with every other hero in the game, and this makes it so that the Khalid has a better chance of fighting that Matilda. Now Aurora, they pick up with Alpha, one of the most banned as well as highest win rate as well, and the Moskov.
The Alpha makes a lot of sense because Matilda Alpha as well is a really potent duo in the early game. So if you have a Khalid to deal with, having Matilda to pull you in and out of fights, along with Alpha's consistent DPS, you should be able to come out just fine. Though the Moskov maybe doesn't need to be prioritized as early here because that'll allow RQ to instantly counterpick with the Brody.
Something to watch out for, Staffa, because now we're seeing teams prioritizing the Malefic gun, right? I feel like Brody your initial item is the Malefic Roar, but now since you can go for the Malefic Gun, I feel like he can win the lane a little bit more. So yes, I feel like this Brody pick is going to be pretty good. But the same thing can be said about Moskov. Once he finishes his Trinity item and then he finishes off with the Malefic Gun, it makes it so that this Moskov, one of the weaknesses for the Moskov is that for you to deal damage, you have to take damage. And now maybe you're going to save their position.
Yeah, I personally am a huge fan of the changes they made to Malefic Gun because this item was just dead before this patch dropped. There was never any reason to build it because marksmen already needed so many other items to do the damage they needed. But it being a solid alternative to Malefic Roar instead while offering different utility is great. And like you mentioned, both Moskov and Brody like to build that Malefic Gun, though Brody a little earlier than Moskov. Yeah. So that determines a little bit of the power spikes we'll see in the lane.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Arkeoshi, honestly, the first 3 picks for them screams aggression. And Aurora, the first 3 picks for them is actually playing the macro game because Moskov is an amazing side laner. You can clean up the waves very, very fast. And if bad things happen, he can just ult the wave. If he hits target, he'll be safe. Having the Matilda as well as the Alpha shows that you want to contest those turtles, those lords. So we can really start to see a difference in mentality when it comes to the draft here. Arkehoshi, they want to fight. Aurora, they want to secure those objectives without trading a lot.
I think that's a smart way of avoiding it because previously we saw RQ is a pretty aggressive team, but I feel like Fnatic on it kind of did something similar where they wanted to either fight them that was in game 1 and then in game 2 try to lead more into a late game playstyle, and either way really ended up working. RQ gonna get a lot of junglers banned against them, including the Fredrin, which really doesn't see a lot of play anymore.
Although I feel like the reason they banned the Fredrin was they were very suspicious of this Eve ban. Because nothing in Arkeohoshi's draft screams we can't fight an Eve. So I kind of feel like this kind of showed their hand a little bit too much, or you're banning out the Eve. We're thinking you might want a Fredrin, so we might as well ban out the Fredrin. So honestly, very smart ban here by Aurora. And Arkeohoshi, they follow up with this Gato Kacha, still hiding who's the roamer and who's the EXP laner.
Yeah, leaving things until the very end.
Sorry, that's my
the
cat.
Jungler especially. I didn't actually hear your cat.
Okay, cool.
Alright, cool. What if I want to hear your cat though?
Well, give it time. Give it time, you might be able to hear it. Now, Aurora, they already have a very solid comp. If they want to give, I feel like they need a little bit more crowd control, and they bring down the Veil. The Veil as well as the Edith. The Edith, again, crowd control, but the Veil as well, which has been buffed a little bit. So this is new for sure.
Yeah, we saw Veil once throughout this tournament so far. I can't remember which team did end up picking it, but it wasn't the most effective. And because Fanny was let through the fan phase entirely, which is quite a surprise. You would think that teams would catch on that in the second phase, but nope. Sutsujin gonna be playing the Fanny here. And that means that Veil is actually in a lot of trouble.
Staffa, I already have a bias towards Arkeohoshi's draft. This level of aggression, they move faster than Aurora. So I can see the draft working for Aurora, but Arkeohoshi, they want to fight as fast as they can, and they can.
Yeah, basically Aurora is going to need to try and hold the early game a little bit because I actually think they have a little bit more damage overall once you have those first or second items. But if this Fanny gets going, we've already seen what this hero can do, especially since they decided to buff her for some reason, making her a little less reliant on the purple buff even. So yeah, I guess we'll see what happens as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1.
Staffa, they nerfed the Fanny because, get this, she has a low win rate.
Yes. I would know. She definitely has a low win rate when she's on my team.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a big difference between rank play and tournament play. But now we're, again, talking about the game here, jumping on a game, a lot of bursts coming in from Araki Hoshi, which I personally theorize that burst is the name of the game for this current patch because, again, of the HP changes and the changes in the items. Looking at the build here, looking like the Fanny, picking up attack speed to make sure that she clears the farm faster. The same can be said about Alpha. And we see that Yue having the tenacity, I'm sure it will help. Not sure how much it will help.
A little bit. In fact, it's not just Yue. 4 members of Aurora had tenacity. So they understand RRQ is going to have a lot of burst, a lot of early game presence, and their goal is to just survive it. Because if they're able to hold out a little bit into the mid to late game, Dome and Kite and Edward actually both scale pretty well, and they should be able to out DPS RQ as long as they're not too far ahead.
Yeah, and now we can see Susujin already getting knocked out.
Going in the middle lane, Susujin trying to follow up on Demon Kite. Unfortunately, not able to land the final blow, and there'll be no kills so far.
Yeah, Renegade taking some damage coming in from Rins, and personally, Staffa, I gotta say, where I'm pretty sure Aurora, what they want to do is win the turtle and then eventually invade the jungle. But based on my observation, Fanny, once Fanny hits level, honestly, level 8. Wait, Yui got the first blood. What happened there?
Edok seemed to go really deep into the jungle for some reason. I guess he was trying to scout out information on where Demon Kite was, but there were 3 members there waiting for him.
Oh, now Edward finds Rins. Rins should be fine here, able to escape. But again, look at Aurora. They want this turtle. After the turtle, their aim is to go inside the jungle.
And looks like Spirit of Alpha is going to connect on one. That's going to be the ultimate from Vale as well. Instantly bursting down Edok. Here comes Sutsujin. Dairen very, very low. Survives for a while, but not long enough. Sutsujin trying to chase down Yue, but he's able to flicker away. And because RQ is left in a 2v4, they're going to have to surrender this turtle away. Sutsujin, in fact, going to be disrupted from recalling again. And Renegade goes in for the KO on the Fanny.
This is a big win, a big win for Aurora. This is what they want to do. They want to win turtle, and then eventually they want to start controlling the jungle.
And speaking of controlling, they instantly control Edok, not even allowing him to respawn before he is just one-shot in his own side of the map.
So now that Aurora has basically denied Araki Hoshi of the early game power spike with the amount of burst damage that they have, they're looking at a better spot here. So what they have to do is play a little bit slow, play for the second turtle, and then eventually get inside the jungle as well. But the thing about the Fanny changes is that I feel like at level 8, okay, Edok got a kill onto Domenkai, but once Fanny hits level 8, even without the purple buff, it is punished, but not that big of a punish because of the changes of the energy.
Yeah, she got an extra 2 base energy reset. Oh, Demon Kai getting pulled in with the Guiding Winds. Looks like he will not commit Spear of Alpha since Rins was already under the tower. But Aurora so far doing a very good job of keeping things up. They're gonna again invade. Edok not having a good time. Killing spree for Demon Kai. Oh, and they're still going. Avatar the Guardian comes in. Sutsujin wants his purple buff. Demon Kite wants the same. Circling Eagle gonna knock out 2. Not too sure who actually got it, but Sutsujin doing a lot of damage. Shuts down the Alpha and finally punishes Aurora.
Yeah, but it's still okay because 40 seconds is the timer for the next hurdle. So Aurora, they were punished, but they weren't punished that bad because even though Araki Hoshi got a kill, they won't transfer that kill onto objective. So Aurora had to take the risk there, where if they get a purple buff, then good. But even if they don't, they won't get punished that much. Sure, the jungler died, but worse things have happened before.
Speaking of the jungler, Sutsujin looking for another purple buff, goes in, ults Renegade, forces out the Circling Eagle, actually returns to come back again, not able to steal the purple buff. Demon Kite still able to grab it, but he had to use his retribution.
And Skylar's first item is the Malefic Gun, so again, looking to win the lane. But so far, Domenkite actually has been playing the lane very, very well. I've been looking at his HP, and it hasn't been fluctuating a lot, so he's not interacting with Skylar at all.
Yeah, the only time he got picked off was when Edok actually got a pretty good timing gank when he was pushed up. Other than that, he's been able to lane against Skylar very, very well. Turtle at 40%. Oh, Flicker Earth Shatter finds one, but here comes Sutsujin from backline. He steals it away, but the Spear of Alpha connects with 2 members of RQ Hoshi. Here comes the Primal Wrap coming out. Edok actually able to survive with Quicksand Guard, and the Avatar Guardian being used by Dairen to escape. Edok not so lucky himself.
This is a good trade coming in from RQ Hoshi. Only losing one and getting a turtle, it's actually very good. But now Aurora, they still want to continue the game plan. They want to be able to contest this purple buff, and they're able to get it. Demon Kite actually secures it. So never mind. The advantage shifted over to Aurora.
Sutsujin did use his retreat to get the turtle earlier, so Demon Kite was able to secure the purple buff without too much issue. The net worth lead now actually even between both teams, but we already mentioned if Aurora is able to keep themselves in until the mid game, they are actually the ones at an advantage.
So here's the tricky thing, Staffa. I agree with you. Aurora has the better late game because Dominkite on the Moskov and Yue on this Veil, they scale very, very well. Veil is one of those unique heroes with more levels to get much, much stronger. But RQ Hoshi, when it comes to the burst damage, if they're able to get the key targets, then it really doesn't matter. So honestly, the late game here is more dynamic.
That is true. Skylar in trouble. Circling Eagle finds his Spirit of Alpha actually connects even with Edok trying to stop him. Demon Kite gets one kill. Avatar Guardian knocks up the Alpha, but this is still a 3v4 situation. Guiding wins, lets Demon Kite back out for free, and now they're going to be pushing down bot lane.
Well, as I was saying about Aurora, I guess the same thing can happen with RQ. If Skylar gets taken down, then oh, GG. Oh, Yue taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rins took half his HP from the Veil ult there, but not quite enough follow-up. Dominkite, not enough items yet to really dish out that damage. But Aurora controlling the map. Oh, they ran into the wrong bush right there. Two-man Spear of Alpha. Dyron surviving with the Revitalize, and Sutsujin comes back in. In fact, they're able to turn it around and take out Demon Kite instead.
Yeah, Demon Kite gets taken down. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And now RQ Hoshi, it's funny when you look at the kill score, it's 8-3. But again, the goal is really not that different. Looking at the damage leaderboard here, Yue just got Sutsujin.
How does that even happen? Veil is supposed to be food for Fanny, but turns out it's the opposite if you are a player like Yue here. The game state actually still very even right now, and that's exactly how Aurora wants it.
I mean, I guess that's the relation. Oh, hold on. They want Edok again, but looks like Renegade is going to cancel out of that. I was just about to say, Staffa, I guess this is the relationship between a hero that flies around and a hero that controls the wind.
That is true. Yeah, when you're flying around, you do got to deal with the wind resistance a little bit. Exactly, and in this case, Yue is putting it right in his face. So
MLBB logic checks out, you know. Veil is the counter to Fanny. Okay, don't actually take that to ranked games. It's just Yue things. Okay, it's just Yue.
Like, you guys can do it, but then you can blame LaFell afterwards, you know.
Now Aurora, they are moving together as a unit. And looking at Sutsujin, he actually got 2 turns there, if I'm not mistaken. So overall, RQ Hoshi, they're still in the game. This game, 8 minutes in, is so close, Staffa.
Yeah, even though the kill score heavily favors Aurora, RRQ has been able to keep themselves in this with that burst damage and with that extra micro from Sutsujin. Take advantage of Aurora wanting to play together. Spear of Alpha even misses on Edok. Spear of Destruction connects with Rins, but there's no angle for Aurora to enter the jungle.
Yeah, looking at the top lane as well, Aurora might get a turret for free. Oh, Yue got a kill? What happened?
He just got bursted down. He was in the wrong place. So Sutsujin almost gets caught by Spear of Alpha, able to fly around, do a good amount of damage, but not quite enough. He will be able to fly out, but Aurora now looking for a bit of vengeance, going for the top tier 2. Avatar the Guardian jumps in, Revitalize used as well to defend their tower, and they will successfully do so.
Right now, Staffa, Sutsujin needs to step up. He needs to get a target. He's 1-2-0 now.
Well, speaking of, he tries to go for Matilda, actually does get it, able to fly out at the same time.
That was almost bad. That was almost bad stuff. I was like, oh, Sutsujin got to do something. And then he did, but he almost died. But again, he needs to make this Fanny work.
Absolutely. Right now, it's doing okay, but needs to... Oh, beautiful Raging Sandstorm flickers, lands on 2, but the Earth Shatter actually stops them right into the Veil ult. A beautiful combo from Aurora. Put apart memory, not able to proc Sky Piercer. So they come out on top here.
What's the use of flying around against the Master of the Winds? Dude, I would never have thought that the Veil would be the one to actually stop a Fanny. What a world we live in.
That's actually really impressive. A lot of it was the Earth Shatter too, setting up the Fanny. Circling Eagle, Guiding Winds, pulls Demon Kite to the opposite side to control the Lord Pit a little bit better. RQ looking for an entrance, but the Earth Shatter Flicker knocks them up. And because of that, Skylar cannot go in. He's already been picked up. Edog with the Raging Sandstorm and the Avatar the Guardian used to escape. But Veil is just doing so much damage. Sunsujin even burns down to Renegade. Aurora taking control of the RRQ jungle.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Veil might be the hero to watch, man, because right now, against a Fanny, is 7-0-5. Like, we gotta check this out. Is this Veil or is this just UA?
I feel like part of it is just UA and a little bit of Edward as well, having the proper positionings to make sure that Sutsujin can't just fly in and get a free kill every single time. A 14 kill score to 4. And a 5k net worth lead have finally been built up by Aurora at the 11-minute mark.
And Aurora still has the Lord. The Lord is knocking on the top turret, able to get it. And now they're trying to get the inhibitors as well. RQ Hoshi, they want to make sure that no inhibitors gets taken down.
Oh, but here comes the Windstorm once again into the Spear of Alpha. Even Revitalize can't keep Dyron alive, and they found Skylar as well. Sutsujin, he's the only one left standing. Never mind, they're just gone. Exploded by Aurora as they break down the crystal and take game 1.
Let this be a lesson in case anyone was wondering why I don't make predictions. I actually liked RQ's draft, and look what happened.
I mean, usually when you save a Fanny as the last pick, it can usually do quite well, and there's honestly a lot of targets this game that Sutsujin should be able to rack kills off of, but this Veil has been such a weird wild card for Aurora.
And the thing is, they picked the Veil first, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we need to point this out. They picked the Veil first. By the way, guys, screenshot the itemization for UA, because I'm pretty sure the stocks for the Veil will be skyrocketing, and you know, use his items. He doesn't even have blood wings. Staffa, he doesn't have blood wings.
He doesn't need blood wings. He has his own wings in the form of Renegade. And I don't really think he even needed to support him much. Like, Aurora was doing such a good job that UA was never in any threat, even with a Khalid and Fanny on the opposite side.
Yeah, I feel like RQ, they really need to look back into this game, because I feel like the draft was there. It's just the rotation. And speaking of which, Edog, for some reason, either it's because of the pick or his positioning, always gets punished by Aurora. And you're using tanky heroes, it's really not a good idea to ego challenge an alpha, because the alpha just does a lot of true damage against these tankier heroes. So even with the damage reduction coming in from the Khalid, what's it gonna do, right? What's it gonna do? And of course, we gotta talk about the MVP, UA, on this Veil pick, man. Like, whew, so strong.
The winds of change may be coming, Lofel, because this pick,
clever.
no one had any faith in it. And UA shows us, I'll show you why you should believe in Veil. And combined with the rest of Aurora, he was able to dish out damage so effectively. And I guess they knew, right, that RQ would probably dive at them, which makes it easier to set up the Windstorm. So all of these mistakes, all of these decisions stacked up and allowed Aurora to take a pretty convincing victory.
We've seen the cycles of Avatar here. We've seen wind, we've seen ice, which I guess we can say water. We haven't seen, I mean, if you want to say Edith, because Earth Shatter.
True.
We just don't have the Valir yet, man. Valir is the missing piece.
That is true. I mean, we're seeing some export here and there. That still works.
That's true.
Yeah, there were definitely some mistakes.
Grok should be Earth. Either ways, looking at this game, the damage dealt or dealt so much, and RQ, they don't have the chance, which is, again, very weird, because isn't it weird, Staffa, that we don't see a lot from Sutsujin or Skylar?
Yeah, you would expect a little bit more from Sutsujin, especially because there actually isn't a lot of crowd control for Aurora to deal with it. It is basically only the Edict, and yet they were catching him every single time. I think the front line not being able to tank, especially Edok dying so often early on, made it harder for them to play around things, and UA just took advantage of that to become the MVP himself.
Do I dare say that maybe Sutsujin is just not that comfortable on the Fanny for some reason? It's hard to say because I feel like his pathing is okay. It's just that most of the time when he goes in, he gets stopped, right?
I don't think it's Sutsujin being uncomfortable with the Fanny because I feel like he's still doing all right. I think a lot of it does come from the fact that RQ isn't able to create enough space for him because Fanny, it pops off the most when the enemy team is distracted dealing with the rest of her teammates, and they just really couldn't do that. Aurora's formation was very tight a lot of the time, and having this Matilda to reposition them allowed them to very easily decide where and when they take team fights.
As we're saying that, it crossed my mind. Maybe it's because of Edok, because Edok didn't have a good game, so maybe that's why they don't have the spacing, and that really shows. Like, I've seen criticisms of people saying, "Why are you hitting the tank?" But honestly, in the early game, if you shut down the tank, you shut down a lot of the utility coming in from the team. Like, they can't open up the map, they can't move forward to contest for objectives. And I feel like that might be the key factor of why Aurora was able to take down RQ Hoshi that easily, is because they made sure that Edok didn't get to play his game.
Your backline is not going to be able to do their thing if the front line just doesn't exist. And that's the whole reason why heroes like Hylos and Gatot are so often picked up, because they're meant to provide that space. They're meant to be the guardians of the rest of the team. And if the guardians aren't doing their job, the DPS are going to have a much more difficult time, which is what we saw there in game number 1.
Maybe this is one of those situations where perhaps the Gatot was better as a roamer, because again, a lot of punishment coming in from but maybe just Edok didn't thought that he would get bursted out that much. So I feel like RQ, they have the right idea of what kind of meta it is. It's just that the playstyle have to adjust, because again, I feel like HP changes kind of throws off the instinct timing coming in from the players. Like, usually you'd be able to be like, oh, I can probably take 5 hits, but nowadays it's like, no, it's more like 3 hits, right? So yeah, it's something that every player has to adjust.
Yeah, and I think he kind of disrespected the Matilda Alpha combo just a little bit early on, but I believe we have a bit of a break before we go into game number 2, right, LaFell?
Oh yeah, so let's get to a break, because after this, we gotta see, can RQ Hoshi come back? Here we go!
Should have felt for me? Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy.
jump to side. Think I know your kind. Steady jump to side.
Aurora was able to have a very convincing win against RRQ Hoshi. Now RRQ Hoshi, they have to answer back or this will be a 2-0. We gotta remind everyone that whoever wins this one will be proceeding towards the next stage. So this is really a match that you want to win. If not, gotta play one more game.
And you know, less games is usually a little bit easier, so I think a lot of teams are gonna be looking for that. RQ still has the chance to claim that spot for themselves though, if they're able to take the next 2 games in quick succession. So going into game number 2, LaFell, what kind of changes do you think they need to do in terms of maybe the draft to deal with Aurora?
I would say just change Edoc's hero, you know, something that he can actually avoid, like especially if they already see something like the Alpha gets picked up, maybe something with a little bit more mobility, something like a Cho, right? Where sure, Cho is not as tanky as per se a Gatot or a Khalid, but he's able to dodge that damage, and dodging is better than tanking.
I literally invented one.
I think that also kind of depends on who you ask though sometimes,
Yeah,
right? Well, let's see what happens, because Aurora still going to be going ahead to ban out that chip on the blue side alongside the Hilda. So surprisingly an effective strategy.
I kind of feel like it's because when Chip got got nerfed, is a very strong hero still, for sure, very strong hero, but is not a hero you want to first pick anymore. Yeah, that was a good. I saw it. That was good stuff.
No problem. Gotta handle all the little corners. All right, first pick. What's it gonna be? The Matilda is taken off the board. I think that caused a lot of trouble for Aurora when the game began. And oh, the moment you say it, the show gets contested away by Aurora themselves.
It's like I noticed things, man. It's like I knew. I play Roam Mustafa, and I know how tough it is to just tank up straight up damage. Like, I don't know how to use a Cho, and yet I look amazing on a Cho just because this meta is more suited for heroes like him, which makes me want to experiment with the likes of Ruby. I just haven't gotten the time to do it yet. Aurora now picking up the Eve as an answer towards the Valentina as well as the Gatot. Will they pick up an Alpha here? Alpha is still open.
Alpha seems like it would be pretty solid if you ask me. It already worked really well in game number 1, though the Matilda definitely boosted his effectiveness overall. So looks like Aurora thinks that without that part of the puzzle, Moskov is a more important factor.
I am vengeance in
And I kind of feel like Aurora, their ego challenging RQ Hoshi. If you guys want to pick up the Alpha, look at the heroes that we got. We got ways to fight the Alpha. We got an Eve, we got a Cho. So they're like preventing RQ Hoshi from picking it up. So they're forcing RQ Hoshi to ban it away. And now RQ Hoshi, they're picking up the Natan, which has been a staple even since from previous patch, where even if you're having a bad early game, it will save you in the late game.
I feel like Natan is just ridiculous. I said it yesterday, I'll say it today, I'll say it until something changes. He's just so strong in every single phase of the game. It is crazy. But what's even crazier is that normally you wouldn't see people pick up an Eve into a Valentina, because now you have 2 boxes of death to deal with. It just shows how confident Aurora are with this hero.
I'm just gonna emphasize on your point where I feel like Natan now, his power spike is the first item. Once he has the Starlium Scythe, he can already start bursting people down. It's not consistent, but it's enough, you know? So that just shows how strong it is. Now, RQ Hoshi, they ban out the Fennec, but Aurora, they themselves ban out the Alpha, which I thought it would force RQ Hoshi to ban out. But maybe something with this Natan pick makes Aurora feel that an Alpha is still possible for RQ Hoshi.
If they're going in this direction, it seems like both teams are just thinking of going for the Assassin v Assassin jungle here.
Or Fredrin. I hope not, but Fredrin.
Fredrin. Yeah, I don't think so. If you're going for a Fredrin, you want to have just straight up a whole bunch of damage everywhere else. And I'm not really seeing those kind of drafts yet.
But now Kyoshi, they're banning out the Joy, so they agree with what you're saying, Staffa, because a Joy on Aurora is going to be pretty good because the Nathan is pretty strong, but the Nathan doesn't have consistent dashes. So once the Joy starts dancing, Nathan starts screaming. Ah.
I feel like the scream would be a little bit more of
More
more terrifying.
Like, oh.
And I feel like it'd be more guttural.
No, that sounds bad. So
no, that's correct. That's exactly
correct?
what Natan sounds like.
All right. Not really how it looks like, but okay. Okay. Let's speculate about this. I was talking about the Fredrin, and now they ban out the Alpha and the X-Borg, both being very famous of chunking down tanky, beefy boys or girls, not discriminating.
Yeah, we have to be inclusive here. Gatot is one of those beefy, tanky boys. Or girl, we don't discriminate. So without the Benedetta, we have actually been starting to see a little bit more Benedetta again in the EXP lane in recent days to kind of match the macro of certain other teams. So, okay, let's see where this goes.
So the Benedetta pickup is pretty hype. And Eve, okay, I mean, like we said, Yue is going to have a tough time with the dives, but we saw what happened in game number 1. He might be fine, right? He might be fine. Now, Aurora, I'm more interested to see.
Oh,
did I not call it, Staffa?
You did call it. You did call it. That's why we call you LaFred.
No. I'm LaFell, the analyst, all right? The draft speaks loudly. Now, RQ Hoshi, last pickup here. They kind of need some kind of physical damage unless this Benedetta is going for a damage build because they already have a lot of magic damage. They need a little bit more physical. And they kind of need a tank killer as well, which is kind of difficult. Oh, they're picking out the Bane.
I was thinking
That's
about
actually
the Bane.
quite a solid pick.
Yeah, because you probably do need a fighter jungler to deal with Fredrin. And then if you can handle the dive somewhat, then it would be really, really good. So the Bane seems like a pretty solid pick out there. But we're seeing slightly different compositions here going into game number 2. What do you think, LaFell?
Looking at RQ Hoshi, they want to fight with a little bit more control. We gotta see what Dyran picks up as his battle spell as well. Will it be the Revitalize or will it be the Petrify? But having the Bane makes it so that you're kiting around, right? You're moving backwards and you're letting Benedetta do her own thing in the back line. Because if they dive in with the Deadly Catch, you're able to push people away, creating more space for it in a time. So for RQ, it's a draft for Skylar. And for Aurora, this is like MLBB 2 years ago, where you have the Fredrin, where you're just forcing fights time and time again. And except this time, having the Eve, you're able to slow down the enemy so much so you can able to dish out free damage. And the Cho as well. I'm pretty sure Cho is gonna have Drill. This is still, even though it's like utility over utility over utility, Aurora's 3-man mid lane is actually very strong.
Yeah, I can totally see where you're coming from there as well. So now that we're back in the land of Dawn for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, I feel inclined to remind you of the stakes, because if Aurora are able to take one more game, they immediately qualify to the next stage of the Snapdragon Pro Series. RQ needs to do everything in their power to stop their tracks.
Right now, we got to do a little bit of house cleaning here. But first of all, I'm looking at the gold lane here. It looks like Dominkite is actually having priority over Skylar. Something to note here is that Dyran is going to be using the Revitalize. And looking at Dyran's talent setup, looks like he's going to be a little bit more aggressive, having the Drill as well as the Spell Vamp thing.
Speaking of aggression, though, down here, Edok and Skylar both already taking a lot of punishment from Yue and Renegade. Edok not really catching a break this series. In game 1, he was getting abused pretty hard in the first few minutes, too.
Oh, and something we haven't highlighted, Renegade, Cho is his hero, man. Like,
true.
No matter which lane he goes to, if he's playing jungle, EXP, or whatever, if he's using the Cho, then Renegade fans, they don't have to worry about anything.
Ooh, there we go. A praises rap. Love to see it. just turns Skylar into a pile of mush for first blood.
You say love to see it. I would say debatable. It depends.
I mean,
which
if you're on the
side-
receiving end, you know,
Yeah.
then you won't see it before you're turned into a pile of mush. So it's fine.
Yeah, honestly, Fredrin is a TikTok favorite, man. Like, so many clips of 4,000 damage on the Praiser's Wrath. It's like, ugh.
Even I have a
Disgusting.
TikTok clip on Fredrin. That's how you know.
Oh,
there's
really?
A lot. Yeah, I do actually.
Oh, no. Well, there you go. You got the Chos, you got the Fredrins. So now with RQ Hoshi, they're still fine because their comp does scale up. So it's okay. Having Skylar die there is kind of not okay.
Yeah, UA continuing his control of the skies from the last round by taking out Skylar himself in the bot lane, despite it being a 2v3. That real world manipulation being able to extend all the way under tier 1. And now we can see why they picked up this hero despite having to face a Valentina.
Yeah, UA now as well. In the previous game, he was basically untouched. Perhaps the same thing can be said about this game because looking at how Renegade is moving around. Oh, now Demon Kite as well.
Deadly Catch able to stop Demon Kite from going forward. Entropy allows Skylar to walk back as well. That means that Aurora cannot continue their pursuit here, so RQ with some breathing room, but unfortunately they found her in, though with the Purify, he is fine.
Do you worry if Fredrin comes back to the meta, Staffa?
Well, we haven't seen him in a long time, so I actually don't mind seeing him a little bit. What I do worry about is if we see nothing but Fredrin.
Okay. You know what? I'll agree with you there. Fredrin is fine. Not every game, Fredrin. Speaking of every game, looking at the top lane here, it looks like Darwin gets punished so hard, and now Demon Kai goes to the jungle.
Not able to get his own purple buff. Avatar the Guardian a bit too late, and the way of oh wow, he just gets kicked back into the Praiser's Wrath, and Demon Kite has some takoyaki for dinner. Unfortunately, Edok and Skylar in the front line finally picks up UA and are able to walk back into their own tier 1 to be able to stay safe from the rest of Aurora.
I mean, so far, Aurora is having amazing control. 1.5k gold ahead, and Demon Kite, he's basically 80% HP here. He's completely fine with contesting the turtle again. And again, Fredrin's one of those turtle contests that is very hard for you to really do anything. Especially as a Bane that lost his purple buff that doesn't have retry. Yeah, this is going to be a free turtle for Aurora all day, every day.
RQ understand it as well, and we can see them already shifting to defensive positions. Renjay looking for Skylar, not able to find him, but with the wave cleared up, Domenkite not going to be able to find too much more gold off of it. Dyren wants to look for an ult, but without Petrify, he's not really able to set up, so Aurora just gets to walk away.
Looking at the gold leaderboard here, both side laners for Aurora is actually doing very, very well. Now, even the jungler, they're shifting between Demon Kite as well as Sutsujin, but really a big difference here. 3.7k for the Moskov, and Skylar is nowhere near.
Yeah, that is not a good sign, because we literally mentioned earlier, Nathan as a hero just is so strong in general throughout the game, and Aurora knows this, so a lot of additional pressure has been put on Skylar's lane in particular, just to make sure that Domeng has a great time.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we heard you're strong, but are you 1v3 kind of strong? It looks like not really. Like, as strong as the hero is, going up against Renegade, UA, Demon Kite, as well as Domeng Kite, it's a very big ask for Skylar on this Natan, especially when we see when Edok comes to help save him, Edok takes so much damage that he really can't contribute too much. And Skylar, whether he likes it or not, has to stay under his turret.
He may be able to walk through time, but he's not really able to walk through people. Aurora gonna continue initiating on the bot lane, targeting Edok. Nagatot again forced back, even the Spear of Destruction, just to contribute a little additional damage. Oh, concealed play, way of the dragon, right into the real world manipulation, and that is going to be a dead Sutsujin. Dyren trying to stop UA, but again, no Petrify. He can only just walk back. Renegade being as annoying as we expect, and Aurora continuing to apply pressure, looking for even more across the map. Tier 1 gonna be the target. Abrasive Trap does some solid damage once again. Real one manipulation though, this time trapping Demon Kite, but he's able to still walk away despite everything.
Dude, how is that fair? How is that fair? Demon Kite still survives after all of that, getting tower shot, being in the real world manipulation, gets a turtle. Oh,
he lives up to his name, you know? He can kite anything, even on a slow hero.
So that's why. All right, now a kick going on to Dyron. It looks like not gonna be much there. Aurora, like you said, Stafan, just keeps on putting the pressure, making it so that Arkeoshi don't have time to breathe. And looking at how Edok has been playing, this is one of those times where I reminded myself of my rank games and why I don't like using roam.
You know, I absolutely understand because I feel the same way. I feel really bad for Edok right now. His score is 1-0-0, actually pretty good for a roam, but he's been able to contribute so little to the overall game so far.
Yeah. But to be fair, no one from Arkeoshi really has an impact so far. Dyron hasn't, Rins hasn't, Susujin hasn't. This really does feel like Arkeoshi. They're just playing for farm, and they're not trying to find unnecessary fights. Or at least for Arkeoshi, most of the fights seem unnecessary just because even if we do fight, what are the chances that we're gonna win? It's very low.
Dyron in trouble, Spear of Destruction already connected, and here comes Renegade. Iver9 keeps him alive for a little bit, but not against three members of Aurora. They're just continuing to find picks everywhere across the map. And even though it seems like a lot has happened so far, actually only 7 kills in total this game, 5 in favor of Aurora.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but Arkeoshi, they need to find an opportunity to get something here. Because again, they're playing very, very defensive. And this is not to their fault. This is how their draft is systematically supposed to be played. But again, once they have an opportunity to turn things around, then it's going to be good. The bad thing here is Tafa is that from Aurora, not a single person has more than 3 kills. So no big shutdown goal will be held. Even if they kill Demon Kite, the amount of gold they get from Demon Kite isn't that much because he only has 2 kills.
And this is one of the positives as well of just Filipino gameplay, where if there's not a lot of kills, no matter how far ahead you are, you dying actually doesn't create that much of an impact because you just don't have any shutdown gold to give away. Next Lord now gonna be the target. Aurora gonna take their time with this one.
Arkeoshi, they're trying to use this Lord as a bit of a leverage to keep Aurora here. Sutsujin gets found out by Renegade.
Way of the Dragon kicks him right into the rest of the Aurora gang, and Abrasive Trap finishes him off. UA wins the death box fight against Rins. Skylar has to use Entropy defensively. Dyron will be able to get some split push in on the bottom side of the map, but is it gonna be enough?
Honestly, this might be over for Arkeoshi because rarely do we see that happening where a jungler gets straight up caught by a Cho, because usually you would have your members of the team or the jungler himself opening up the map. Like, look at this. It's weird that Sutsujin, maybe he was looking at his items or something, but he reacted so late towards Renegade catching him there. I mean, Bane doesn't have a dash, so even if he notices, what else is he gonna do, you know? But still, this shows that might be over.
Renegade actually caught out between all 5 members, but survives on 10% HP, even after everything. With all the resources spent, Susujin just barely able to secure his orange buff.
I mean, if this keeps on going on, Staffa Aurora looks like they have the first ticket to go to the next stage. Right? They can do it. Arkeoshi, only with 2 kills, down by 5,000 gold. I don't think Skylar has the Holy Crystal just yet. And at this point, he might need the Divine Glaive as well.
It's a complete reversal from what we saw in their match against Fnatic Onyx yesterday. Aurora showing them how it is done. The wave are gonna be a beautiful 3-man flicker Chikundo knockout right into the real world manipulation. Doman Kai gonna be doing some damage as Siren comes in with the Electro final blow, but he's not able to really do anything at all. Vengeance gonna be soaking all of that up, and now Doman Kai is in the base. He takes a double kill. Only leaving Rins alive. This is the opening Aurora wanted. 3v1. They're gonna push straight down mid and look to end game 2.
coaches and gold laners would say that what Domain Kite did was a mistake. But the dopamine you get from doing that cool of a play, I'd say it's worth it. It's worth it. I mean,
Maybe
like,
he should rename himself to Dopamine Kite.
you're a goddamn genius, Tafa. I didn't even think of that. Dopamine Kite. Oh, that's... You know what? There you go. You know what? Yeah, I approve. 10 out of 10.
Nice. I got approval, guys. Happy about that one. Ooh, Edward didn't. Oh,
Edward died.
He tried to jump back in to jump away, and then he just blew up. This is where Natan does start getting a little bit scary, but they only have one inhibitor to play with.
Yeah, but you know, that's good. First you kill the gold leader, and then you kill the EXP, so there's a chance. Like, if you're in RQ's position, any good thing that happens, you just gotta take it, right? If your manager buys you a burger, you're like, we're losing, but at least we get a burger. You gotta be happy with what you got.
You know what, LaFell, you are absolutely right. Sometimes you just gotta appreciate the little things in life. And right now, any little victory RQ can get, they gotta hold on to and turn into a snowball.
Yeah, right now RQ, they're probably talking about, you know what, a burger is great, but you know what would be even better if we can steal this Lord away. The problem is they can't move forward. They don't really have a lot of avenues to come and check this Lord, and it looks like Aurora wants RQ Hoshi to come in. Never mind, they're bursting it down.
Yeah, they know that RQ is not gonna contest at this point. It would be a little bit suicide to try and jump into that because Aurora still has a pretty big net worth lead at this stage. They'll just try to hold because if they steal RWM with Deadly Catch, their base defense is actually not bad.
Oh yeah, honestly not bad. And looking at the gold here, Skylar has caught up, only differentiating by 1,000 gold, so it is still okay. It is good. RQ Hoshi, this is probably the strongest position that they can be in because, like you said, the wave clear is very good. And it's on Aurora not to make the mistake because the Deadly Catch, the damage coming in from the Natan, they can do something here. RQ Hoshi can do something here.
Absolutely, but that'll depend on them. The Lord is crashing in. They're taking a good amount of damage. Edok in a lot of trouble. Avatar the Guardian forwards. Maybe should have used it defensively, but he is actually able to survive and clear the minion wave for now. Will Manipulation being used by Rins to actually deal with a lot of the minions coming in for Aurora and even take out Yue at the same time. RQ Hoshi are able to survive to fight another day.
Yeah, that was good, but now another wave is coming. Can they do it again?
Now Rins dashes in, gets hit with the Spear of Misery. Unfortunately, no stun here. Dyron's still alive. Skylar uses the Purify, but the minion wave comes on in. The crystal is wide open, and because of that, Aurora will be your first team moving on to the next stage of the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB.
Yep, they'll be going for the challenge season. And again, this is a spectacular performance from Aurora. If we're gonna say bad things, unfortunately, game number 1 and game number 2, both Edok as well as Sutsujin really didn't have a good match. Dyron as well, I kind of feel like Dyron just straight up lost the laning phase against Edward because talking to professional players, Edward is one of those lane bullies that is really hard for anyone to overcome.
You could tell that he was having a pretty good time there. CC as a hero does deal with a lot of EXP laners 1v1 quite easily. The Benedetta meant to try and open up the map a little bit more for RRQ, but without Petrify means that he's not really able to set up team fights. And so a lot more pressure again goes on to Edok, who really wasn't able to create the space his team needed.
Yeah, right now, honestly, looking at the situation here, RQ just has to figure out why they were so oppressed, right? And I feel like this is just Aurora winning. I want to say mechanically, but the best way to describe it is that Aurora won the laning phase. Edward won the EXP lane, Domain Kite was able to control the gold lane, and then the mid trio coming in from Demon Kite, Yue, as well as Renegade, they were able to stop the rotation coming in from RRQ and at the same time apply a lot of pressure onto Skylar. So this is Aurora just saying all of our heroes counter what all of your heroes wants to do, and then we're just able to control you every step of the game.
And this time, MVP gonna go over to Renegade. You mentioned it, Cho is his hero. No matter what position he's in, he's gonna make something happen. And he was finding kicks left and right. Unfortunately, Sutsujin being the target of a lot of these, because for the second game in a row, the front line on the side of RRQ really wasn't doing much to stop Aurora from just running them down.
Staffa, is the glove of Joe saying UFC or UFQ?
Or UFO?
UFO. Okay, that's funny. Joe's glove says UFO. Let's go with that. That's funnier. But now looking at the damage dealt again, Aurora just piles on the damage, and I kind of feel like this will grab the attention of many professional teams, because Aurora has showed to us how strong the Veil can be. And now they're showing that the Fredrin might be able to be in the meta as well. And Renegade having that Cho, we were talking about it before the drive even started, Cho is pretty good going up against what the meta is showing. And Renegade just showed, it's like, yeah, Cho is amazing.
I mean, we always know that Cho is incredible. This is a hero that's universally loved by everyone because he just has so much. That's also true, because he just does so much at every stage of the game. I think Aurora went into this game very smartly, and I do think that this is a meta that allows for a lot of creativity in the draft, right? I think that tank junglers work perfectly fine if you adjust your other lanes to suit it, and in this case, having CC as a damage EXP laner more than makes up for the potential DPS loss of not having an assassin.
And this does show that as much as damage dealers absolutely love the lower of HP of everyone, picks like the Cho, like the Fredrin, they can really capitalize on this as well, even though traditionally they don't do that much damage. But now, since everyone's got the nerf, their damage looks absolutely amazing because they're the ones that can actually apply pressure in the early stages of the game. So I feel like most teams, they really have to readjust their mid-trio composition, where you have this control mage and then like a front line kind of tank. Now I'm looking at this meta, and it might be the time for the roamers to use a little bit of damage as well. Something like the Cho, something like the Edith, something like the Grok, something that can put more pressure. That might be the way moving forward.
And we're even seeing Matilda players start building like one damage item here and there just to contribute a little bit more. So I like the way that the meta is shifting. It would be great if it means that assassin and tank junglers are all going to be viable depending on the situation. And Aurora was definitely very, very smart with the way they drafted this one, because in the second phase, both teams started banning out assassins, thinking that, okay, this is going to be assassin v assassin. Then the Fredrin comes out and argue they, oh, now we need a fighter. Bane is the only one we have left.
I mean, if you want to be really creative, other things are still open.
I guess.
Paquito. Not saying Paquito is good against a Fredrin, but you know.
It only works if your name is Mobazane.
You know what, Staffa? Think about this. This is bad too. This is also bad. Dairoff.
Oh.
It's good against the Fredrin, but bad against everything else. It's bad against the Cho, it's bad against the Eve. So it's like, oh, Dairoff can get countered to Fredrin. Yeah, then you get countered by everything else. Looking at the other stream here, Rebellion lost to Alter Ego. Where, just to remind everyone, Rebellion was the team to shut down TLID, the champions of MPL Indo. Like, power rankings be damned. Don't tell me your team is better, because at this point, no one really knows.
And I just love this meta. I think it's really interesting because there's just so much viability. It's not just the players who have to be very good at executing and having large hero pools. The coaching staff is being tested as well about how innovatively they can approach the draft to deal with whatever the opponent throws at them.
We've never, in my history of casting, I've never remembered a Cyclops meta, but it might be coming. But for now, Staffa, you know what? You did an amazing job. Same as me, everyone did an amazing job, especially for Aurora. Congratulations to Aurora. But we're going for a short break before we start the next match. Here we go!
It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass. Chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
And now we're back looking at Fnatic Onic Philippines going up against Monster Vicious, where for both teams, they need to redeem themselves. Fnatic Onic has, I would say, hasn't really received that much criticism for losing, but if they lose here, then a lot of criticisms will come their way. For Monster Vicious, they have this reputation of the stronger the opponent team is, they get stronger too. They're the Robin Hood, they're the Gokus, something about them, man. They like going up against strong teams.
It's just really weird. Even in MPL Malaysia, when we were casting for them, LaFell, we were just left with question marks every single time. Because when have you ever seen a team that consistently wins against stronger teams and then consistently loses against weaker teams? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's like you can win against Mike Tyson, but then you lose against Mike Tyson's granddaughter. I don't know. Maybe his granddaughter is strong. I have no clue. But something that I can say, Stafa, confidently, we haven't started the match, which is gonna be funny if I'm wrong. There's no way we'll be seeing a Fanny.
No,
After
I
Udi's
agree.
Fanny, after King Kong's Fanny, there's no freaking way we'll see a Fanny today.
Which is sad because both of these players are so good with it. We'd love to see it, but neither of these teams would want to give that advantage away. So most likely that hero is gonna sit on the reserve bench a little bit. But let's compare what these teams have been up to so far.
Something that's very interesting here is that we see Monster Vicious, they have the higher average kills at 18 compared to Fnatic Onic with 14. But if you look at the average damage dealt, Fnatic Onic actually deals much more damage. But in terms of the gold per minute, it's basically even by just a point few digits. I feel like it really doesn't matter. And as we saw in the previous match between Aurora going up against RRQ, in case you guys missed that one, Aurora won 2-0. If your team has a lot of kills, it's easier for you to get that shutdown goal. So this is kind of good for Fnatic Onic. If they're able to control the game, doing a lot of damage, but not securing a lot of kills, it makes it more and more difficult for Monster Vicious to get those shutdowns.
Yeah, and we know that Monster Vicious as a team tends to be a little bit more momentum driven, but let's go ahead and talk about Fnatic Onic PH. First, we've got Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Briscoe, and Kelra forming up the lineup.
Yeah, and again, we gotta look at both the mid laner as well as the jungler, because both Super Prince as well as King Kong, Super Prince in a way is a meta shifter as well, because he really brought in this very tanky build for Valentina, having the Starlium Scythe first item. Like, I would say he really popularized it during the grand finals or the playoffs in general. And King Kong is, I would say one of those hidden gems where he's been in a few teams, but this time in Onyx, he's really shown himself as a damage dealer carry. Now we got to look at Monster Vicious as well. The lineup coming in from Monster Vicious is Zeno, Uni, Martizi, Nova Escobar, as well as Ruff. Something to say about Martizi, which I don't even know if it's true, but people keep commenting that he has a very small hero pool. It's the Auroras, the Yushins, every once in a while an Eve.
It does seem like he will often prioritize more artillery style mages, and if that is the case, he may run into a bit of difficulty as we're seeing the total hero pool of the meta just slowly expanding. But besides that, we of course have to pay attention to Uni as well. It's not just the Fanny, he is very gifted micro-wise, and if he gets one of those assassins that can really take over the early game, expect him to go ham.
I wonder if he has practiced something else that people don't think about banning, something like the Lancelot, because I would assume if you change your build, instead of a War Axe first item, you go for a Hunter Strike first item, or maybe go, yeah, I would say Hunter Strike is the best one, and maybe you can get some early kills. I don't know, it's just some early brewing with the new patch that I've been thinking of, where a lot of bursts coming in from the mid I would say minute 1 up until minute 4 of the game. If you can deal damage during that small window, might be a very good pick.
Yeah, but because of that, you typically want to go for assassins like Nolan or maybe Hayabusa, for example. But here we can see that the production team has so graciously decided to fill in your predictions themselves.
Yep. As you guys can see, I predict Fnatic Onyx will be a 10. Get it?
Yep. If we were in the Roman era, they would be a 10. What about Monster Vicious though? What does the D mean?
They're gonna give you the D, man. I don't know what to tell you. They're gonna give it to you.
I didn't think you'd go that way.
You didn't expect that, huh?
No, I was expecting it, but I wasn't thinking you would do it.
Yeah.
But that's LaFell, right? Expect the unexpected.
Yeah. Monster Vicious batting out the Hilda as well as the Eve. Fnatic Onyx batting out the Chip as well as the Fanny. Who would have seen that one coming, right?
I was wondering if we were starting to see more of a shift to the chip ban on the blue side, but that seems like a Aurora specialty so far. We'll see if other teams do pick up on it. But with that, we have the Zusin and the Suyo, both still open in the pool. Will Onyx ban one or just leave him all open?
Let's see here. Suyo is a good choice, unless Fnatic Onyx, they just want to let it go. Because, yeah, it's more of a King Kong hero using something like the Nolan, you know?
Yeah, I think so. Surprisingly, we've been seeing a lot less Nolan recently, even though he was one of the top picks back then with Suyo and Alpha. His teams are starting to lean a little bit more towards other options. With Suyo banned out, we do still have some solid jungle options like the Nolan and Hayabusa, but the Zusin is going to be the main question. Do MB want to grab it straight away?
Okay, Monster Vicious pick up Jushin. I want Fnatic Onyx to pick up a Cho and maybe even potentially a priority jungler here. Alpha, Nolan, Hayabusa, the likes, you know?
Or do we want to like more priority? Oh, I was thinking like maybe we might see like a Matilda, but it's the Angela with the Cho instead. So
because here's the thing, Staffa, don't let Jushin play with a Cho. Like, it's so annoying. You won't get out of the Lantern Flare.
That's true. Going for Angela is interesting though. It almost makes it feel like they want Monster Vicious to grab Alpha here.
Or they're showing Monster Vicious, if you don't fight us, we'll pick up the Ling.
That is true. Angeling is still something, though. It's been having mixed results recently because Angela's Heart Guard really doesn't scale up that well into the late game anymore. You just get blown up so fast by gold laners.
Trust. Alpha is online.
Okay, so Monster Vicious, they pick up the Alpha. What if something even scarier, Staffa?
Alice?
And Jaredrin.
Oh no, you're right. You're right, actually.
Jaredrin. Oh,
But
that's-
Alpha can actually deal with Fredrin somewhat.
Alpha can deal with the Fredrin, but if the hard guard is there, the true damage doesn't penetrate the shield.
That is true. Okay, okay.
The beat of the flow.
Oh,
no.
Joy, I don't know why I forgot about Joy.
That's true. We forgot about Joy for a moment. You know, it's all that missing happiness in our lives. But the Joy with the Angela is going to be pretty difficult to handle. Because Alpha has no real way of keeping them in place. In fact, even Gatot and Zusin will have a hard time catching her.
Something like a Kaja, something like a Franco. I don't know, some kind of suppress, or at minimum, maybe something like a Ruby. Because the Ruby can deal with the Joy as well as the choke.
I think you actually lagged out for a moment there because you actually froze. And I think it's really funny that when you came back from being frozen, the first thing you talked about was Franco and Kaja and suppression.
What are you talking about?
Oh no, he got suppressed again, guys. Hey, Lafel, are you okay, sir? Is it me or Lafel? Like, I think it's Lafel because... Okay, I got confirmation it is Lafel. So what happened to me yesterday appears to have transferred over, guys. You back, sir? You good?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
I was just saying, maybe today I get to be you.
Yeah, I was literally saying, like, what happened to me yesterday has transferred over. It's apparently
The rain, man,
infectious.
it's the rain. Yeah. Anyways,
Oh no. Well, now I get to see what it feels like on the opposite side of the... Ooh. Oh no, Glue. Glue Joy Angela. With Cho. Wow, okay, I actually really like Fnatic Onyx. Yeah, Lafel's having some difficulties right now, guys. So I guess it's a little bit of karma, right? It's a little bit of payback for what happened yesterday with me and Pasha.
yeah. I know how to deal with this. I just need to open my door. That's all I gotta do.
It sounds funny, but it's true.
Yeah, I just need to open my door. Oh, Florin! I didn't see a Florin coming.
Yeah, definitely not. Interesting. So the Florin matchup against the Angela's healing. I was saying that Fnatic Onyx has a really powerful draft actually. Blue and Cho have so much pick off, and they go in with Joy. But if Florin can top everyone up,
I feel like the Joy's damage will out damage the heal, if that makes sense. But if the Joy's damage doesn't out damage the heal, then that's good. The only problem for me is that I don't know if the Joy's damage, you know, transcends the healing from the Florin. That's the only question mark I have for the draft coming in from Monster Vicious, because Monster Vicious and Fnatic Onyx, I feel like Monster Vicious has more to show, you know, like they don't have to hide strats for anything, right? If anything, they can go all out compared to Fnatic Onyx.
yeah, I agree with you. Personally speaking, I think Joy probably outdamages the shield once you get into the later stages, because I think Joy is actually leaning more to a mid to a late game hero nowadays, because she's a bit equipment dependent, and she really does hurt in the late game. So that's something MV will need to be careful of. They're probably the more early to mid leaning team out of these two drafts.
Yeah, but looking at traditionally, what Onyx shows is very good. What MV's showing is very experimental. And why I say it's experimental, it's not the draft itself, but we don't see MV playing like this, right? Nova Escobar is a playmaker. Him on the Florin, this changes the dynamic of the team. So as cheeky of a draft Monster Vicious is showing, this is just something a bit different. Now, Staffa, feel free to talk long, because I'm gonna open my door.
All right then, welcome back to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into our second match of the day here with Monster Vicious on the blue side and Fnatic Onyx Philippines on the red side. Both of which eager to escape from this. Oh, well, the moment it starts, we already see Nova Escobar getting picked off. First blood going over to Super Prince. Not the opening that MV ideally wants, because with a
Wait.
composition like this, yeah.
Wait, there's already a kill? I literally
Yep.
went to open my door and someone already died?
Hey, yep.
Okay. But again, Cho is the best way I can describe is stupid right now. Cho is so good. He was already good in the previous patch, but now just a little bit more because of the pressure that you can hold. But again, it's like Nova Escobar dying early, it's not that big of a deal. If Martizi died, now that's something because you delayed at level 4, and Jushin does need that level 4 to be more offensive and defensive. So it's like, yes, something bad happened, but it's not the worst thing to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. Oh, Fear of Alpha actually misses on Briscoe, able to Shunpo out of the way in time, so MV not really able to find something in return here.
Yeah, King Kong right now, we really have to keep an eye for him because I do agree with what you said. It does feel like Joy is more equipment dependent nowadays. But going up against a draft like Monster Vicious, where's the big crowd control to stop the Joy from moving? This might be a chance that Joy can pop off much earlier than expected.
Yeah, that is quite concerning because they really don't have reliable ways of locking King Kong down. And even when you get into the later stages, Uni now contesting the turtle throw gets knocked out, so King Kong comes on in, steals it away, gets the kill on Uni, all at the same time. Meanwhile, King Kong continuing to dash through the mid lane and picks up a double kill on Nova Escobar.
As impressive as that was, it's not over. Martizi gets taken down. Monster Vicious is dropping like flies, one at a time. And King Kong gets a kill at top. He's getting a kill everywhere.
Oh man, you cannot give King Kong a hero like this. And look at Fnatic Onyx, they're now invading jungle. 3 minutes against an alpha. It is not something you would ever expect. Uni having a lot of difficulty just trying to take his orange buff. Split gonna already jump on top of him, pulls him away. Can he get it? Looks like he will, but he's also going to die at the same time. Just too much damage, and Envy has no way of stopping it.
Right now, Staffa, there are times where you don't want to be right. Like, I theorize that King Kong can do a lot in the early stages of the game, and that was correct. And right now,
Yep.
right now, 6 kills in 3 minutes. Almost 4,000 gold difference in 3 minutes.
Another way of the dragon into the electrifying beast from Uni. Bloom keeps him topped up though. That's a little bit of the value. And here comes the taunt with the taunt so that they're able to get a kill in return on Briscoe.
Right now, Fnatic Onyx PH. At this point, they're winning so much. What they can do is starve out Uni. Because him and Zeno are the real front lines for this team. If you shut down one of them, and I would say it's easier to shut down Uni, then Fnatic Onyx, they've already won like 70% of the match, right? Because what's healing gonna do for you if your tanks can't survive?
It's exactly the issue RRQ was dealing with in the previous matchup. If your front line can't survive long enough, your back line just can't do the damage it needs to. Oh, Spear of Alpha too slow again. The flicker from Super Prince gets him out of there.
Yeah, Monster Vicious, they really need to work on his timing, and this is what we're worried about because this is a style of play that they themselves are not used to. So funny to see, like Monster Vicious are the one being a little bit more experimental in the draft. This is a best of 3, so you still have chances to come back in the next match or in the next game. But I don't know. Trying out something new against Fnatic on PH doesn't really sound like a good idea.
Pretty risky, and once again, Kirk and Briscoe jumps in. Kelra takes the 1v2, wins against Ruff in the gold lane, while the rest of his team is being zoned out of their own jungle. It's not even a turtle pit at this point. Fnatic on it, King Kong gonna get pulled back, but again, no CC otherwise. He just can do whatever he wants.
Right now, King Kong is so hard to catch, which is weird because I feel like a King Kong would be hard to catch, but for very different reasons. Him as the Joy here is small and elusive. Like I see Martizi every once in a while try to catch him with the Lantern Flare, but nah, not happening.
Oh, Way of the Dragon onto Uni. Avatar the Guardian though cancels it out. Here comes the hard guard. They're chasing down Nova Escobar. They actually get the kill onto Briscoe because the rest of Fnatic Onyx are focusing on the backline on the Florin instead. And I think that's a trade Monster Vicious will take any day. 1 for 2, and they get the turtle.
they would definitely take this every day, especially on a Saturday. Saturdays are a good day to take those kind of trades, and now they're gonna get this purple buff. That's such a small interaction, but big win for Monster Vicious. And now they're even letting the small lizard live just so that they can delay this purple buff.
Definitely a bit of a mistake by Fnatic Onyx. They thought that they could spread their resources thin because they were already ahead, but King Kong wasting all of his electrifying beats chasing down Florin didn't quite work.
Oh.
Using it again to try and take the purple. Did he get it?
Yeah, he got it.
Oh.
So it's kind of like, whatever. You take my purple, I take your purple. What's the difference, you know?
Yeah, it's a purple trade. I don't think they mind that too much.
Yeah, purple schmurple, you know, it's all the same. Purple schmurple. I might use that more often.
I don't like. What would be the conditions of you using purple schmurple?
I'll figure it out. Speaking of figuring it out, Kelra has to get away.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Avatar Guardian, the taunt catches Briscoe. He'll sacrifice himself to let Kelra get out. So Uni, it looks like he was picked off on the other side of the map too.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. You would prefer a +1 positive for there, but breaking even is not good because Fnatic Onyx is in the lead, and now King Kong, at this point, he's gonna reach level 15 much earlier because he's at level 12. Uni is level 9. That's a 3-level difference.
Yeah, you do not want to be that far behind against a Joy, especially as an alpha. You should straight out be winning in the first minutes of the game. So Fnatic Onyx has been doing an excellent job of controlling this early game. King Kong going in once again. You can see just how elusive he is.
Yeah, at this point, he's basically poking them for free damage. Usually we see pokes coming in from long-range heroes. He's like, touch you, now I'm gone. I touch you again, and then I'm gone. What you gonna do? Nothing. That's what I thought.
Yeah, Joy usually supposed to have a hard time poking with her skill too, but when you have no CCs, you can just do whatever. You usually need to build that up outside of the fight and then ult into the fight, but King Kong has the freedom to just initiate as he pleases.
Martizi taking way too much damage at this point. Is it even good for Monster Vicious to contest this one? Because Fnatic Onyx, they have more control here, actually.
Ooh, Kirk almost dead, but with the ult from Martizi, Uni steals away the turtle. Avatar the Guardian separates the rest. Electrifying beats actually denied entirely by the Bloom healing. And Monster Vicious come out on top here.
Yeah, and we can see that Alpha was able to catch Joy that one instance, but again, the dasher's coming in from Joy. Oh, he's still
Destruction flickers forward. Wave the Dragon catches one. That's gonna be Uni, but he's being healed up completely. This Florin actually doing a lot of work. King Kong comes in again. Electrifying beats finally gets the monster kill on the enemy Alpha.
Yeah, right now, this is very bad for Monster Vicious, and King Kong is just playing around 6-0-0. 60% of the kills is all on King Kong.
Kirk could be in some trouble, but the glue able to survive a lot of tower hits, and you can see Kelra just piercing through the tower. King Kong gets the godlike 7-kill streak, picking off Ruff, and the split pulls Xeno back into the red. Avatar the Guardian, though, drops Kirk right in between the 2-tier towers, and that means that MB are gonna try and chase him down. Briscoe to see if he can save the glue. Kirk just gonna go ahead and kill himself to the tower, which actually ends up being good, because it gives the kill to the Florin.
Yeah, Monster Vicious, this is a very critical point for their draft. Like, they have to start showing what is up, what is going on. Because the Florian only has one item. Only having the Flask of the Oasis is okay, but clearly not enough. And it doesn't look like he's going for the Enchanted Talisman to spam the heals. Going for something different, maybe something like an Oracle. But Monster Vicious, one of their problems right now is the Joy. And they clearly don't have a way to counter, because we see the Joy getting caught maybe like once or twice, but after getting caught once, you're able to run away. That's why when I was frozen just now, I was talking about Rubies, Kajas, Francos, something that can keep the Joy solid for a much longer time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that MB didn't go in that direction as well. Like, They could have totally flexed the Gatot and then went for something with more crowd control, like you mentioned. Oh, the Spear of Alpha finds Briscoe. He's able to dash away. Hard guard onto King Kong once again, and Spear of Destruction pierces through all of MV. Briscoe is traded away, but King Kong is just doing so much damage. Legendary streak, what a joy! But they're now stuck under the tower. Spear of Alpha keeps him there, and the shutdown finally goes over to Uni. Double kill for the Alpha. In the meantime, Kelra has already dismantled the MV backline. Though Spear of Alpha connects it to yet again, but he doesn't have enough healing. Novak Skobar, no more Bloom. And that means no more living. Triple kill to Kelra.
The problem that Monster Vicious has that Fnatic Onyx doesn't have. Fnatic Onyx has so many threats. What are the threats for Monster Vicious? They have a Natan. But once the Natan is out, what's next? Right? Are you really worried about the Alpha? The Alpha is strong, don't get me wrong, but his strength has long gone. At this stage of the game, he's more utility. He does damage, sure, but he's there as maybe a tertiary damage. Actually, it's a problem that Uni is a secondary damage, where this is a meta where you want to deal damage. And look at Fnatic Onyx. They have much more damage. Like the Joy herself can 1v9, honestly. But once you take down the Joy, then the Moskov is free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's much easier for Fnatic Onyx to execute on their win condition overall. And even though Uni finally got a pretty big shutdown on the 8-kill streak King Kong, it's not really enough. There's still an 8k net worth difference. And now Fnatic Onyx are gonna just push in with the first Lord. Already started to do damage to inhibitors. Oh, Rough in trouble. King Kong, look at him. He just can do whatever he wants.
That was just a tap, Staffa. That was
Yep.
just a tap. In case anyone is wondering, you know, what could be a new meta jungler, you're looking at it, man. This Joy is dangerous.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to playing her again in my pubs. It just seems like a good time, but MV not having a good time. Though, they do get a nice pull there. Martizi dropping Kirk into the tower. But look at King Kong. Again, a small poke. Though, Ruff actually starting to build up some damage. Dodges the Avatar, the Guardian, Heart Guard. Does it need to be used? Yes! The pull! Martizi actually gets the full stacks! King Kong picked off again!
The moment we doubt MV, that's where they become strongest. Do that more, Staffa.
It has been happening to me a lot recently, I feel like.
It's just being a caster, you know. The caster curse is a real thing. It's like the Force.
I thought it only applied to you, but turns out no, it's just a general thing.
It comes with the job, you know? It comes with the job.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate.
But analytically, Ruff had the Holy Crystal just before going for King Kong. So honestly, that's the reason why they have this big burst of damage. But it doesn't really solve the problem, does it? Right? Like if they're able to kill King Kong consistently, then maybe it does solve the problem. Because one of the questions that we did talk about is that does the heal more than the damage? And looks like now actually getting that shutdown from King Kong is a big spike, because look at Nova Escobar. He only had one item, now he has 3.
Yeah, that's gonna be very good, especially now that he's picked up the Enchanted Talisman as well. The healing is gonna be able to permeate a lot more easily and a lot more frequently. And we have to note as well, we already mentioned Natan as a hero can be pretty dumb sometimes at how much damage he has once that Holy Crystal is completed, but he also has the additional benefit of having Florin's Dew this game as well, so even more potential DPS.
Yeah, but that also puts a big target on his back, right? King Kong should know this, and King Kong is like, if I die, I die, but I'm taking Ruff with me, because once Ruff is done and dusted, then the rest of Fnatic Onyx, they can do work. Kelra can do work, right? King Kong's job is just to take one person out.
Oh, but speaking of one person, Kirk already gone. Ruff gets the last hit, starting to build some damage. Briscoe looking for him, but he entropy's away and flickers forward, getting the double kill on Kelra. Ruff is actually chasing King Kong down now, and it seems like the tides have turned. Uni gets the Lord, Monster Vicious, now controlling the map and taking towers.
I'm an analyst, but now I need a different analyst to help me out, because this is a big change of tides. All of a sudden, Monster Vicious, they're controlling the game, all with just getting the items, getting the Holy Crystal for Ruff, and then having that Enchanted Talisman for Nova Escobar increase the confidence that Monster Vicious have for moving further into Fnatic on it territory.
And Ruff just got Bloodwings as well. They can continue this push. Lord takes down the mid inhibitor. MV now pushing in with all 5 members. Gotta be careful of King Kong. Briscoe gets picked up after the gun. Jin hugs in the backline. Knocks up Killra. Taunts both of them at the same time. King Kong gonna be melted away by Ruff. Novak Tomar finishes him off and the Lord is still alive. The crystal is open. It's Monster Vicious. Turn around the early game lead and secure victory in game number 1.
What did I just watch? I mean,
wow.
I guess doubt does make them stronger, and right now the storyline continues. The stronger the opponent, the stronger MV becomes. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture of the itemizations for MV here as reference for later, because something triggered in their formation that they say, go.
I think it was just straight up that Holy Crystal. Because once Ruff had that Holy Crystal, with the healing from Nova, he actually can burst King Kong down before the Joy can do it to him. It means that King Kong has to be a lot more careful about whether he can jump into the fight or not. And that extra hesitation gives MV so much more space to play with.
So can we just say that, I guess, a flooring heal out heals the damage of a Joy? Is that what we're seeing here? Like, I'm questioning myself here, Staffa.
I don't think it fully out heals. I think the goal is just to keep your DPS alive long enough that they just take down the Joy first.
And the Joy was the target. I guess as big of a target Ruff put on his back, a big target was put on King Kong's back as well. And yeah, like honestly, if at any point people want to ask me what does a battle of gold lane versus a jungler look like, this is that kind of game, because both of these carries, they have a roamer, or I guess a healer, that makes sure that they stay alive longer than they should. Like, they have the same kind of support system. But again, Natan is dumb, man. Like, the damage Natan does is stupid.
It actually is, like, straight up. We're not even sugarcoating our words at this point. Natan is kind of stupid. It's just so quick that he's able to burst you down once he has those 3 items. And when you scale up even more, when you have healing and escorts from Nova and revitalize from Xeno, then you just survive everything that Fnatic Onyx throws at you. It seemed like a shoo-in for them in the first like half of the game, and it turned around so fast once you finished that item.
And right now, I'm re-watching what happened just now, and one of the changes, Staffa, I feel like we should pay attention to this. Every team that shutdowns the front line first tends to win. So Monster Vicious did that in the last fight around the Lord Pit, where they made sure they take down Kirk first. Once Kirk is done, they have easy access towards King Kong and Kelra. So this might be a shift of priority moving forward, where you really want to take down the wall. Once the wall is done, everything else is easy pickings.
That is true. In a meta now where marksmen farm faster and just do damage so much more easily, tanks actually have to be a little bit worried, especially with the reduction in HP across the board. Martizi gonna be our MVP for this game, and showing why Zeusin is still a pretty scary hero in the right hands, even having that glowing wand to help reduce the overall healing that Fnatic could depend on.
Oh, and now I can already see the storylines of people, you know, singing the praises of MV, and at the same time throwing doubts onto Fnatic Onyx Philippines, because again, champion against a team that was the first team to get knocked out in MPL MY playoffs. This is just the first game. Like, I have to remind the audience, let's not overreact. This is a best of 3. And both teams are fighting to get to the next stage, and there's a chance Fnatic Onic can come back for game number 2 and game number 3 because we see the MVP here, Marteezy, having the Jushin. Maybe once he doesn't have the Jushin, then it's better for Fnatic Onic.
I guess that's fair, but I think we can, as Malaysians ourselves, you know, we can just appreciate the moment a little bit, right?
Yeah, you know.
It's kind of unprecedented for a MPL Malaysia 5th, 6th place finisher to take down a Filipino champion like this.
Monster Vicious is the kind of team, like now Stafa, I can finally say it. Now my circle is complete. Monster Vicious is the kind of team that can take down Fnatic Onic and lose to Team Hug. I can legit say that, and no one can say I'm wrong.
Now I feel like the casters need to play against Monster Vicious and just see what happens, right?
We could win. We're not that
could
strong.
Win, yeah.
Yeah, we're not that strong, right? I never thought I would celebrate that we're not that strong, but against Monster Vicious, I'll take it.
What an interesting team Monster Vicious has become. It's just such a unique identity, and I'm not even sure if they themselves want it, you know?
Oh, like what? Like how does the management discuss this? It's like our team is very strong against strong teams. The problem is there's so many weak teams out there, you know? We're going for a short... Yeah, sorry?
They're just looking at each other and thinking, are we strong?
All right, we're going for a short break, giving time for Fnatic Onic as well as Monster Vicious to prepare for the next match, because after this one, it's gonna be intense.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Give it too much now, but ain't going back.
while we're here, we're about to jump into the next pick and bans. What was the real problem in the draft? Like, as in, like, what does Monster Vicious have that was so impactful against Fnatic Onyx? Was it the Natan? Was it the Florin? Or was it the Jushin? Because I feel like it's either these three heroes that really changed the tides for Monster Vicious.
I think surprisingly, it may have been the Florin, because this is a hero that scales up surprisingly well into the late game, and the amount of healing she provides keeps going up to the stage where you get used to how quickly you take someone down throughout the game, and it just keeps changing, right? That timing, and it catches you off guard.
Not gonna lie, I was looking forward not to see healing a big part of this meta, but Monster Vicious just like, bruh, healing might really be good because you're playing against the expectation of your enemy, and that's good against disciplined teams where they calculate before they go in for a fight, and then healing just messes up that calculation. Overall, very good coming in from Monster Vicious. Monster Vicious, they themselves ban out the Jushin, ban out the Chip. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they ban out the Alpha. They're banning out the Phoveus. Now Staffa, what about that Fanny though?
Yes. Since Fnatic Onyx have first pick, they can actually open with a Fanny. But that gives a lot of counterplay over to MV, and it feels a lot more comfortable to pick Fanny on the red side compared to the blue side. So both teams have to think a little bit about this one.
Yeah, and that's why we can see Fnatic Onyx really thinking about their ban here, because two junglers that we're looking at is the Suyo as well as the Fanny, because both right now Fnatic Onyx, they're making Monster Vicious choose. I wonder if Monster Vicious lets both of them true. Like, we'll take one, you'll take one, and then we'll see which one is better, which in my personal opinion, Fanny's better. At least for King Kong and Uni. Their Fanny plays are very impactful.
It's a skill matchup, because if you're not good enough, then Suyo just outplays you every single time because he's an easier hero with a little bit more in his kit. But a skilled Fanny, we already all know what that means. It's not just Suyo and Fanny as well. The picks like, for example, Hilda, who've been getting a lot of attention, Eve, are all still in the pool.
The injustice in the world.
Okay.
You know what, Safa? I guess I lied. I said we're not gonna see any Fanny.
You know, yeah, you did say that, didn't you? Sometimes we just need to learn not to say things.
Fnatic Onyx, first pick. Do you take the risk by picking up the Fanny
What's
here?
your command?
They do.
Oh, they're gonna
They
do
do.
it.
It's King Kong. King Kong can do it.
So MV goes Suyo here. Then they can grab
No,
like
no. They can grab it later. They can grab it third
That's
pick. 'Cause
true, yeah.
What if like Fnatic Onyx really taking Suyo and Fanny? Although
It'd be interesting.
Although with the changes of energy, I can see it. I can see it.
We have seen Fanny roam in the past, although it is a bit of a meme at times. Can be good in the right hands, but I'm pretty sure MV is already planning all the CC they need to deal with it, right? Like, Hilda and Khalid are both still open, so you can use that to invade jungle and start messing with them. Matilda is there, so you can pull people out. Eve is still open to control team fights. They do go over to Hilda, but interestingly enough, the Moskov as well.
Yeah, because the Moskov can potentially outplay a Fanny trying to go after him, right? Just land him against the wall. Now the Khalid gets picked up by Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and now they pick up the Luyi as well. Monster Vicious, if they don't pick up the Suyo, it's gonna get bad. So if they don't pick up the Suyo here, okay, they do. So all is well in the world here. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they got the Fanny. Monster Vicious, they got the Suyo. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, if they caught up with what netizens have been saying about Monster Vicious, this is a good time ban out the mid lane and really challenge Martizi just to see, is it true that you have a small hero pool, or they're like more worried about Nova Escobar? Because Nova Escobar used a Florin to counter the Joy. So what do you use to counter a Fanny? A Rafaela?
Doesn't even have to be a support. I feel like Monster Vicious will be looking at like Tigreal here. Right?
We'll find a way.
Deal with Fanny, then you have a Lo Yi, right? Kufra could work, but I still think they would prefer Tigreal. Or Ruby is also really, really good. Maybe a little bit more universal. We'll see. Looks like Onyx does decide.
Staffa.
Huh?
Remember this hero. Veil.
Ah, but can Martizi do it? And we've never seen Martizi play a hero like that.
We've never seen anyone play that hero.
That's
what
also
are you talking
true.
about?
Time and tide wait for
All right,
no
so
one. Girl.
Natan and Beatrix get banned out. Very good bans. You want to make sure this scaling late game players can do it. And now the Ruby got banned out. So Slafa, they read you on that one.
Yeah, it's a bit sad because I always enjoy watching a good Ruby, but because of that, the grill will be open. I still don't really think it's a Kufra, but it's possible. Haja is also pretty solid, but maybe a little less good against Lo Yi.
Yeah. Yeah, Kufra is good against the Fanny, not good against everything else, not good against the Khalid or Luigi. So I agree with you. I shout out a Kufra, but after looking at the 2 picks coming in from Onyx Philippines, maybe not.
My mission is
Honestly, going up against the Luigi, range is good. High Loss was not one of those heroes that I thought of, but like you said, Staffa, having the Hilda and a very tanky frontline, you can potentially invade. Now Monster Vicious, they need a really strong mid laner in order to invade. A hero that is good against a Lu Yi is a hero that has more range than a Lu Yi. So something like a Farsa, something like an Eve. But again, those heroes are susceptible towards the Fanny.
I think Eve is still pretty safe overall, though now that there's a 1-1 on the board, you do gotta be pretty careful about that one. If Fnatic Onyx can pair this up with a solo target setter, that would be pretty good. They already have Lo Yi though. Oh, you mean Aurora from MV?
Monster Vicious, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I will choose my own path.
Arlet. Oh, very interesting. I guess it's very punishing because the Moskov, if the Moskov doesn't have the Malefic gun, then the Moskov is in range for the final slash. So this Arlet can make a lot of play. Fnatic Onyx, they're bringing their S tier draft at this point.
I think in the end you might still have to go Eve if you're Monster Vicious. I don't really see a lot of other mid laners being too good. Aurora is okay, but yeah, I think Eve has to be the choice.
I'm really thinking of something else.
I harness
Valentina.
Oh. I guess that's alright, yeah.
It's okay going up against the 1-1 because the 1-1 is in range. But once the 1-1 has the Malefic gun, then the 1-1 is not in range anymore. Monster Vicious, they need a good early to mid game here. The Valentina does provide a lot of damage in the early game. So this is a very good pick, but it's very one-dimensional. That's like, if you guys are seeing hesitation from me and Staffa, Valentina is a very strong pick. It is. But this is not as versatile as the other heroes we brought up earlier.
MV are playing a pretty straightforward comp here. It's very like front to back, fight as 5, use the glorious pathway, maybe steal like diversion or final slash. Whereas Fnatic Onyx, their lineup is probably a little bit more difficult to execute on because of the heroes they've chosen, but it has more creativity that can be executed on.
Yeah, I'm worried, man. King Kong on this Fanny is... He's not using the Mikasa skin, but it's basically Mikasa, man. Like, you would feel like, oh, he's probably done. He's not gonna go after me anymore. But it's like, nah, fam. As long as I have energy, I'm flying.
You think that King Kong would be pretty used to that as well, because you always see like King Kong as in the gorilla pictured with planes flying around him. So he's kind of embodying the opposite side of the dynamic.
Yeah, and now we can see that Brusco is going to be using the Khalid as a roam, Arlet for Kirk. Looking at the emblem setup here, looks like this Valentina is going to be a little bit more defensive with the Brave Smite. So we're going to see if he opts for a Starlium Scythe as the first item. And Xeno gets taken down. That's not something you want to see as Monster Vicious.
Especially not as a Hilda too, and he even used Revitalize, so unfortunately stayed a little bit too long there. Flicker forward by Martese, tried to last hit Super Prince, but he's stuck under the tower, and Briscoe gets a kill.
So remember when I said Monster Vicious really need a good early game? Yeah, I don't think they have it. Just a hunch. I don't think they have it.
Well, your hunches are usually right, LaFell, so I'm inclined to believe you. Monster Vicious not in the best spot. They're gonna find Briscoe here, but King Kong comes on in once again, goes in with final cut on Nova. Revitalize keeps him up and actually almost picks up King Kong as well. Novak still in the mid lane. Hurt comes in to take over, not level 4. But the yin-yang reactions just do so much damage. And Nova, the third player picked off from MV.
Yeah, now we can see the amount of control that Fnatic Onyx Philippines has. And the fact that the Hilda lost her life earlier makes it so that Kurt can have an early rotation. So Fnatic Onyx, yes, they got an advantage, but the way that they're using this advantage is very good. Really showing off their championship status.
Briscoe down to 40%, heals back up with the quicksand guard, though Xeno is there to stop him. Oh, the ult is just a single damage short! Revitalized! Oh, no! No, I cannot, I'm suffering myself right now, personally, as Uni has picked up double kill for the Arlet. Turtle stolen by King Kong. They go in, they pick off Martese. They'll chase down Novax Komar as well.
Depending who you are, you would say that this match is interesting, because that's how I would say this match is. It's interesting.
I feel like you can be rooting for Fnatic Onyx and still feel pain watching what is happening here, because it's just so relatable.
That's the best way to see it, yeah.
Glorious Pathway comes out, Revitalize keeping Nova topped up. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic Onyx just running down MV in their own half of the map already. A double kill for King Kong, and they chase Uni down to the tier 1. Still able to fly away, crossbow of tank prepared, but not enough damage yet on the 1-1. That's why Briscoe is here. He'll be able to finish off Uni.
You know what? You're right, Staffa. You can be rooting for Fnatic Onyx, and you can still feel pain, because those are the kind of things that if it happens in your ranked matches, you're just like, you know what, guys? I think this is the last game.
Exactly what I feel. Final slash on 3. King Kong flies out safely. Uni gets a blade surge, knocks up Kirk, but he's still alive. Uni gets picked off. Monster kill for King Kong. They finally shut down the Arlet, get their first kill of the game after Onyx has 11.
It's not even a kill that early, you know? It's kind of like, yeah. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. And now Fnatic Onyx, 3K ahead in 4 minutes. In 4 minutes, they got 11 kills. You don't usually hear that coming from any team from the Philippines, but Fnatic Onyx PH, they're aggressive, man. Like, then again, I feel like most of the kills is because of Monster Vicious.
You know what? I can get behind you on that. 6-0 on King Kong right now. MV let the Fanny through, figured, hey, we can deal with it if they first pick it, and then all of this happens. It's just... Alright, let's see if Monster Vicious's ability to turn games around when they're pushed into a corner will still work here, because right now, Fnatic Onyx is running away with this.
Let me just say, if... Oh, hold on, before that, Nova's Kowar is getting pulled back.
Glorious Pathway already expired. King Kong comes in, Ruff able to jump into the backline. Final slash on 2, Martese is just gone. A nice Spear of Misery against the wall, so King Kong cannot continue on Uni. But Monster Vicious, they can't even play. It's only been 5.5 minutes. Look at what is happening here.
Let me just say, Staffa, if Monster Vicious finds a way to come back in this game and actually win against Fnatic Onyx Philippines with this kind of lead, I'll be so speechless, you might as well be solo casting.
I think we would have no casters at that point, because I would be joining you there. Like, our mouse would just both be a game. No.
Yeah, like I don't see a way, but if they see it, you know what? They deserve it, man. They deserve it because again, going up against Fnatic on the Philippines is tough enough. Going up against King Kong on the Fanny is living life on hard mode. Like you have ways not to have this happen to you, but you're like, what's the worst that can happen?
Well, we're seeing it right now. 6 minutes in, tier 1 mid gonna fall,
Monster
6k
Vicious.
lead for Onyx. It's a very big gap at this stage of the game. Monster Vicious do have a pretty solid late game, but Fnatic Onyx, they're in a pretty good position as well with the draft that they have. So as long as they don't make any notable mistakes, look at King Kong here, dueling Uni. Like they can very easily take this game.
I mean, you say dueling, but I kind of feel like 80% of that fight was just King Kong, and Uni's just like, okay, could you stop moving? Like just for a half a second. Just let me tap my second skill. That's all I'm asking. Oh, and now looking at Tiara taking a little bit of damage, but Brusco's there.
Oh,
but
there's
the
a
diversion.
diversion into the brush. Bad timing here for Ruff because he walks straight into it and is the first one picked off. Raging Sandstorm gonna stun Brusco, but they're not able to follow up on it because King Kong's already dueling and taking out Uni in his own jungle. Kurt will be traded away. Crossbow tank actually completely tanked by Nova Escobar with the Revitalize. That's the only consolation they have because here comes King Kong once again. Actually misses on it. Xeno able to get the stun. A lot of damage from the Fanny, but not enough to actually get any additional kills for Fnatic Onyx.
Okay, now Monster Vicious. This is looking rough.
Pun intended.
Yes, thank you very much. I just needed to shut myself so that people will get it too. Fnatic Onyx, 7k ahead. They're basically getting almost 1,000 gold per minute, and when he gets taken down, I gotta ask, is this okay to show on live? Like, can we actually live stream this?
I feel like we're starting to leave PG-13 and go into our territory with just the bloodshed that we are seeing. This is brutal from Fnatic Onyx. They know they are in control. They are not gonna let go of it. They want payback for what MV did to them in game 1.
Yeah, I feel bad. It's like a massacre. And now, Fnatic Onyx, they're just waiting for Monster Vicious to use all of their skills, and Fnatic Onyx hasn't used any just yet. Monster Vicious, they're trying so hard to make sure that... there we
Flicker
go.
final slash, they find 2. Martisi gonna be the first one picked off. Uni able to dash away, but the rest of his team now stuck under the tower. Kirk gonna be traded. Unfortunately stayed a bit too long, so actually still not too bad for them. As Fnatic Onyx gonna divert up top, looking for Ruff. They separate him. He's able to dash it back into this base. Uni, not the same. He is... yeah, he's just dead.
I feel like we need a filter. We need a sensor filter over the entire game. 18 to 3. But the way they get this 18 is so over 18.
Yep, just like the age you need to be to watch what is happening right now. Oh my goodness, that's so... oh my god! Oh my god! Avert your eyes, children. You cannot look at this. We just watched Monster Vicious fall into a blender. And it was branded Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They are going to easily take game number 2. Uni may as well not exist. 23 kills to 3! A dismantling! As if they never existed!
Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I said and why I was so confident that there will be no Fanny in this game, that's why. And the thing is, I feel like Uni could do the same as well. Don't let go of the Fanny. The Fanny's already broken and the Fanny just got a buff. Why would you let it go? Bro!
Why did they buff Fanny?
Why did they buff Fanny?
Oh my goodness. The damage from King Kong.
23 to 3 in under 10 minutes. Staffa, the game wasn't even 10 minutes and they got 23 total kills. 3 kills that MV got, it was just like, I don't know.
It's just fully in ridiculous territory at this point. Like, you gave King Kong like what 2 or 3 kills in the first 2 minutes. At that point, you just pack up. It's done. It's time to go home. Game 3.
Yeah. If you were the coaching staff, what would you say? Let me give you the answer of what you would say. Let's ban Fanny.
I think so. I think that would be a smart choice, right? Like, look at how much they were suffering against this hero. And they didn't really pick that much CC against her too. Very reliant on the Law and Order and the Spear of Misery, both of which can be a bit reliant if you're not able to jump on him. Like, Uni was just standing there, trying to use a spear to swat a fly. It's not going to work.
The win condition, honestly, for both teams, is to get first pick. Because for both these teams, first pick is so valuable when there's so many things you want to ban on the second pick. Because MV was put in a situation, do we let go of the Fanny or not, right? So if MV gets Fnatic Onyx on second pick, then MV will be the one in control of the draft. Same thing can be said about Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So this is really a situation where pick order matters a lot.
Yeah, I also feel like Fnatic Onyx just got given way too much space, right? We talked about this when we were discussing the drafts, how Fnatic Onyx lineup has a bit more outplay potential. So in the hands of skilled players, it will run circles around MV. But it happens so much faster than we expected. It's not just King Kong on this, Fanny, Super Prince, with the diversions. Just capitalizing even further on a lead that was already out of control.
The question is, Stafa, MV wins against strong opponents, but they lose against weak opponents.
I know what
Is
you're
that-
trying to imply.
All right. You know what? If you already know, then I'm gonna stop there. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna stop there. Does that mean Fnatic Onyx Philippines is weak? Nah, okay, I'm just kidding.
I mean, they did lose the RQ.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Low blow, my friend.
All
Low blow.
the PH fans are gonna come after me now. Oh no.
Low blow, man. Low
What
blow.
have I done? I'm gonna see King Kong
hey.
under my bed tonight.
Hey, they're saving strats, okay? They're saving strats. Right? Chill. Anyways, King Kong is the MVP because of course he's gonna be the MVP, man. Like, Fanny is already broken as it is, and you give it to King Kong.
Yeah, it's
He gets to have his cake and eat it too. And
it's a
stay
little
slim.
unwise. Man, that is unfair actually.
Yeah.
Why can't I stay slim after eating cake?
Dude, I can't stay slim by taking oxygen. Something about my body, dude. It just expands.
Sounds like you have a problem.
Yeah, I'm meeting my doctor on Tuesday.
Okay, I wish you the best of luck with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's talk about what
why do we
happened
have
here.
to look at that one? Why do we have to look at all the tower dives that Envy did? And then, like, part of the win for Fnatic Onyx is Envy's fault. Let's be clear.
Yeah, I really don't know why they were so over-aggressive early on.
Because in Malaysia we have this saying, Stafa.
Okay.
Because you can.
Oh, okay.
Or in Malay we say sebab boleh dek. You know?
Yeah.
So maybe that's the mentality. It's like if the coach said, "Why did you guys go for that kill?" And then they're like, "Because we thought we could."
So many things happen because you think they could. Just like how King Kong can do this. I think there's no commentary needed. Just look at
No
this.
commentary. No, don't look at that. Like, we need sensors around the game. And that one Anyways, we're going for game 3.
Yeah.
So that's exciting stuff. Game 3.
We do have to give props to Fnatic Onyx. Like we mentioned, not an
Yeah.
easy draft to play, but they pulled it off so easily and so effortlessly. And MV seemed like they were just a pebble on the road, right from the beginning of the game, instantly just flying out the gates.
You know what? After that game, I feel like I need a breather. I feel like Envy needs a breather. So how about we go for a break? But after this, we're gonna see who's gonna be the ultimate winner of this best of 3. Is it gonna be Envy or Onyx Philippines? Here we go!
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover.
Game number 3. Yes, that's the number 3.
Yes.
Onyx going up against MV. Now, for sure, you won't see a Fanny, right?
Surely, like after that performance, there's no way they let something like that through again on either side, right?
I have
Right?
I feel like if we say it with confidence, it doesn't. Okay, Monster Fish is their first pick. So this is an advantage for them that they don't have to ban the Fanny. Now, Fnatic Onyx, they have to ban the Fanny. They ban out the Jushin first. Monster Vicious batting out the Cho. So far, so good.
Would Fnatic Onyx be willing to ego challenge and allow the Fanny through, but pick up more CC, right? Because I do feel like MV didn't pick up enough crowd control that could have helped them in game 2. So
I mean, what else do you want, Staffa? Do you want to Saber roam?
that would be pretty funny.
Fight for the
I
ultimate
mean, like,
answer.
I know that Ruby and Cho were both banned out, but
What's your command?
Think about it. Think about it. Right? Maybe that's the answer. Fanny getting banned out, so okay. At least we stay true. We stay true, Staffa. There's no Fanny in this game.
Okay.
So will Fnatic Onyx ban out the Alpha or the Suyo? Because game number 1, they ban out the Alpha.
I think in this game you may as well just let them both through because they're meant to be kind of answers to each other anyway. So if you ban out one and give MV the other, then that's not really gonna work out too well for you. So unless MV ban out one of them here, yeah, that would make more sense.
Makes sense, right? Ban out the Eve so that if you pick up the Alpha, advantage for you, and if Fnatic Onyx ban the Alpha, then you get a Suyo.
The equilibrium,
Yeah, there you go.
which I was made for.
That can be smart.
Yeah. It's not can be smart, Lafelle. You are smart.
Coming from a caster,
confident.
I don't want to hear that.
Okay, you're not smart.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
If we're not working, it's all good
literally
stuff.
invented
Oh,
one.
chip, of course. Ban
Yeah.
chip. I forgot about chip. So
Oh, that was close.
I would prefer Alpha here. But he might pick up the Suyo. I would prefer Alpha though.
Yeah, I agree. Purely to make sure that Fnatic Onyx doesn't get Matilda Alpha on their first pick.
I didn't even think about that.
Alright, they're thinking
Or
about
do they
it.
pick up the Matilda?
The immortal one
That's
chose me to
possible,
vanquish the
actually.
shadows. Pick up the Suyo's world.
Ooh.
Alright. Fnatic Onyx can go Matilda Alpha, but they do also have to consider like Hilda and Khalid and
Hilda band.
oh yeah.
Yeah, so or do they want to try to Joy again?
I think if you're going to go Joy again, you would pick
They're
it as
gonna
a
pick up the
third
Angela.
pick.
If they pick up the Angela, it's gonna be a Joy. If they pick up the Angela, you know. So Fnatic Onyx, they're really thinking about this. If they really want to hide, they can pick up the Alpha first. They're picking up the Gato Kacha. If this is an Angela, we're gonna see it. Okay, it's gonna be a Khalid. So Joy won't be the prio here because Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're probably gonna pick up a an Alpha. And you know what's sad about this situation, Staffa? If Suyo can play somewhere else and you can put Export in the jungle, Monster Vicious would have won the draft.
Bound by these chains.
Right. But it's a bit hard. Suyo's not very suited for other lanes. So the flexibility there isn't quite there. Thus they go for the Phoebus instead. A hero that's been getting a little bit less priority recently because there are a lot of EXP laners that can outduel him.
I like the Natan pick though. I like the Natan pick. And as we predicted, Fnatic Onyx, they pick up the Alpha. Now, Monster Vicious, personally for me, I would probably ban out the Beatrix and then maybe the Moskov or some kind of mid laner. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they ban out the Matilda. I'm not so sure if that's what they want. Do you feel like Fnatic Onyx could take the risk and just ban the Florid? Because would have thought Monster Vicious want to give number 1 and the Florin really helped, so maybe the Florin's a good ban here.
Is it really worth banning?
Or Fnatic Onyx picks it up.
Yeah, there's the possibility of that because they already have a pretty solid front line with these 3 heroes. But it still feels kind of weird.
Ban out the Beatrix. Look at the front line. How are you gonna get to the Beatrix? Right, Beatrix. 1-1, yeah, sure.
1-1-2, yeah. Ban out 1-1. You ban? I think they can handle Moskov. So Beatrix is probably the one you want to get rid of. You're still focusing on the gold lane.
I wonder if Fnatic Onyx, they want to go full aggression and pick up something like the Harif. It's something that Kelra has shown, but I'm not so sure if the draft calls for it, because Fnatic Onyx, they have a lot of damage, but it's like brute force blunt damage. They need something with a little bit more penetration power. And that's why I really feel like a hyper carry marksman could do it. I'm not so sure if something like a Claude would do. Clint has gotten buff, so maybe Clint is strong, but more of a lane bully. I'm not so sure as a straight up late game carry. The Louis, I really like the Louis ban.
Yeah, Loya needs to go. It causes way too much problems, even without the Fanny to worry about. Oh,
They need some kind of piercing power, and Sicilian is a pretty good late game, which you don't really need that late game. Even without items, Sicilian can do work because he has the Sanguine Claw.
you were talking about how difficult it would be to reach a backline DPS like the Beatrix in Fnatic Onyx lineup. And Sicilian plays a pretty similar role from even further range, actually. So this forces MV to have to find some way of separating the front and back line.
Healing. I mean, like, I feel like Fnatic Onyx, they don't have that big of a burst of damage, so healing could work here.
I guess that's true, but I personally would want a little bit more control, because right now they just don't have enough.
Get both.
Yeah, okay, there we go. There we go.
Get both.
There's the control.
There's the control and the healing, which has its risk, Tafa. Minotaur doesn't do well against an Alpha because Minotaur himself is not that tanky, and Alpha can chunk through that faster. It's a risky pick. It's a risky pick for sure, but I said I wanted healing. You said you want the control. He gave us both.
Minotaur is in a tough spot though, really. As a frontliner, he really is not bulky at all. He's so squishy compared to other tanks, and against something like an Alpha and a Khalid, I'm worried that he's gonna get turned into sliced beef like so quickly. Fnatic Onyx, they got one last pick. What's it gonna be? It's the Irritel. Okay, it makes sense. Counters Natan in lane. I do still kind of like Fnatic Onyx draft a bit more, actually.
I do like Fnatic Onyx draft as well because they seem to have the answer for most of what Monster Vicious wants to do. Monster Vicious, we've seen what they can do in the late game. So, comes to say that honestly, for both teams, it can really go either way. And it's hard to say that this is a cop-out answer because the draft from Fnatic looks more convincing, but the looking at past history of what MV is able to do after 12 minutes, after the Natan gets the Holy Crystal, it's something that needs to be respected, and I feel like it's a mistake on our part if we don't bring it up.
Yeah, I think Fnatic Onyx themselves should be very aware of this, so we should see a little bit more focus towards that gold lane, especially since they already have the Irritel to counter the Natan in lane. If you add a little bit more to that, you really slow down Ruff hitting that power spike before he can turn the game around. But only one team will come out on top here, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into the final game of the series. Is it going to be Monster Vicious or Fnatic Onyx Philippines?
Something that has to be noted here is for Monster Vicious to do well, Nova Escobar needs to do well. And that's a very difficult task for him to do. As we can see, early in the early stages of the game here in mid, Nova Escobar and Martizi is getting chunked down quite a bit, and we also have to like at Une if Une is able to actually find Prince and find Kelra, which I guess it's not hard to find Kelra because more often than not, Kelra will be the one in your face.
Yeah, I think both teams this time have a more straight up front to back lineup, right? Where in that case, I think MV actually has a slight advantage if they're able to pair up the Midwind Fury with Bridget Glacier. But Fnatic Onyx have a pretty good amount of mobility, especially on Kelra, so if he's able to avoid the general AoE, he's the one doing all the damage.
Yeah, right now, Fnatic Onyx looks like they're actually winning most of their lanes. The EXP looks like Kurt is able to freeze the lane in the mid, and in the mid lane itself, Martizi is getting chunked down so much. So only looking at the gold lane where Ruff can overextend his midpoint of the lane. So Fnatic Onyx, they actually have a very good early game here, making it so that they have an advantage over the turtle.
Yeah, they're playing 4+1. Taunt gonna find one Sanguine Claws, pulls Zeno back. A good knockout from Novax Kobar. Revitalize and Flicker being used. Zeno gonna survive all of that, but he's not gonna be around for the turtle.
Now this is going to be very difficult for Uni, as Uni will try to steal this away. But look at Brusco. Brusco is just trying to zone him away, and Uni probably gets caught there. Uni is in a bad situation. Uni gets first blood.
He tried to go in to steal turtle away, but he was surrounded. 1v4, first blood going over to Fnatic Onyx, and King Kong immediately translates over to trying to steal the purple. Zeno is here to stop him, and will Fnatic Onyx? Yep, they'll just back it off here.
This is the theme Staffar all the way through these 3 games, is that Fnatic Onyx, they win the early. Monster Vicious lose the early because they're, I don't know, confident, maybe a little bit too confident, or just straight up making bad decisions where that was clearly a loss in the turtle pit and you still want to go for it.
Oh, so close! Actually, that skill from King Kong. 1 damage away from taking out Ruff, but Nova was there to stop it, and actually did manage to force out a Flicker from Briscoe as well. So Ruff doing a good job here.
Yeah. No major advantages for any teams for now. Fnatic Onyx is 500 gold ahead, but again, 500 gold is very negligible in this stage of the game. So both teams, this is not like game number 1, game number 2, where it's really one-sided. 1 kill over to Fnatic Onyx, but not that big of a deal so far. This is good for Monster Vicious because Ruff really wants to scale up.
Uh-oh, Martisi in trouble. Has to Flicker out. Otherwise would have lost their passive there, and preferably would want to keep that for another team fight.
Yeah, now Uni has to absorb the minion wave because Martisi really can't get much here. It's a sacrifice that Monster Vicious has chosen, because Nova Escobar has to make sure that Ruff stays alive, because we've seen in the previous 2 games, Fnatic Onyx, they really like ganking that gold lane. So it's a good choice coming in for Monster Vicious, but Martisi is taking the brunt of it.
Yeah, Frigid Glacier lands on 3. King Kong actually missed his Spear of Alpha on the Sanguine Claws. Otherwise, Uni should have been 100% dead. So that may end up costing them, because the MV jungle will still be alive to contest the turtle.
Now, speaking of turtle, Fnatic Onyx, they are contesting a Uni now, having the Hunt Strike. Looks like this time Uni isn't going to go for that turtle, instead just going for his buff.
Yeah, I think that would be wise here. Don't want to give too much more over to Fnatic Onyx, since you already spent a lot of resources right beforehand. 2k lead for the red side, still not too bad, but also not ideal.
Yep. Monster Vicious, Fnatic Onyx now, they actually have 2,000 gold. So this is a very big change after getting 1 turtle. And now this is the macro play coming in from the Philippines. Oh, Novax Kobar.
Amazing Sandstorm lands on Novax Kobar. Minwen Fury actually cancelled. He died before he could finish. And that means that the orange buff will go over to the side of Fnatic Onyx. King Kong able to steal it away. No additional casualties.
Yeah, this is overall amazing for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, because Monster Vicious, they're having difficulty of getting map control, and Fnatic Onyx, they're being very disciplined not to get so many kills, because you don't want to give shutdown gold, because that's the mistake that King Kong did in game number 1, giving the shutdown gold over to Monster Vicious, elevated from 1 items all the way to 3. So they really want to avoid that kind of situation.
Yeah, it's all about macro and map control. Taunt from Kirk catches Zeno, but he's tanky enough, and Fnatic Onyx doesn't want to commit just yet. Sanguine Claws catches Martisi yet again. And all this while, King Kong's coming in, stealing the jungle away. You can see how well they're controlling the map against MD.
This is like really bringing us back to the playstyle of the Philippines. 6 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead, only 2 kills. This is how you play the macro game, and stealing away all of the farm from your opponents. King Kong taking a little bit of damage. Zeno is chasing after him, but as we can see, King Kong can dish back the damage.
Raging Sandstorm flickers in, finds Martisi. Zeno already picked off. Minwen Fury only lands on 2, unfortunately, and Monster Vicious is already 2-man down. Make that 3 as Novax Kobar gonna be picked off. Ruff comes in, join the mid lane, but Fnatic Onyx have their eyes set on this mid-tier 1, and doesn't seem like MV is gonna be able to stop them. In fact, they're gonna expand that lead to stealing away the orange buff too.
Yeah, the way that Fnatic Onyx moves with the minions is very impressive. Oh, Super Friends wants it, and Super Friends gets it.
Beautiful snipe there from the Sicilian. We're really getting to see a revitalizing impact of this hero.
Yeah, and so far no one has over 3 kills, so again, very good discipline coming in from Fnatic Onyx. I can see King Kong forcing himself not to go for the kill against Uni because he's already at 2 kills. Getting that third one could potentially give back the lead over to Monster Vicious. Something that Super Friends has to be careful of, unless they're really sure that Monster Vicious has no way of penetrating the backline. And now Fnatic Onyx, they're so much ahead that 7 minutes in, Super Friends now is taking over the purple buff, making sure that he can basically fight at any point of the game.
We have a bit of an instant replay here, seeing the flicker into the bad impact. And while we're jumped back in, Avatar the Guardian zones out MV. Frigid Glacier missed, wasted. The Blade Surge also not going to connect as Fnatic Onyx just being totally oppressive, forcing MV back into their base already 8 minutes in. A nice stun on King Kong, but not enough damage. And Fnatic Onyx are making sure MV cannot hit that Holy Crystal power spike.
Yeah, Nova Escobar just finished at 8 minutes, just got his Blast of the Oasis. Kinda too late, and again, this is the risk of having a Minotaur. You're really not that tanky, and your first item is a magic item. Oh, look at Martizi.
King Kong with the Spear of Alpha almost picks him up by himself. Minnow and Fury committed. Use actually picks up King Kong here. Raging Sandstorm knocks up too, but it's actually a lot of damage here as the Minotaur gonna be able to set things up. But Ruff, abandoned by his lonesome, walking just a bit too far. 4 members of Onyx still alive. Avatar of the Guardian stolen, used to jump in and zone out Martizi and Uni. Fnatic Onyx have their eyes on the prize here. They could end the game before Ruff ever becomes a threat. Blade Surge jumps in. Uni now trapped between 4 members. A good freeze from Martizi, but Kelra just follows up and gets the last hit in. It bought enough time though for the rest of MV to respawn, so Fnatic Onyx will walk out after taking another inhibitor.
Ruff was abandoned, but at the same time, I feel like that was the right call. Ruff overzealously just entropies forward, and he didn't even have his Starlium Scythe at that point. So Ruff was heavily under-equipped for that fight. So I like the energy, I like the passion that he had in that fight, but he should have been a little bit more careful because he didn't have the items to just burst them down quickly. Like, Natan has stupid damage, but it's not the time yet.
Yeah, it's gone a bit way too out of hand at this stage. That is a nearly 12k gold lead before the 10-minute mark. Fnatic Onyx have taken over so fast.
Yeah, and again, like, this is the kind of game that you really need to study of how the macro decisions that they have, getting all these free objectives without getting a lot of kills. Super Friends is the only one with over 3 kills, and he's playing very, very safely. Like, look at his positioning. He's getting the purple buff, and he's so far away from the rest of the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines that if someone else gets caught, he won't get caught with them.
It's just so oppressive, the way they position. Just look at the damage that oh no, Ruff. Oh, they actually got him. Killing spree for Kelra. And with that, the chances of MV defending dwindling quickly. The Lord pushing in mid, Raging Sandstorm flickers, catches out the Minotaur. Minotaur Fury gonna flicker forward, knocks up 2, but it's not enough because there's just so much gold on Fnatic Onyx side that they are surviving everything. Briscoe, the only casualty, and they don't even care because the crystal has been taken out. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines will take the match.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines 13-2. Game number 1 was a fluke, but game number 2 and game number 3, as we discussed in game number 1, they can come back, and indeed they have. This is more or less a perfect game coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines because they really showcased what the macro from Philippines is really about.
It's an unfortunate end here because I believe that also means MV is eliminated from Snapdragon before they're able to make it into the next stage. But that's just how tight the competition has become. 11 minutes, nearly a 13k gold lead, one-sided from start to finish.
Yeah, and again, it's like MV definitely made some mistakes. And losing that early game shows the strength of Fnatic on it, because we've seen plenty of times, even when you have a hero that really does well in lane, doesn't mean you transition it well in game. But EXP won their lane, the mid duo constantly win their lane, making it so that MV can't rotate at all. I would say Ruff is the only one that had an okay time with Kelra. I say okay, not good, because he hasn't been punished that much. But again, this showcase individual strength coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, coming in from Super Friends, Brusco, as well as Kirk, making sure that they won the lane, and MV is unable to rotate, is unable to execute their game plan as much as they wanted to.
Let's look at the GPM numbers coming in from Fnatic Onyx compared to MV. Kelra at 936 GPM is kind of insane, but then you also realize that almost everyone on their side was out farming Ruff, and it's just very rough.
Nice. One of these days we'll say it was very Xeno. It doesn't make sense, but you know,
we gotta give Ruff a break, you know.
Give Ruff a break. Yeah. If Xeno changes his name to Break, that would be so good. Ruff Break. Oh, that's already a good combo name, Ruff Break. But either ways, Fnatic Onyx Philippines 13-2. Again, showcasing why they're the champions of Philippines. And this game is definitely gonna get studied by everyone, not just in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but everyone attending the upcoming tournament.
I just think it's terrifying, right? Because although MV got a pretty good comeback victory in game number 1, in games 2 and 3, Monster Vicious did not take a single tower from them. We thought in game 2 that, you know, the Fanny was just too ridiculous, you can't let that through, but even without it, MV was stuck to their half of the map the entire game. The rotations were good. They even have late game heroes like Sicilian and Iritel, and they're still dominating.
You gotta figure out how to stop Super Friends and Brusco, man. Like, if they keep winning the mid duo matchup, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Because Martizi couldn't even move forward. Every time Martizi gets in lane, he has to TP back to base. And you know, it's not like Super Friends and Brusco keeps forcing the passive to be out. They just force it to be low enough that Martizi understands that he can't stay in lane. Just go back.
Literally frozen by fear here, and he's the one on the Aurora. Super Friends, the MVP of game number 3. 409, 700 GPM, 100% kill participation on a mid lane Sicilian. These are numbers that you should never allow this hero to have, because this kind of performance is what it means.
Yeah, again, looking at the highlights here, and the first highlight is 6 minutes in the game, which really shows that not a lot of action happened in this game. But again, the way that Fnatic Onyx moves, it depends on the minion. When the minion is in range or is about to be in range for them to get an objective, then they position themselves to grab a fight that is in their favor, where they can get at least one person so that they can actually grab the turret once the minion arrives. So the timing for Fnatic Onyx Philippines is very, 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 very clever.
Yeah, great adjustments from them, because they recognized that the Holy Crystal timing was what really messed them up in game number 1. So what do? You just end the game before Ruff can get that third item. It's so efficient too.
Yeah, what's so hard about that? It's like, oh, you know, once they get Holy Crystal, it's strong, so just kill them before that.
I
like that kind of mindset.
Yeah, you know what? I like it as well. It's someone who makes a decision, sticks to it, and then shows that they can execute on it. This is why we still consider PH teams as some of the strongest in the world. While they may have gotten off a little slowly with the new patch, there's already adjustments being made, and it's terrifying to think about.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially when you're talking about the champions, right? I mean, it's one thing to say that Philippine teams are strong, but you're talking about the champions here. The guys that won the best of 7. To be fair, it was a very close best of 7. But yeah, they made it. Even though they lost yesterday, this is what champions do. They're just like, okay, you know what? We lost, whatever. Let's just move forward.
So that means we are going to be witnessing Fnatic Onyx move on into the 3-1 bracket. That's going to be interesting because I believe RQ Hoshi is up there as well. So we'll see which of these teams actually manages to get some of those remaining slots.
It would be interesting if they match up again.
Is it
and then
possible,
this time Fnatic
actually?
Onyx is like, huh?
Is it possible for them to match up again?
I don't know. I just talk, man. I don't think about it. I'm just,
you know what? That's fair.
wondering, right? I mean, like, purple schmurple, you know? You don't not the perfect time to use it, but I'll figure it out. There has to be a good timing for me to use it.
Yeah. Purple schmurple.
See, it's even getting Crowbar out. I thought it's yellow. I guess yellow is close enough to green if you really think about it.
He's a little under the weather, you see. So he's like more purple schmurple than he normally is.
Sure. It's especially funny because in Malaysia it's actually raining, so his joke makes sense. Yeah, it's actually raining. I really like the rain. It's feeling cold here, but really looking forward to the next match because that's the second match done and dusted, Staffa.
It sure is, but don't worry guys, we still got even more action coming for today because I believe there's 2 more matches after all of this. So you guys want to stay in your seats. There's still plenty more here at Snapdragon, but now we're going to be waiting to see if we're able to maybe get an interview with some of the peeps here from Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, I believe we're getting the coach. Should be anytime soon now. And as Staffa said, make sure you guys stay at your seats. If you're in bed, stay in bed. If you're in the toilet, maybe don't stay that long. These users can follow if you stay on the toilet for such a long time. I googled that and I was like, oh, okay, I never thought that could happen. But apparently staying on the toilet for an hour and a half is not a good idea, Staffa.
Yeah.
Speaking of good ideas, let's
so.
talk to the coach. Let's talk to the coach of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Hello, coach. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, actually. Thank you, Lafel.
All right. So first of all, I really got to ask. Patch note came in. Big changes with the adjustments of HP. Malefic Gun got a buff and everything like that. How is it preparing for the Snapdragon Pro Series? And we all know that Fnatic Onyx Philippines will be playing in M6 as well. So how's been the training schedule with the new patch?
I mean, it's been fun. It's been the same training schedule that we had all season long. It's just that, you know, there's so many changes, and that definitely when you mentioned the Malefic Gun, it kind of changed the whole dynamic of the game, especially when, you know, destroying turrets and everything. But yeah, it's been a journey so far, and we're actually looking forward to exploring the patch more in the next couple of days.
All right, now I want to ask you, because while your players were playing in game number 1, MV in the later stages of the game was able to come back in that fight. After the Nathan got the Holy Crystal, the damage was big. Now I want to ask your opinion as a coach. Do you feel like MV did a good thing, like they outplayed your players, or did your players themselves made a mistake that allowed MV to actually come back in that game?
I see. Well, first of all, the Florin pick that they had, it was a very good pick, since it actually countered the clash potential or the team fight potential that we had against them. Now, they made a very good play when they caught the glue or Kirk during that time. Now, if I might say, we could have gone for a different play during that time, but we didn't. So again, it's kind of like, you know, a game of rock, paper, scissors. We chose rock. They had paper, so we gave it to them. They made a good play. That's it.
All right, love to hear it. Love to see a coach's opinion where players make mistakes, sure, but MV did make a good play. Now, coach, I don't want to keep you here for long. Do you have anything to say to all the viewers watching, especially those supporting Onyx Philippines?
Oh yeah, thank you very much for all the support. I mean, right now it's literally global, and hopefully everyone is enjoying the competition. Um, it's a very tight knit community, and all the players are really close. We're really excited to go to Malaysia, especially to meet the players that we fight online. So yeah. Again, thank you for all the support. Without you guys, we're not here. We won't be here.
Again, congratulations, Coach Why Not, for winning that game. And yeah, we can't wait to see you guys come here in Malaysia. All the food, all the people are waiting for you guys. So again, we're gonna let you go. Have your rest, prepare for your upcoming matches. Thank you very much, Coach Why Not. And now, Stafa, now we have to get ready to go for a break as well.
Yep. That has been a very exciting series, but we gotta get a bit of a rest so that we can be prepared for game number 3, because there's even more teams looking for those final slots to the next stage of Snapdragon. So let's just go ahead and throw it to a break, LaFell, and we will see you guys right after this.
Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up,
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around.
And now we're about to witness Smart Omega going up against AI Esports, where again, this is a battle of a 2-1 bracket. Smart Omega coming in from the Philippines, Myanmar coming in from AI Esports. And again, we've seen how Philippine teams play, the way that they dominate even without fighting. Welcome back, my name is Safel, alongside with me is Tafa. Just notice I didn't intro ourselves in game number 2, but people should know who we are. It's fine.
That is true, actually. But yeah, I think we're fine. All good. But this game number 3, I doubt that the teams need any introduction as well. Smart Omega, a mainstay in MPL Philippines for a long time. AI Esports, I think we have to know Myanmar can have some very interesting wild cards whenever they show up for international tournaments. These players, you never know what to expect.
Yeah, and now we gotta introduce Smart Omega, Ryota, Andoryu, Ukir, Chagdu, as well as Jome. Jome, we have a lot of fond memories of him when he was here back in Malaysia, and Jome is really a very talented gold laner, able to really carry the game when he is given the space.
Yeah, Jome is always very impressive with his micro play, and if you're able to create that time for him, he just takes over entirely. But for AI Esports, they've been doing a pretty good job so far in Snapdragon. Pretty aggressive early game team here, consisting of Ying, PX, Lena, Black, and Alita. I have seen that out of all of the teams, this is a team that likes to bring in heroes like the Grok, for example, to counter a little bit of that early aggression from maybe CC roamers. So that could be something that messes with their opponents.
Hey, you know what? I like it because, like I said, I really think that roamers with a little bit more damage could be good here. Like, I theorize Grok. I don't think Grok is the pick, but is one of those picks where I personally want to try him out in my own ranked games, and I like that now instead of adjusting the numbers, just adjusting my face. I love the creativity of ESL. This is why I love them, you know.
Oh, I don't reach enough to pat. It's okay. I just pat you on the head here.
Don't touch me like that. Don't touch me. I feel weird when guys touch me. All right. Either ways, I want to see if AI Esports can actually bring the early game aggression towards Smart Omega, because if you want to win against a Filipino team, that's one way you can do it. Now jumping into the bans here, banning out the Fanny, banning out the Eve, banning out the Alpha, Smart Omega, banning out the Chip, Matilda, as well as Jushin. Suyo is open, and Suyo has been picked up by AI Esports.
So far, pretty standard draft, nothing too unusual, but with the Alpha already banned out by AI, Smart Omega are going to be missing the most obvious Suyo counter pick in the jungle. We are starting to see a little bit more variety in that sense, Joy being one of them, but let's see if they want to pick her up so quickly.
I mean, Nolan is still a thing, which again, it's so weird. Nolan is like one of the flashiest assassins that we have. He even has a skin recently, the 1111 skin, and yet he's always forgettable. Like, I don't know why. Even during draft, I'm thinking of every assassin. I was like, oh wait, yeah, no, Nolan. Like, you bring up the Joy before Nolan.
Yeah, no, I brought up the Joy before Nolan because Nolan just hasn't been getting much hits recently. All right, I think. Unfortunately, Nolan as a hero does depend a little bit on getting early kills, and when you're up against like fighter heroes, especially those that have a lot of escape like Suyo, Nolan has a bit of a hard time racking up those kills.
Yeah, and now Smart Omega picking up the Phoveus as well as the Valentina. AI Esports, they're gonna respond with the high loss as well. Stuff like, you know. I'm just saying, Slava. I'm just saying. I know.
I mean, it is there. I wasn't sure if it would be there because not a lot of teams have been picking it up, but it's still viable. So okay, we will get to see the Nolan here. I feel like could have some difficulty against like a high-low Suyo, but since Lo Yi is there, that is actually a target that Nolan can pick off quickly if he's able to catch them off guard. And with Valentina, oh yeah.
It's difficult with that mindset. If you think you can burst the high
true.
loss, then you can burst the high loss. If you're like, coach, bursting on the high loss will be difficult, it's like, shut up, loser. You think you can, then you can. It's all about the mindset, Staffa.
You have to burst down the high-low so you're not getting paid.
Okay.
That's a lot of motivation, you know?
That's a lot of motivation. If you want motivation, that's one way to get it for sure. Yeah.
All right, that's it. Second phase.
Something that I remember from before. They're like, if you don't do X, we'll lock the toilet.
Wait, someone did say that at one point, didn't they?
Right.
I don't remember.
Let me just say, times have changed. The old days, oh, those were the brown days.
They were the brown days, alright. I imagine the players would be very pissed off if the toilet was locked.
I mean, that's all you want. The toilet is locked. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
AI Esports, they ban out the Gato and now the Cho as well. Smart Omega banning out the Hilda and the Franco. So now Smart Omega, this is a pretty solid draft so far. And now it's Smart Omega. They're the one picking up the Grok. 72% win rate, by the way.
Stealing it away from Black. Black played this twice, I think, in their series previously against, I think it was Lazy Esports. So looks like Smart Omega has done a bit of their research, and we know that it is a comfort pick for Chaknu as well. So without this available, AI Esports is gonna need to switch things up to try to deal with it somewhat.
Okay, no wonder they ban out the Hilda as well as the Franco. The Franco can just bully out the not bully, but more like punish whenever the Grok wants to overextend, and the Hilda is just annoying as hell. Yeah, they really need a marksman here, and they're picking up the Irritel. I really like the Irritel pick as well as the Arlis. So it looks like this high loss is going to the road. At least that's what I'm thinking. And Smart Omega, without thinking too much, Joe, the big J, is picking up the Harif.
A classic pick for Jom. He does like these sort of heroes, and if you're able to win out that lane, then it's pretty good. I think Harif doesn't have a bad matchup at all against Irritel compared to something like a Nathan, for example, would have a tough time. In terms of skilling, I think that both teams are actually fairly even here, so a lot of it will come down to how this early game goes.
Speaking of early game, both teams looks like they want to play the early game. Smart Omega having Harif, Grok, Valentina, as well as Nolan. That screams to me we're gonna keep on. That's what they want to do.
Couldn't have put it better myself. I think that's exactly what we can expect once we jump into the land of Dawn. And yeah, those of you watching, throw your predictions into the chat. Me as well. We haven't been asking you guys to do that. Let's have a little bit of interaction. See who the favorites are.
As bad as my prediction is, I gotta say, chat is honestly the same. Stafa. Like every time I look at them talk, I'm like, bro, you're as bad as me, or worse. Calling chat out.
Wow, you are
guys
really,
know who you are.
You're really calling chat out right now. Okay, then. Let's see how chat responds. In the meantime, let's go ahead and jump into the land of Dawn. We got AI Esports on the blue side, Smart Omega on the red side. Game 1 of match number 3.
Actually, which chat am I calling out? Because we have a lot of stream stuff.
That's true, actually.
I can't read all of them. I can only read some.
I mean, we're on the English stream today.
So... No, I mean like I'm on this Snapdragon page. They're streaming it, you know. So it's like, huh? Oh well. Let's talk about the game. And right now, I really want to see how Changlu uses this Grok, because as a Grok lover, sounds weird. I like Grok. I don't know how to say it without sounding weird. I like Grok. Okay, I want to see how he does.
I'm gonna be honest. The long pause before you said lover just made it sound worse.
Okay.
Like you could have just said, "Oh, I'm a Grok lover," you know, but you had to go like, "I'm a Grok lover."
Okay, you know what? I guess I take it back. I'm worse than chat. I feel like that's I feel like that kind of secured it for me.
A little bit. It's okay, Lafel. We all understand. And we love you anyway. Turtle's gonna be spawning in 5 seconds. So far, nothing too big has happened. In fact, not much invasion either. So both junglers gonna be farming about the same rate.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about early aggression, but so far no one has really showed up too much. Oh, except for Ryota flickering in.
There we go. Ryota and Chaknu going in, and Doryu comes in, steals the turtle away from PS. So Smart Omega starts off strong, and both teams just immediately disengage.
Yeah. So Smart Omega, they're really playing out the macro where, again, they have a lot of damage in the early game, but I guess they don't want to use it just yet. Nolan's skin does look pretty good though. I don't think I have the resources to pick it up though. Do you have the Nolan skin?
No, I do not. So it's a bit sad, but it's fine.
Do you feel like you're gonna have enough to get the Nolan skin?
I don't really intend to get the Nolan skin, actually.
Okay. Shoutouts to everyone that does get the Nolan skin.
Yeah.
And shout out to those that couldn't, even though you wanted to.
My heart goes out to all of you. For now, game's still pretty passive. Little gonna be contested. Black and Ying trying to go on Ryota. They actually do manage to pick up the Little for themselves, which is quite interesting. A surprisingly slow early game when both of these teams can actually be somewhat aggro.
Yup. Expect the unexpected, I guess. Like, the more we feel like, oh, A is gonna happen, and then they're like, nah, fam, that's what you think. So we're just gonna do not that.
You gotta defy
and
expectations.
See how you react.
Keep people guessing. That's how we keep things interesting. Chaknu actually stole that gold crab. That's also quite impressive.
What are the chances this game goes to 20 minutes? I don't think so. I don't think it should go to 20 minutes. I feel like looking at how they're playing, they're just waiting for an opportunity. That's all there is to it.
So I guess I'll ask you then, Lafel, what would be the opportunity that makes something happen?
The Grok gets a 5-man ult, or the Arla gets a 5-man ult.
That seems like a very specific set of conditions.
I mean, how hard can it be?
You know what? Yeah, it is a mindset issue, right?
It's a mindset thing.
If you don't get a 5-man ult, we lock the back room.
If you want it to be easy, if the Hylos can hit 5-man second skill, then go for a fight.
Alright, that makes a bit. Oh, flicker, final slash only catches one. Ryota gonna flicker backwards. Glorious Pathway comes out to chase down the rest of AI Esports, but they're actually surviving quite well inside it thanks to the Revitalize. The Glorious Pathway gonna be used in return now, and the turtle being contested, and Doryu gonna be the first one to get it, but Black gonna be first blood, and Ryota picked off by Ying as well, while trading Alina. So that's gonna be a 1-for-2 with Smart Omega also getting the turtle.
Yeah, not exactly 5-man, but you know what? Good enough. Chaknu so far has been very pivotal of making sure that Smart Omega secures the turtle for free.
PS just got taken out.
Nice.
Thanks. Do you think we're okay?
It depends. Why do you think we're not okay?
I don't know, there just seems like a lot of space to address. Well, for now, Wild Charge finds one. Black knocked up, taken out, 4v1 on Alita under his own tower. Diversion, a bit too late to save him.
Yeah. Okay, so I feel like you're not going through what I'm going through. So we have different situation here, Staffa, where for me, I'm seeing a lot of chops, you know, a lot of
Your game is not smooth.
Exactly.
This is
Are you having the same thing?
No, my game is fine. It's probably
Okay.
because you were talking about Ruff earlier.
Okay, you know what? I deserve it. Someone is asking who you are. You're Staffa, by the way.
I am.
Easy to say the name, hard to spell the name. You're
Man,
Staffa.
I didn't know all this time. Thank you, Lafel.
You didn't know your name was hard to spell?
No, I didn't know I was Staffa.
Ah, well. Gee, that's oof. You've been casting for years at this point, dude. Come on. Anyways, Smart Omega, they're really oh no. Oh, wait, he survived? What? Wait, he survived?
Yeah, you know, sometimes stuff just happens, and because he survived, the turtle now being contested, Glorious Pathway, both sides comes out. PS gonna be able to get his first turtle of the game, but here comes Andoryu getting the fracture. Execute on the Suyo. Smart Omega still kind of coming out on top here as they continue invading between the tier 1 and 2 up top. Final slash used to just disjoint and force Smart Omega back.
Yeah, Smart Omega, they're starting off this game by being very disciplined. They're just pushing AI Esports away, not really trying to go for the kills. As I say that, they went for the kill.
This time, Andoryu was able to get that kill, and that's a mega kill streak for the Nolan 4-0. And the Sky Piercer just completed. He is going to be blasting people left and right very soon.
Personally, for me, maybe a little bit late for the Sky Piercer, though I feel like Andoryu is not really looking for those stacks. He just wants that confirmed kill, which I can respect because honestly, with a 4,000 gold lead, you don't need a lot of stacks on your Sky Piercer to get the kill.
Good flicker from Lina, just barely escapes from Andoryu there, but the jungle already being taken over by Smart Omega. Early game was very, very passive, but after 1 or 2 team fights being won by the Filipino team, they are now doing the same thing, taking over the entire map and out macroing AI Esports.
Yeah, something that AI Esports can try and possibly punish Smart Omega, which is very difficult to do. Like, Smart Omega, whenever they want to grab an objective, they have at least 2 members zone AI Esports away. In that time frame, if Ying can separate them and let Lina use the yin yang reaction to make them stay put, they can possibly grab some kind of kills here, because getting some kills might give you some kind of map pressure. If Ying can't do it, maybe Lina has to use the diversion, bring Ying as well as maybe even PS somewhere in the back line, and then try to catch someone off. Because right now, AI Esports, if they want to play front to back, I don't think it's going to work out for them.
I agree with you. The front to back, Smart Omega already has full control of it because Andoryu can just use any lapse in Judgment to instantly go into, oh, well, literally the moment I said it, unstoppable. The moment that AI Esports is not paying attention, someone is dead.
Now, this is difficult because this is good and bad. The good thing is, Smart Omega, 5 kills onto Andoryu. If you're able to catch him, you're able to get that kill, some shutdown goal will be going over to AI Esports, and then maybe you have enough items on Alita to possibly get back into the game. The problem is catching him. They don't have a lot of catch mechanics here on AI Esports.
Yeah, they ideally want maybe... Like, if they can final slash Andoryu out when he is going for a backline execute, it would be huge, especially if the kill goes over to Alita. But again, a lot of conditions that need to be hit, and Smart Omega are positioning themselves quite well. They're adopting a 4+1, Andoryu basically doing his own thing on the other side of the map. So splitting them apart is very difficult.
Staffa, do you remember seeing any diversions?
I think there was one early on, but it was too late to save Alita, and then after that, just no.
Yeah, right. Like, it's weird that AI Esports, they're not being proactive with the heroes that they have. Like, I would assume, I mean, sure, Smart Omega, they have quite a big advantage here when it comes to the gold, but I don't know. I kind of feel like AI Esports, the way that they're playing is that not really trying to win, but trying not to lose, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're trying to say, but this often happens when you're up against like a team like Smart Omega. Though, while charge being used defensively, beautiful final slash! AI Esports gets caught out. They trade Taknu for an instant catch on the back line. Though Ryota himself also jumps maybe a little too far. Double kill now for Alita in exchange for that inhibitor.
Okay, here's the thing: 2 for 2. This is good for AI Esports because, okay, hold on.
We're in trouble here. Andoryu somehow surviving with a tiny bit of HP. Ying flickers goes up on Jom, catches him out. Does he still have the final slash? No, he does not. But the diversion comes in to cut off Ukir. Can he get away? He still has his dashes, used the final slash, but Alita now has the killing spree. And this is someone they should not be giving gold to.
Right now, Staffa, what we need is to look at the items because we have to see the items on Alita, items on PS as well. Because with the right items, I can see that AI Esports can start to fight back, assuming in 12 minutes they have at least 3 items on their carries. Because that's really what you need in order to capitalize on mistakes. Because it's sad to say, but what AI Esports really need is for Smart Omega to make those mistakes.
Yeah, and it's not impossible. They've already been doing that. Got a little bit overconfident by diving in there and giving Alita 3 kills when he literally had none until like the 10-minute mark. But they still hold on to a 4.6k gold lead, so that's still something that AI needs to overcome if they want to make it back into this game.
Smart Omega, they're starting the Lord. It looks like AI Esports is not going to contest, which is personally weird for me that Lina isn't even using the diversion to open up the map. Like, you don't have to take the portal, you just have to use it for vision sometimes, and he's not even using it for that. So, you know, this is me being nitpicky, but I really feel he's underutilizing the Luyi. Looking at the items here, I feel like Alita does have the necessary items to actually go for a fight here because he has a lot of crits, and having the Malefic gun, you have the penetration as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. This diversion could be such a powerful tool for AI Esports, but we're not seeing its fullest potential. And now the Lord is crashing in top, no inhibitor, so it'll take a little while before it connects with the crystal. In the meantime, AI Esports doing a good job of clearing up their waves. Unfortunately, not synced very well by Smart Omega, so they only have this top wave to play around with. Glorious Pathway already used, but they're just gonna go ahead and take towers instead.
Yeah. Smart Omega, they're taking the discipline route for sure. 10 kills to 5. They're making sure that they don't get punished by the Irritel because the burst damage coming in from the Irritel is strong enough to actually take them down. Ukir, Andoryu, maybe even Ryota. Jom doesn't have the avenue to actually go for a crazy Zaman force until he sees Ying using that final slash.
Yeah, and ideally wants to avoid the glorious pathway too. Oh, a diversion going to be used here. They're trying to look for smart Omega split pushing, but looks like they didn't find it, so they're just gonna recall.
At least they tried. You know, at least they did something, because I'm just worried if you're only utilizing 66% of your skills, you know? Oh, conceal play.
Conceal play, but literally no one from AI is outside their base. So both these teams are basically in different countries, both literally and figuratively right now in the Land of Dawn. They are not interacting at all.
Oh yeah. Again, one of the you know, not so much action in the match, especially from AI esports. Oh, diversion play. Now this could happen to something. This could become something.
Oh, don't give up so fast, guys. Come on.
All right.
You can wait a little longer.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like they're really living up to the name AI esports because they're like so coordinated when they recall.
I guess they just really don't want to make a mistake, right? But they could have waited a bit longer.
A little longer, right? You know,
it's just like, a little longer. Not so long until the minion goes back to base, but
just
a little.
Just like a few more seconds, you know, you don't have to divert into a brush, see no one, and Black in trouble. Got found by the wall, has to use Glorious Pathway, but the same is being used to cancel out against him. The rest of AI esports are here, but Chaknu is just eating all of their damage. Doesn't really mind. The rest of Smart Omega looking for the cutoff. Conceal play. Can they get away? Diversion being used to see if it can save them, but it's not going to be able to reach them in time because Lina has been cut off from the rest of his team. BS seeing if he can find someone on low HP, but he was found. They were checking the bush, and BS is gone. That's 2 players down on AI esports. Smart Omega now could use this to end the game. They have waves pushing every lane.
Yeah, so mistakes coming in from AI esports, something that they do have to check. Make sure they don't redo it in game number 2. But you can see the Valentina damage there going up against PS. And now the minions are coming in. Black is trying to divert the minions to the side. And he's taking quite a bit of damage. And now Jom trying to end the game.
Yeah, he's just going to pop Zaman for us. He says, enough is enough. This game has been slow enough. It's time to take it. And game number 1 will go over to Smart Omega.
I gotta say, Stafa, this game didn't pan out as I expected.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm gonna say about it. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Ying 2-0-3. Wow. And he's an artist. I would assume he would die a little bit more, honestly.
Yeah, you would think so, but he's really the only one really being able to create any space on the map. I feel like once Andor, you started racking up kills with that Sky Piercer and stuff, AI esports just played so afraid that they have tools, but they're not willing to use them for fear of being punished.
I feel like that's the best way to describe this. Again, as I say this, no disrespect to AI, but even going up against really strong teams like Smart Omega, I really feel like they need to play with a little bit more confidence because we see a lot of hesitation. And I feel like that's the biggest downfall for AI, where their discipline is being masked by hesitation. They, like, personally for me, I feel like they need to be careful of that. There's a very good balance between not making a mistake and not doing anything at all.
Yeah, like for example, when you ask a question to an AI bot, right, they will very confidently give you the answer even if they're wrong. You gotta have that energy going into game number 2, right? Because otherwise you're just waiting there for the end to come.
That's the best way to describe it. Yeah, so I don't think it's a draft issue unless you want to say that they didn't use the draft to its fullest potential. Then if that's the case, then yeah, draft issue. But it's really on AI esports not utilizing the potential. I think that's the nicest way we can say this, is that they're capping themselves, which sounds like a Gen Z term, but
a little bit.
I don't think it is.
But they are capping themselves. They're setting a limiter, right? and it's not really working out for them, you gotta be more confident. You gotta be willing to step out of your comfort zone a little bit. I think teams from Myanmar are known for being able to do this. It's kind of weird to see them so passive in a situation like this, but hopefully they're able to overcome that issue, because otherwise game 2 is just gonna be the same thing.
Yeah, and Smart Omega took their time as well, because the game looked over from, I would say, 6 minutes into the game. It looked kind of over, but the game ended at 17 minutes. It's only Joe that's like, okay, you know what? Let's go to the next game. He was the one that forced it to end. If it wasn't for him, we might have been here much longer, Staffa.
Yep. So thank you, Joe, for finally making that decision. Even historically, we know Smart Omega does have times where they play pretty passive, but at the very least, it's controlled passiveness, right? There's a purpose to it to make sure they don't overextend. So I think Smart Omega, on the opposite end, after seeing game 1, can actually also afford to take some risks, because this was very easy for them.
Yep, 7-0-1, Andoryu on that Nolan. Again, he got the Sky Piercer when he had 4 kills, 3 kills after that, so he got 3 stacks on the Sky Piercer, making it so that it's very easy for Andoryu to punish anyone overextending, because a full combo from the Nolan should be able to get those kills. So my theory is that maybe AI Esports just haven't played with that draft for a while. Maybe they're not used to a Luyi playstyle, so whatever draft they go for in game number 2, I would prefer for something that they've practiced over and over again, even if it's from the previous patch, you know? Like, if they haven't adapted to this patch, then use something that you've been using for a while.
It's just very strange, because a lot of the teams that have made it this far in the bracket should be pretty strong on paper, and AI Esports took down teams like RRQ Kaito quite handedly as well. I've seen their gameplay. They can be pretty aggressive in the early stages. So to see them this passive is very unusual. I don't know if it's because of the draft. I don't know if it's because they're like overly concerned about the opponent they're facing, but something needs to change.
Yeah, something needs to change, and it is the mindset. Like, this is like a situation where the Nolan's like, I'm not going to go for high loss because I can't burst. It's like, dude, just try it.
And
you know, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
He actually did, kind of, though a lot of the time his target was on Alita instead, but yeah, the job was done, right? The moment that Andoryu started coming online, AI Esports just didn't bother trying anything anymore, and I don't really like that. I'm hoping that game 2 is different, otherwise it's just kind of boring.
Never would have thought you would use the B word. The B word is definitely something, and with that, I feel like this calls for a break. So you know what, Staffa, I'm gonna give you time to collect yourself, because I'm gonna collect myself, and we're gonna see after this game number 2, can Smart Omega come home with a 2-0?
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood.
And now going for the second match, AI Esports, they really gotta adjust their mentality in this game. They really gotta look at Smart Omega and be like, you know what, we don't care who you are, we're just gonna smash through you guys. Like they need something. They need to change their attitude. It's all about the attitude.
I mean, at this point, right, they are one loss away from being eliminated from Snapdragon. So it is kind of like nothing to lose situation, right? If you're gonna go home, you may as well go home with a bang. And maybe that could work out for you, right? That kind of wild card when you make it so that it's hard to predict what you're going to do can catch people off guard. So just play around that.
What would be very caught out of like Patty Room? I'll be so caught off guard with that. Saber Room. That'll be.
I mean, it could work, yeah. Hey, if you're gonna have like an assassin roam, I do feel like Hellkurt and Natalia would probably be the ways to go.
Natalia.
In the end, Saber is
That's
still a
for
little bit finicky.
Well, we're not gonna see a Fanny roam, that's for sure. If Fanny gets banned out here, Suyo is open for Smart Omega if they want to pick it up. Because Chip, Jushin, Fanny has been banned, Alpha, Matilda, and Hilda has been banned as well. Again, Hilda is just racking up in terms of the bans. And yep, Suyo picked up.
Alright, the Suyo has been locked in. So now AI Esports, what are we going to see from them? The Alpha is gone. They could take Nolan for themselves since it did already work pretty well previously. But it would require a little bit more active play.
If you're talking about active, Hylos doesn't feel super active for me. So AI Esports, they're already building a wall here, having the Gatot, having the Hylos. So either going for more damage from the mid or the gold lane is probably what I'm guessing here. And Smart Omega, big counter, the Eve. Eve likes fighting against these kind of heroes.
Yeah, Eve is so good at stopping the momentum of heroes like Hylos and Gatot. You just trap them in the box and then they're not really able to properly frontline anymore. And then you have Phobius there as well, who should be able to win lane against Hylos. So Smart Omega still doing a pretty good job so far. Their team fighting already going to be looking pretty good. AI Esports needs some solid damage on their hands. And unless they're intending to surprise with a jungle pick, yeah, they need to pick it right now.
I'm really not sure about the Hayabusa pick here because Hayabusa going up against Suyo. Suyo has multiple ways to escape the damage coming in from Hayabusa, and it leaves Smart Omega options for roamers to make sure that if Eve gets caught, then Eve can handle against Hayabusa. Something that I've seen as well, mid laners are starting to do is just to pick Vitality and Tenacity to deal with these assassins.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of that. And that extra little bit of bulkiness helps you a lot because disrupting the timing of the kill that someone is used to is something we discussed, right? It really makes you overcommit because you feel like you should have gotten the kill already. So AI Esports actually banning out the Grok themselves, so we're not going to be seeing that for game 2.
In Smart Omega, I'm guessing they ban out like a marksman because having the Hayabusa, AI Esports, if they go for a farming marksman, they're putting themselves in trouble. If they pick up something like a Claude, like a Natan, like where the Natan needs the farm, the Hayabusa needs the farm as well. So honestly, what AI Esports need is a lane bully, like 1-1, which has been banned out. Another option that they can opt for is the Clint, where Clint's itemization isn't that. Clint itemization is kind of expensive, but at the same time, Clint can get gold from kills and assists. He doesn't necessarily have to go for that minion wave.
I do enjoy playing Clint myself, but I feel like he's still in a place where people need to figure him out. So if you're going for a lane bully, I think leaning towards Bruno or the more recently popular Brody is probably a better option here. A Harif is also still okay, but you run the risk of facing against a Lunox or a Natan, which then messes with you a little bit.
So I'm guessing AI Esports can just pick up their gold laner last and opt for a mid laner first. Unfortunately, Eve doesn't have a lot of bad matchups in the current meta because her range is just so far away. So
you could take Valentina.
There's one interesting pick, Staffa.
Oh?
Something like a Kadita, which recently got buffed.
And
if they want to go loco, you know.
But Kadita needs to always be ahead of Eve to be able to burst her down because of that extra shield from RWM, which I feel like puts a lot of like requirements for AI. I'm not sure if that will work out too well for them. I think Valentina
or just
is still
Valentina.
fine. Yeah. You just steal the RWM. Oh.
I said it. I said Claude is not a good pick with the Hayabusa because you're both trying to farm. And now Smart Omega picks up the Franco and the Beatrix, which the Franco is good against the Haya, if the Haya is a bit slow, and the Claude. The Claude goes in for the Blazing Duet, just gets knocked.
I actually wasn't aware that Franco still had 100% win rate too. 2 picks. That's actually really surprising. Smart Omega has a solid lineup. Franco can be a little bit iffy sometimes, but they're feeling pretty confident after what happened in game number 1. So AI, they need something good here for the mid lane. I think Valentina's probably still alright. There's actually some good ultimates to steal. Otherwise, oh wow, okay. Okay. You're too good. You're too good. Okay. I could
call the Claude kind of and the Karita. I mean, it feels good stuff. You know,
that is actually ridiculous.
Right. My record for today has been good. Shout out to me. I haven't been proud of myself for a while, Staffa. I'm in a dark place.
It's okay. We're all proud of you, LaFell. We're proud of LaFell, right, Chad?
Trust me, Chad is talking about something else. They're not talking about the game. let me assure you
Stop
that.
what you're talking, Chad. LaFell needs emotional support.
AI Esports, again, they have a draft where they can be aggressive, except for the Claude. Will they do it though? Because if the Kadita doesn't go and burst people down, why did you pick up the Kadita, right?
Kadita falls off pretty quickly if she cannot keep herself somewhat in the lead, because if you don't one-shot someone, the hero loses a lot of effectiveness. She definitely got buffed. Almost all the knockup heroes did, and Kadita's animations are like super fast now. But let's see if that will be enough for AI Esports to keep themselves in the Snapdragon Pro Series as they are 1 game down against Smart Omega in game number 2.
Let me just say, I hope he has practice on the Kadita, because playing Kadita before and now, it throws you off because it's so fast. The animation is so fast that, like, let's say you usually use the Petrify at this moment. Now you have to use it much earlier. So Kadita is better for sure, but you do need a little bit of practice to get used to the new speed.
Yeah, it's the same for a lot of combo heroes as well. It's something to get used to. I think it's still okay because they basically made the animations faster across the board to still kind of make it similar as before. But we'll see, right? Because AI Esports, now that they have a Hayabusa, really need to make things happen fast. Otherwise, they just drop off the map.
Yeah, we can already see a gank here at Alita, but look at the levels. Andoryu is showing that the Suyo farms much faster than the Hayabusa. He got level 4 much earlier. And are they really going to go for this?
They are staying for quite a long time, seeing if AI does end up showing more members, but are going to eventually start rotating over the top side since that is where the first turtle will be spawning.
Right now for AI, I feel like if they can go for Ukir, that would be a good choice. But again, getting a kill onto Eve is probably the best choice, but I feel like Ukir should be fine. The way that Ukir has been positioning himself in the mid lane is close enough to the turrets so that even if he gets caught by the Hayabusa, I think he can fight back.
Kadita just doesn't pressure enough in the mid lane anyway. Like, yeah, you can poke, but you're never gonna send someone out of lane by yourself. And because Uki is positioning backwards, Ying isn't able to contribute to that too. So the Eve will be able to hit level 4 by the first turtle quite easily. And this is where things get interesting.
Yep, PS now level 5. Andoryu level 5 as well. Just got his buff. Looks like
Forward by Ryota. PS does get the turtle. Ryota taking a lot of damage from the rough waves, but surviving all of it with Infernal Pursuit. Avatar the Guardian comes out, knocks up one. Ukir gonna be forced to use Petrify, but oh, he actually gets petrified in return. Double kill going over to Lina, and AI Esports gets the turtle plus 3 kills.
Now this is more like it. Now this is more like the AI Esports we were looking forward to, because this time they actually went for the fight.
Oh, that's great. Excellent. Oh, Bloody Hunt, they found PS right into the hook. There's no way you're surviving all of that.
Anyways, I think it's first item. First item, Malefic Gun onto Jome, where I kind of feel like his range is already insane, but I guess it's not enough. I guess he wants more range.
I don't feel like you would really need it, though I guess it will allow yourself to position better against the Kadita. Now that Lina actually has 2 kills,
True.
They do hit the condition we were talking about where they want to stay ahead. So almost anyone on Smart Omega's side should get one shot, with maybe the exception of Ryota. So for the next few moments, they're gonna be playing it safe.
Okay, so let's just see whether he can get it or not. My only worry is that Chakno is gonna cause doubt for AI Esports, because if Lina goes into a bush and then Chakno is there, he can stop the movement coming in from Kadita before Kadita gets down in the pool and then deal the damage. So Chakno is pretty crucial in this matchup to kind of prevent the aggression coming in from AI. Doesn't matter whichever direction the aggression is from.
But the one unfortunate thing about Franco is, although he has a really powerful crowd control, it's only going to be on one target. So when
True.
AI is running at you as a team in the glorious pathway, Chakno can only do so much. So the rest of Smart Omega is going to need to make up for that.
Lina now having the Genius Wand, making it so that a lot of magic resist reduction will be there.
Pathway comes out. Ryota tanks the rough wave, still surviving, but Turtle is taken away by AI Esports. Bloody Hunt on top of Ying, but Vengeance keeps him alive against 4 members. He will finally go down. 1-for-1 trade. AI Esports still on top though. PS actually getting all the objectives, and now even the mid-tier 1.
It's a good call for AI to actually go straight for the mid lane turret there, because now they can actually have some form of map control. Because once you get the mid lane, you can control the jungle. And I feel like that's what AI wants to do, because that's how you stay ahead. You control the jungle. If you win a lot of fights, but you don't control it, then the enemy can eventually catch up to you.
Yeah, so AI needs to keep a firm grasp on the lead that they've been able to build so far, and hopefully continue to build on it. Ryota ended up dashing really far there, gonna engage on Alita. Black coming in. I think Ryota actually jumped back in. Now he is in some trouble. Taunt will keep him in place. Here comes Lina with a full combo, gives the kill to Alita. And things are now looking a little bit more dangerous for Smart Omega. Bot lane, I think. Oh, Joe almost got picked up by PS as well.
This is a much different Lina from game number 1. Lina on the Kadita and Lina on the Luyi is so different. It's night and day. It's night and day. To the point where maybe he just spent all of his time on Kadita and really not investing in other heroes, because this difference is so big, Stafa. Like, the level of confidence that AI esports have makes it so that now Smart Omega might have to really consider, it's like, oh wait, they're fighting back. What do we do? What do we do now?
It's much more along the lines of what we expect from AI esports, and Lina especially has always been a very aggressive mid laner. Actually got MVP of the day, I think, at one point during the Myanmar qualifiers for M6, so definitely a player to respect. Smart Omega now looking to engage in the mid lane. AI esports has control over the turtle pit. At the same time, Alita pushing tower bot. Glorious Pathway comes out, splits Ryota apart from the rest of them. Iron Hook misses on Chaknu. So Smart Omega can't engage here. Turtle goes to PS.
I'm just saying, Stafa, we have to be careful whenever we say his team. Yes.
Yep. Because
sounds
we're telling
much
people
different
that.
in my head.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. I'm sure people. I think people didn't notice it, but I guess now that I brought it up, now people know. But it's not. It's AI esports with almost 5,000 gold now confidently controls the game. Andoryu looking for farm as best as he can, going to the side lanes, completing the 100 strike. But now AI esports is onto him.
Uh-oh, Andoryu in trouble here actually. 1v4, Alita jumps in, Glorious Pathway cuts off his path, tries to blade surge out of there, but Lina gets the killing spree with rough waves.
Now AI esports, they look like they're in the same position as Smart Omega was. Now we have to see how do they end this game, especially so far for Smart Omega. Chanu hasn't really been present in the map.
Yes, I think this Franco pickup ended up being a little bit too confident. They thought that they were going to be facing a team similar to game number 1, but then AI esports just completely turned it around on them. PS and Lina actually farming very well. Alita just got the DHS as well. 8.5 minutes in. This is looking very good for the Myanmar team.
Oh yeah, very good, very good. And I was worried about the farm sharing between the Hayabusa and the Claude. Looks like, you know, there's no issue here. If you're winning by this much, then really it's not that big of a problem, because Smart Omega, they haven't, like the heroes that they picked up, Stafa, hasn't really been punishing anyone. The Franco hasn't been punishing anyone. Ryota on this Phobius hasn't really gotten that stuff into the back line. It really does look like Jome is the one that can really dish out the damage, and Chagnu just got bursted down so fast.
Wow, if even Franco is getting bursted by Lina, then this Kadita is officially a threat. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Smart Omega, they're not really in the position they want to be either, where they're comfortable enough to start roaming around as 4 and taking team fights, which is where they're gonna be stronger with a Beatrix and Eve. So AI esports just have the superior pickup composition and are using it very well.
Right now, like, the Lord is marching up. Andoryu is struggling to get as much farm as he can. I want to look at the items here, because again, let's remind ourselves, Jome had options. He could have gone for the Blade of Despair first. He went for the Malefic Gun instead. Now he does have the Blade of Despair, but is it enough though? Because the Claude has 3 items, he only has 2.
Andoryu is stuck once again. Wasn't able to complete his recall in time before Ying came to the lane. And that means that the Suyo is just gonna be quite easily picked off. He's gonna buy as much time as he can, but it's inevitable at this point. Surprisingly survives a lot longer, but Alita gets another kill. 2 kills now.
I was about to say. It's like, oh, he looks more like the fighter than assassin, even though he was using the mortal form.
Suyo, surprisingly, hasn't been having a good time today, huh, LaFell?
Oh yeah, very good. But what's not having a good time right now is Smart Omega as the Lord marches in, but the Lord gets taken down. But AI Esports was able to get the holy defense. I guess it's good. Like Andoryu died for sure, but he did a lot of damage onto the Lord and the minion wave. So that sacrificial play bought a lot of time for Smart Omega.
Yes, especially pulling away the Claude for so long may have helped them keep the tower as healthy as it is. So surprisingly, not that bad. And Smart Omega, despite the disadvantage they're in, Jome, their main win condition, hasn't actually died yet. So the Beatrix can still do some damage once we get a couple more items under their belt.
Andoryu now having penetration as well with the Malefic Roar. The only problem is that going to the... Actually, no, it's not a problem. Andoryu doesn't have to go to the backline because the backline wants to move forward. Lina wants to move forward. Alita wants to move forward. Ukir now having the warrior boots as well, understanding that he needs more defense going up against the Claude as well as the Hayabusa. This is the problem for Smart Omega, and this is why AI Esports is good when you use an aggressive draft like this, because you're torn apart by making armor or magic resist. Because when you itemize against the Claude and the Hayabusa, the Karita can one-shot you. If you build magic resist, the Karita can one-shot you, but the Hayabusa and Claude will just deal too much damage. So having multiple threats, and those multiple threats doing well, Lina is doing well, Alita is doing well, makes it so that Smart Omega, they don't have the correct answer. Like in a multiverse where you have one universe they build magic resist, another multiverse they use armor. Both doesn't seem well because both players from AI is doing so well. It's almost 10,000 gold lead here, Stafa.
So you're gonna need Doctor Strange to tell you there's only one in like 14 million universes where you actually win this. But I don't think it's actually that small for Smart Omega. Like, yeah, they actually do have late game scaling, and their comp is not bad at base defense with an Eve and Beatrix, and Ukir's just finished Wishing Lantern too, so they have the damage. They just gotta hold a little longer.
Just wait for Shadow to get that hook. You just need one good hook, just one, and then it will completely change the game.
It's gonna be difficult though. Oh, Alita just finished Wind of Nature, so now he's able to play more aggro. Glorious Pathway comes out, hook lands on a minion. Unfortunate. So mid inhibitor will fall to AI Esports. Lord gonna be pushing down bottom, but not actually a lot of minions for AI Esports to play around with. So Smart Omega may have escaped death for now. Hook misses again. That's gonna start feeling very frustrating soon. One final minion wave. Lina gets shut down! Sniped! Killing spree for Jome! That's what they're looking for!
I mean, I was saying in the line that a good hook will happen, but I guess if Lina makes a mistake, that's good as well. Like, it doesn't matter how it happened, as long as it happened, right? So now Smart Omega, they have a small chance. They don't have the mid as well as the bottom inhibitor, but at the same time, beggars can't be choosers.
I just realized that Chuck Nu went for Winter Crown into Fleeting Time. Very interesting build here, which could explain why he's getting bursted so quickly, because he just has no bulk.
Do you know, like, this is actually a common thing of Franco now. They actually want to go Winter Crown first. So what the idea is that when Franco uses the ult, he can get cancelled by crowd control, but not when he's frozen.
That is true. Glorious Pathway comes out. Ryota gonna be separated from the rest of his team and surrounded by 5 members. Smart Omega just has to abandon him.
And that's the tankiest guy on your team. This is why I'm not a big fan of the Franco. I completely understand why the Franco is there. I completely understand why teams are picking him up. And I hate Franco. I hate Franco.
So
I hate him so much. No matter how good he is, I won't use him.
So you frankly hate Franco.
Shut up, Stafa.
Well, let's hope Chuck Nu doesn't hate Franco after this, because he really does need to land something. He's gotta set something up, especially with Fleeting Time. Having the Bloody Hunt, you need to find someone.
It's only a matter of time, Stafa. It's 50 minutes in the game. What are the chances if this game goes to 20 minutes and he doesn't land a hook? What are the chances of that?
That would be pretty sad, but not impossible.
In 20 minutes, not one hook.
Oh,
Yeah,
Andor.
completely possible for sure.
Yep. Alright, Andori was able to survive in the mid lane against BS. Has to be careful of his positioning because without him, Smart Omega cannot contest this Lord. Malefic Gun just completed on Alita, so the Claude is even more of a threat now. This is going to be a very important Lord dance for Omega.
Yeah, more importantly, it's going to be much more difficult for you to get the hook on the Claude because he attacks from so much farther now. And now Ying as well as Black, they're making sure that Smart Omega can contest.
Glorious Pathway comes out. Rough Waves actually misses, but Avatar the Guardian does not. It cuts off the rest of Smart Omega, but they're actually taking a lot of damage on the AI esports side as well. All of them so low on HP, but they're not being finished off. Black and Ying will be able to recall. Still 3 players alive on Smart Omega, so they're not going to be able to push with this for now, but they got the Lord, so Smart Omega got a mount of defense.
AI esports have 3 Lord at this point. Now they're probably looking at an end game here. They're probably gonna try to end this as quickly as they can because the longer the game goes, the more you're giving an opportunity for Chatlu to eventually get a good hook. If you can end the game before he gets a good hook, then that's good. Then you can tell him in 70 minutes you didn't get even 1 hook, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that would not be good if we end up going to a game number 3. And right now, that's looking very likely. Lord can be dragged away by Ryota. Glorious Pathway cuts them off once again. Law and Order on the Phobias, but Joe actually does a lot of damage. The Lord is already bursted down. Only minions left for AI esports to play with. Claude trying to do damage to the Crystal, but Smart Omega, their wave cleared is really so. Oh, I can't believe that hook missed as well.
It's okay, Stapa. It's okay. Either ways, I gotta comment on that defense though. Jom and Ukir, AI esports, they gotta figure out a way. Either Dina or PS might even look to sacrifice themselves to take down Ukir first or Jom first, because Alita can end the game by himself. He can.
Yep.
And now that Lina has the Holy Crystal, much easier for you to get that burst down.
Yeah, it's impressive how effective this Kadita pick has been when I was saying that it would be quite conditional during the drafting phase. Guess what do I know, right? Smart Omega can still hold, but they've got no buildings left. Chuck Nui, if you miss a hook here. But does he actually want to hook him? He finds the high load, probably the worst target. Winter Frontier gonna be keeping him alive. Lina misses the Petrify onto Jome. He's able to escape. Real World Manipulation comes out. The rest of AI Esports come to follow up. But they've already traded 1-for-1. Roam for mid. Still worth it for Smart Omega. Minion wave coming in. AI Esports pops the conceal. Taunt, can they find anyone? They find Andoryu, but the rest of his team is not here to follow up with damage. AI Esports cannot end here.
Yes, as well, is looking for an angle, but there's really no good angle to go for it. And you know, can see a little bit of desperation. Although I'll have to say I would make the same play. Maybe they just panicked a bit because Chatnu finally got a hook in. But again, they should have realized, like, wait, it's just a high loss. Like we can ignore it. Even if the high loss dies, so what, you know?
Yeah. You know,
like when the high loss got hooked, immediately go for the back line because Ulkir and Joe might be out of position, and that's the point where you go ahead. You know, Vish right now, Smart Omega, they're challenging Air Esports. Now they're here around the Lord.
Yeah, for the first time, they're able to extend out. Black gonna find Ryota in the bush. Smart Omega has to respond to the mid lane minion wave. So they're leaving people behind. They're a bit separated right now. Glorious Pathway comes out. Ukir in a lot of trouble. Rough Waves gets the pick off. But Lina also going to be crapped out. Real World Manipulation doing some good damage while Alita jumps in the backline with the Wind of Nature. But Joe is somehow still surviving the 1v1. Chaknu now the only one left besides him. And he's going to be taken out by 3 members. Joe snipes, gets the immortality off of Hylos. But he is 1v4. He does so much damage, but he can't do it all by himself. Immortality, he survives, goes back to the base, but the crystal is open. And after a long winded road, AI Esports take game number 2.
What a big turnaround. AI Esports game number 1 really couldn't do much. And game number 2, 16 kills over to 5. Smart Omega lost this game. 20 minutes in, AI Esports finally was able to end the game. And again, we were talking about how they needed some kind of surprise. Hayabusa and the Karita was pretty surprising.
I think the Kadita was super surprising. Even I didn't think it would be the best pickup, but Lina saw something different, and that was the opening that they needed. Unfortunately, I think Omega did actually get a bit too comfortable with their win in game number 1. This Franco did not do them any favors. If they had any other sort of frontline tank, I think the game would have gone very differently.
You know what was the call for the Kadita? Number 1, it was the Eve, but what solidified it was actually the Beatrix pick. And this is why I think Kadita can go back into the meta, is because Beatrix is strong right now and you need answers for the Beatrix. The reason why Kadita is strong against the Beatrix is because Kadita doesn't like to go up against marksmen that uses the Purify. So whenever you execute your combo, like if the marksman is able to Purify out of it, then you basically won't get a kill. But going up against a Beatrix really needs that flicker. Beatrix can't afford to use a Purify. It's not like a Claude or such. If they pick up something like the Claude, now that's a different story. You can't pick up the Kadita there because it's hard for you to execute your combo. Even though Lina didn't get Jome a lot of the time, but that's one of the consideration if you want to pick up a Kadita. Can you do it? If you can, then the option is there.
Yep, and in this case, the option was there for a esports, being able to rack up kills, having a much more aggressive playstyle than game number 1. I guess the draft assisted that a lot, and I think Ying also did a very good job of every single time separating the fight with that glorious pathway and scattering Omega to the point where they were kind of panicking.
And now it looks like Ying is the MVP with 88% kill participation. Jome tried his best in this game. He just didn't have a lot of openings. And this comes to the question that maybe the Franco pick wasn't the best, because Franco is high risk, high reward. You hit the hooks, you catch people with a bloody hunt, you're amazing. But the moment you can't execute your abilities, you're kind of, how do I say this? You're not bringing anything to the table. That's a bad thing.
Yeah, and I think Chakdu really felt that this game. I'm pretty sure Franco is going back on the bench after this. It just doesn't work that well with the rest of your squad. Like, you have a very good team fight lineup with this event. Beatrix, get an AoE setter.
I've never seen a high loss rose gold meteor.
But
it makes sense. It makes sense if you're caught by the Franco and you're suppressed. That shield could help you out. I never considered that stuff.
Yeah, that is very strange. And you normally wouldn't go for it because Hylos wants to be as tanky as possible. But since AI Esports was already so far ahead anyway, it's okay for the Hylos to go for a slightly more damage-oriented utility item, because he's not gonna die.
Not dying is great. For a while. Eventually you do want to die. But
maybe.
I mean, life is tough, man. Life is tough. But looking at this game, AI Esports, maybe it's just the Louis pick. Or let's just, like, if they win, maybe we can ask, like, is it because of the Louis pick that you're uncomfortable, blah, 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 because much different game. Or maybe the coach is just like, what are you guys doing in Myanmar? Stop trolling.
Maybe the coach locked the bathroom.
Now that's a motivator. That is one way to motivate someone.
You gotta win game 2 or you don't get bathroom privileges, you know? So now they got to go to the bathroom again. And while they were at it, they also took out Smart Omega. So very well played. I think game 3, there needs to be a lot more respect going both ways.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now you can't have those cheeky Franco picks. Again, it's one of those picks where if it works, amazing. If it doesn't work, then boo-hoo, you know? So yeah, I feel like Smart Omega will take this series much more seriously now. And AI Esports really need to go for comfort. It doesn't matter what the meta is. Just use what you feel is good.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeling good enough to go for a break because after this will be game number 3 between Smart Omega and AI Esports. Here we go! I muted myself. So now we really have to see that both teams don't go for this. It can be cheeky, but how do I say this? When Lina uses the Louis, he feels uncomfortable. When Chanu uses the Franco, he looks uncomfortable. So be comfortable.
I mean, that is actually good advice, though, right? We call them comfort picks for a reason, right? They are able to get you wins when you don't expect to win. And now that we're going into game number 3, which I think a lot of people weren't expecting, it's gonna be an interesting one because both of these teams should have learned a lot throughout this series.
Yeah, esports now banning out the chip as well as Shin, Smart Omega, Matilda, Alpha, as well as the Hilda.
Sir,
In just overnight stuff, Hilda gets got so much attention now.
Yeah, Hilda went from being kind of a niche pick for like ID and MY to getting picked up a little bit more here and there. And then after the recent buff, just a mainstay and even a hero you have to ban in the first phase. That's quite something.
From B tier to S tier, what a big glow up, man. I wonder when they're gonna do that to Atlas.
Oh, I miss Atlas so much,
Right?
man.
Such a
I wanna see
playmaker.
Atlas. The Fatal Links are so good.
Right. It has a cool ultimate name as well. Like showing
Yeah.
Fatal Links.
Good stuff. Well, we're not gonna be seeing it here for now, but there are other heroes that we have to.
You say that, but what if you didn't expect
No,
the Kadita?
you are right. I did not expect
Right?
Kadita.
So
But you know what? Yeah, I'll keep my mind open, right? It's possible. Anything
okay,
is
now
possible.
it's not possible. Okay, now AI Esports has picked up the highlights and got thought, so it's on Smart Omega. The moment Smart Omega pick up their roamer, yeah, I guess we won't see it happening. Valentina gets picked up. Looks like they're letting the Eve open. Maybe Urkia just like, yeah, you know what, Eve doesn't work there, or maybe they're just like, we don't want to get baited by the Kadita again. But this does mean that AI Esports, if they want, they can pick up the Eve. If they want, of course.
This is actually a dangerous thing to let through because, yes, picking the Valentina means you also kind of deny Eve because you don't want them to steal your RWM, but I feel like it would be much stronger in their hands. RWM, Glorious Pathway, Avatar the Guardian, so much AoE against Smart Omega is going to be terrifying.
Pick up your jungler now, if not, it gets banned out. Hayabusa worked well in game number 1. I don't know if the presence of Grok and Valentina makes you not want to pick up the Hayabusa, but if you don't pick up the Hayabusa here, it is gonna get banned out because it worked out pretty well. And Hayabusa gets picked up. So now Smart Omega, I don't think they have to respect the Kadita because just change your picks so that it's not prone to getting countered by the Kadita.
I agree, especially since you have Valentina now, you can also steal the rough waves, so I don't think AI Esports wants to necessarily give that over.
True.
Since the heroes shown currently on Omega are much harder to catch with the Kadita combo. Cho going to be the next ban.
Honestly, Cho is a very interesting ban here. Not sure why, but okay. If it were me, I would ban more of Jones heroes because Joan really has been showing up because Chatnu is one of those players that is very versatile in his cheese picks, and if there's no cheese picks open, he can default back to a Kufra. His Kufra is very strong.
Let's hear from the crowd.
Although, okay, looking at the CC ban, they're thinking this is a Cho EXP because in my head, Grok can still be flexed to the EXP. That's why I was bringing out Chatnu's name in the conversation. But yes, of course, like Cho EXP is a thing too.
They were most likely thinking of Cho EXP because it would not only counter the Hayabusa, but it would also mess with Hylos or Gatot in the EXP lane because you would just kick them towards your team, and then if Omega grabs like a 1-1 or something, then you're in big trouble, right? So they're focusing on that side of the map, and then going for the Harif, since they already have all the zone control on their side anyway, don't have to worry about his Zaman Force being denied.
If AI Esports pick up the 1-1, maybe we can look at a Farsa. Because we're going for the route that AI Esports is not picking what we've already seen, right? Like, Farsa would do well against a 1-1, that's why I bring it up. If they want to go for an Eve, Eve is still good.
think we need to see the final couple picks first. They are very specifically leaving Lina's pick to last, so definitely living up to being one of the key players on AI esports. Moskov, just a safe pick, and the Edith as well. So Smart Omega has a very complete lineup here.
I'm thinking what pick would not lose to a Valentina here, because you need some kind of range. Eve is perfectly fine here, by the way. Eve is perfectly fine. Even the Moscow will have difficulty dancing around the real world manipulation. But again, cheese picks, Barca is available. If you want Aurora, it's fine, but you kind of don't want to give it over. Okay, well, I called the Aurora. Like I said, it's still fine. But the Frigid Glacier is kind of good on the Valentina as well. Going up against Gatot, going up against the Harif, and going up against the Hylos. So
yeah,
it's an okay pickup for AI, but it's good for Smart Omega too.
And it's no, there are actually a few ultimates that Ukir can steal, so it's not always going to be Frigid Glacier, but AI Esports wants to control the team fight, right? They have a lot of AoE. They want to be the ones like making sure that Omega stays put so that the Harif can go to town on it, and maybe Hayabusa can get a couple pickoffs here and there. But what do you think, LaFell? Who is going to win this series?
What I think is that in game number 2, AI Esports was able to capitalize a lot more kills around the turtle. Not so sure if they can do it this time, because their condition in the previous game was that Kadita. Not only does the Kadita have damage, but more importantly, the knockup and the petrify. They won't have the same thing with Aurora, where Aurora has, in my opinion, lesser damage and lesser, like the crowd control, you can argue that Aurora might be better, but less damage for sure compared to the Kadita. So I feel like the first 2 turtles is gonna tell us whether AI Esports is gonna have a good game or Omega will be the one that has a good game for this one.
I guess that's a fair observation. I feel like a lot of games this meta has been shifting in that direction as well. So game number 3, Land of Dawn opens up once again. Only one team will be able to move on in the competition, and the other will be eliminated. Neither side gonna want to encounter that fate. So gotta bring the A game.
Yep, right now looks like Black on this Gatokacha is gonna have the Revitalize. Looks like PS was able to secure the Little Wanderer. In Smart Omega, they're considering going inside of the jungle. They do have to be careful because there's still a penalty when it's under 2 minutes when you're inside the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Chaknu right now taking a lot of that damage, so Black as well going to be traded. The Revitalize comes out, and Andoryu ends up being first blood. Not to mention, Lina finishing off Chaknu, 2 kills over the AI Esports.
I'm not so sure why Smart Omega wanted to go for that play, because even like the Grok is an aggressive hero, but you have to remind yourself that under 2 minutes, there's a penalty when you're inside the enemy's jungle, and you're gonna take much more damage. So even if the Aurora doesn't have damage comparable to a Kadita, it kind of works itself out because you're inside the jungle anyway. So more damage for Lina. So you will definitely get punished. I feel like Smart Omega, that was a risk that they can usually take. But I don't know. For me, that was a risk not worth taking.
Yeah, definitely overstayed their welcome. I think they forgot about the Revitalize again and thought that they could pick off Black quickly. Because in game 1, AI Esports started playing very passive when the Nolan, right? When Andoryu started getting a lot of kills. So I think they were trying to feed kills early on to him, but that didn't quite work. And now they're at a slight disadvantage for the turtle. Once again, Ying with a nice glorious pathway to cut off the pit. Ryota with the Earth Shatter Flicker finds Lina, and the stun actually lands on all members of AI Esports, but they're still able to go back in, picking off Ryota, trading for the Aurora, and Doryu able to retreat the turtle away. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, but the rest of Smart Omega is still quite healthy. Avatar Guardian being used to finally finish off Chaknu, while Ukir trades for PS, and Andoryu still very healthy, while Black and Ying are not. They should not be chasing this. They're gonna all get picked off here by Smart Omega.
Yeah, so we were talking about whoever controls the turtle. The first 2 turtles is going to be looking good. That was a bit of a messy fight, so I wouldn't give 100% of the advantage over to Smart Omega. But clearly, Smart Omega won there. They were able to get the turtle Andoryu from 0-1. Now it's 3-1-1. Ukir is 1-0-3. So overall, better trade for Smart Omega. But again, it's not super clean. So AI Esports is really not out of the game just yet. They can still try for the second turtle, and then winning that one might really change the game.
Yeah, it was definitely messy. AI Esports unfortunately gave away the advantage they got initially by getting first blood on Andoryu, and now has propelled him above PS in EXP again. As long as they don't play passive like they did in game 1 though, I think they're still fine. The network difference isn't actually that much.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially going to the later stages of the game, Moskov, I would say is much better than the Harif, because Moskov is more like Harif is more conditional. You have the Zaman Force, you can deal a lot of DPS, but Moskov is just on all the time. Looking at the itemization here, looking at the gold difference, there's no gold difference between the Moskov and the Harif, so it looks like the gold lane, it really doesn't make that big of a difference. And knowing Jom, the big J himself, he really can carry the team. So AI Esports, I feel like they can fight in the later stage of the game. They definitely can fight, but it's risky. It's risky because you're going up against Jom on that Moskov.
I do think that Smart Omega's draft just scales better into the late stage as well, because they have so many different sources of damage. So AI Esports wants to be careful of that. Ideally upping the ante, getting a bit of a lead back would be good, but looks like Smart Omega are doing the same, already poking out Black just a little bit, going for the second turtle. Black looking for taunt, not able to find Ryota. Chaknu also providing vision. Glorious Pathway finally comes out, and Earthshatter Flicker knocks up 2, including PS, and they all freeze. Frigid Glacier, Blade Surge gonna connect. Avatar the Guardian as well going to be used. Chaknu unfortunately a little bit too far forward, but his job is done here. So, and Smart Omega have already lost 2, and they did end up resetting the turtle, so AI Esports should get it.
Yeah, like we were saying, AI Esports can definitely control the second turtle, and they definitely did, and they were able to get 2 kills as well. AI Esports benefited a lot because they basically got 3 major objectives without trading anything. Doryu is trying to protect the top lane turret, but looks like he's been escorted out by Black. So AI Esports, they even get a turret off of the previous trade. This is a big swing for AI Esports.
I am really wondering now what happened to AI Esports in game number 1. It just feels so different. Wild Charge can be used on Lina alone in the jungle and no passive, so he will be traded off. Glorious Pathway a bit too late, and a nice wall to make sure that AI cannot continue chasing them. But like Omega want to greed this a little bit more. Nah, they just want to go for the tower.
Yep, Smart Omega right now. I think this is a good idea as well to not really go for fights too much. And actually getting a little bit more map pressure, because your draft doesn't have to fight, right? You can fight in the later stages of the game, but having Andoryu on the Suyo is more objective based. Jom can fight, but he's a very fast turret destroyer. So I feel like if they try to force fights, it won't be a good idea. There's a lot of beefy heroes on AI Esports, and if everyone is up, a lot of crowd control as well. So good decision making coming in from Smart Omega, not to take unnecessary fights.
Yeah, they gotta reduce that a little bit, because you can tell that AI Esports right now are just stronger. They've got 2 revitalizers, very beefy front line, and they cannot afford to give more kills over to PS. He's 2-1 right now, still manageable, but won't be if he starts racking up Sky Piercer's stacks.
Andoryu alone at the top lane, and this time I'm wondering if AI Esports can actually catch him, because what he did in game number 2 was splitting the map, going to the top side as well. Was punished in game number 2 by AI. Not so sure if it's the same case here, because different heroes are being used. And now AI, they really want to get his turtle. Ryota trying to get into the fray, but Alita secures a turtle for AI Esports.
Yeah, I think Ying is showing a masterclass on how to utilize this high-lows aggressively, using the Glorious Pathway from behind, not just to get himself away from Smart Omega, but also to deny them any chance of getting close to the turtle. This high-lows is actually causing a lot of problems, because Omega are just not able to start fights the way they want to.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like high-lows wouldn't be that great in this patch, but Ying is definitely showing something else. His zoning as well as Black is very good, and this makes it so much worth it for them to prioritize the Hylos and the Gatot, the first two picks. This is masterclass. AI esports, they really understand the core strength of the draft, and it really is on Ying and Black.
I just personally wish we saw a little bit faster play, but it's understandable that they want to play it safe because it's already game 3. The network lead actually still very, very minuscule though, so Smart Omega can easily catch up at any time, and they do actually have the tower advantage too, since they've been playing a bit more for macro.
Now, AI, they should be a little bit worried because Jome is scaling up like nobody's business. 0-0 and 0. They want to go for a fight onto Ryota as well as Ukir, but both have dashing abilities, which saves them from the glorious pathway. Smart Omega, they're playing it slow. I understand not really what we want to see going up against AI's draft, but again, just wait for the Moscow items and then we can start to see the game ramping up much, much faster. So it's a mistake if AI esports don't capitalize on this.
Conceal play, 4 members ganking on Black and Alita up top. Alita pops the Zaman Force, able to run away. Surprisingly, Omega not really tightening this. Avatar Guardian misses, Revitalize comes in from Ying to escort him out. Chagnu tanking some damage, Glorious Pathway denied by the power of nature as PS jumps in with Ogi Shadow Kill to finish Chagnu off. Passive popped on Lina, so he has to flicker away to safety, and now they're targeting on Ying. Jome, the damage coming through, taking out the Hylos, and now Black jumping in way too deep once again. Mega kill for Andoryu as Omega finally finds the fight they've been waiting for.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bad call for AI to be forcing fights in that kind of fashion because their draft, if you look at Istafa, it's all like, if you want to talk about team fights, it's all about the skills. Once your skills are on cooldown, what really are you gonna do? Smart Omega, they don't focus too much on skills because they have the Moskov. But even looking at Andoryu on the Suyo has such low cooldowns, it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, AI Esports definitely has a composition that's more suited for counter engaging, and so far that's how they've been winning their fights. But when they tried to force that out there, the fact that it didn't work and they still positioned so aggressively was definitely a mistake there. It did not need to stay for so long.
I understand they're staying long because they just want bodies for distraction, letting Alita push in the mid lane. But once the mid lane has been taken, or once you roughly understand that you can take without sacrificing anyone, they should have gotten out of there. But yeah, because once I see AI esports, the Zaman Force has been used. The Frigid Glacier is not a part of the game anymore. Avatar of the Guardian has been used as well. Smart Omega, they forced the fight because they know they have no skills. And AI esports, they just continued fighting on when they really shouldn't.
This is the experience that the players on Smart Omega have. They've definitely got a bit more international representation compared to AI esports. And we're starting to see that a little bit more here, as you can see Omega gonna be able to take every single external tower. Lord now pushing down bot side. Minion wave gonna be cleared quite a good bit by the tower. And for now, AI esports will still be able to hold, but the pressure is on them.
Jome as well is 0-0 and 2. He's a ticking time bomb. AI esports need to figure out how to take him down. Ukir as well, 2-5, dealing a lot of damage, but more importantly, doing it safely, making sure that he doesn't overextend. AI esports, I feel like they're the type of team that will force a fight. And I feel like you can do that if you get your targets. So we really have to see if Jome and Ukir can save themselves, because I'm looking at AI esports, either Black or Ying will force a fight, and Lina, and PS, if they die, they die. As long as they try to do something.
Perhaps. It's gonna be difficult though. We're reaching the point of the game where Smart Omega just directly outskills AI. Almost all of their heroes have a good amount of damage built in, while AI esports are very dependent on PS and Alita. So they gotta be on the same page every single time, and if possible, are able to split up Smart Omega again so that they're not taking a direct 5v5.
Actually, that's a good idea. Taking like a split fight might be good, now that you mention it. Honestly, it could be good for either of the team, as long as they're doing it purposefully. Chagnu right now finds Ying, finds Black as well. AI esports, They don't want to go for a fight, and I feel like PS is just waiting for someone to get isolated, because PS damage is pretty legit at this point. Even if they grouped up, if someone is isolated, forget about it, man. For sure, PS can get a kill.
Oh, look at the rotation. Ying and Alita are actually looking for Jome down bottom, or at least waiting for someone to show in lane, while the rest of their team is playing around the Lord. There's still all 3 inhibitors standing on both sides, so I don't think a single Lord is quite enough to end the game unless they're able to get like a team wipe on top of it as well. But a decision gonna have to be made here, because I think Jome did spot out the rotation.
Right now, Jome is just waiting. He's like, as soon as I see black, as soon as I see Ying, what you call it? Like zone him away, he's gonna ult in. But looks like he doesn't have the opportunity. Andoryu gets the Lord.
Yeah, esports was too slow to spawn. Jome gonna try and look for a split push, but minion wave not on him, and Chaknu unfortunately gonna be traded. I think he's actually out, and Andoryu is chasing PS down instead. Avatar the Guardian to try and find him, but this is a Suyo. He will be absolutely fine. Big win for Smart Omega.
Shoutouts to CEO. I'm pretty sure he's gonna get nerfed soon. Yeah, dude has too much. PS now having the endless battle can do damage, but I don't know. I've been seeing PS play in this game, and he's definitely not as confident as game number 2. He doesn't try to go for those Ogi shadow kills when, like, he's trying to optimize his Ogi shadow kill, where I feel like sometimes you don't have to. Sometimes you can just force it out.
Forest Pathway, or Shatter Flicker catches out Black. Another gonna be engaging from the side of AI Esports. Ryota, unfortunately, the first one to fall, and the Lord actually gonna be left behind because PS got the shutdown on Andoryu. Smart Omega a bit too stacked up in their attempt to push into the base, and they get punished for it.
Like I said, man, PS doesn't have to make it optimal. He doesn't have to go for the AI route. It's like, I do optimal damage when one person is isolated. Hence, I will use my ultimate on a single person. Nah, fam, your damage is wrong. Just use it on 5 people. It's fine. But now Jome having that Malefic gun does enhance the basic attack range, making it much easier for Jome to participate in the fight, as well as grabbing the objective. So Smart Omega, they have a chance to go for an end game if they get 2 kills.
Yeah, but the same could be said for AI Esports, who will now commit the glorious pathway to get another tier 2 down mid. Looks like we're gonna be in for another slow burn here, ladies and gentlemen, because neither of these teams are eager to give up their chances for a mistake.
Looking at the items as well, Hayabusa seems to be full build. Something that I would consider is for him to actually get a rose gold meteor, because the interaction between the Hayabusa and a Suyo is that the Suyo can dash away from the Ogi shadow kill and canceling it out. At that point, you kind of have to battle with your basic attacks and your shurikens. Having that shield helps a lot in the matchup against Suyo. So I don't know if he's going for that. Another option is just straight up build any kind of damage items. But personally for me, I would say Rose Gold Meter might be the optimal choice for Hayabusa. If not Rose Gold, Immortality.
Yeah, I agree with you. At this stage, being able to survive is very, very important. And speaking of, Ogi Shadow Kill, PS found Andoryu at the best time possible with the Lord coming up right now.
I didn't even notice the Lord is up, but now, yeah, esports, they're gonna force it. And looking at Moscow, does he want to go for it? Alita gets a kill.
Yeah, Jome is gonna try and take matters into his own hands. Rota has already fallen. Jome trying to take the free inhibitor, even without the minion wave, does get it, but the Lord has been claimed by AI Esports. So Smart Omega will need to defend this to see if they can keep this push going.
That's the good thing about Malefic Gun, man. You don't have to be in range of a turret to take down a turret. Huh, disgusting.
It's pretty annoying to deal with. For now, with Jome still alive, Smart Omega has no problems clearing up minion waves. I'm pretty sure this Lord will be melted down pretty quickly as well. They should only lose the mid inhibitor from this.
Yeah, AI Esports, they're delaying the Lord, but this does enable Ryota to get back. And having the Primal Wrath, yeah, they should be able to defend this.
Might lose the top inhib. Andoryu in some trouble. Gets away from PS. Ogi Shadow Kill unfortunately does not connect. Now the Glorious Pathway comes out. Jom gonna push away Ying. Lord still alive. Jom cannot focus it down, but is able to clear up the rest of the minion wave. So AI Esports unfortunately cannot continue, and the game will go on a little longer.
Right now, Smart Omega, they're definitely sweating here because AI Esports, they're just moments away from ending the game. Same can be said about AI Esports. Looking at both sides of the maps, Smart Omega only has 2 turrets. AI Esports only have 1, and I think it's just a matter of time for AI Esports to get the second in the turret.
Yeah, absolutely. We are gonna be left with a inhibitor versus an inhibitor. The next Lord, basically a death sentence for any team, especially if they lose 1 or 2 people with it at the same time. AI Esports trying to press the advantage to maybe to get this tower. Avatar the Guardian comes in, Zaman force, but the beautiful Spear of Misery stuns them both against one another. Here comes PS. He doesn't commit the Yogi Shadow Kill, even with 2 low health members. And a Spear of Destruction connects with him. It forces out the Yogi Shadow Kill. Jom taking a lot of damage, has to blink away himself. And Doryu as well has to escape. Jom left all by his lonesome, jumps in. Immortality burned on the Moskov, and Jom is gone. A major win condition for Smart Omega, taken off the board.
That was beautiful by PS. Like, he already used the Ogi Shadow Kill earlier against Andoryu. Gaps canceled out, and then Smart Omega, they wanted to fight against him, and then he was able to fight back. This is amazing Hayabusa play.
Yeah, AI Esports now wants to use Jom's death as a way to end the game straight away. A beautiful freeze comes in, taking out 2 members of Smart Omega. Immortality's spot, the Winter Crown being traded over, and Doryu falls. Ryuta follows. AI Esports about to disrupt the status quo as the team from Myanmar takes down Smart Omega.
Dude, AI Esports, what happened in game number 1? Bro, you're strong. This Hayabusa pick, man, from PS really did work. Like, I was saying how Jom is gonna carry the game with the Moskov late game. AI didn't give him a shot. They didn't give him a chance to do that.
It's impressive as well, because in a straight-up team fight, Omega has a lot of damage. Like, AI Esports was doing a good job of playing the map, of spreading thin their resources, and like you mentioned, I think this Hayabusa pick for PS needs to be respected going forward.
Yeah, because you would feel like he already expanded some of his skills, put in a very tough position, going up against a Moskov with basically full item build. You would assume that the Moskov was able to burst him down. And if I'm not mistaken, I thought I saw a shield onto him. So if I was correct, maybe he had a Rose Gold Meteor and then he sold the Rose Gold Meteor for a Blade of Despair. Could be wrong, but I think in the last skirmish, he had a shield.
It's not impossible. We've certainly seen players do that plenty of times, but what a heartbreaking end this must be for Omega. Their defeat here actually means they're eliminated from Snapdragon and will not get a chance to move on to the next stage.
I'm actually gonna rewatch whether that was a shield or not, because I'm kind of confident he did.
Alright, you can have a look at that for now, but looking at the rest of it, this composition from AI Esports really should not be that good in the late game because their damage is very, very burst based. Omega just has to wait for their cooldowns to be over and then they just take over with Andoryu and Jom, and yet they weren't able to do so. There was something getting in the way. Their macro play was being disrupted and Doryu was being found out. Unfortunately, couldn't prolong the Lord fight long enough for Jom to get in a split with either. AI just had their bases covered.
Yeah, and Alita being the MVP for this one, 50% kill participation, but I'm guessing he did quite a lot of damage, earned a lot of gold. But I feel like for this victory, AI, everyone did amazingly, right? Like PS did amazing, Ying and Black good on zoning people away. Lina as well, getting that big control. Hold on, let me just see here. Now he's going up. Oh, it doesn't look like he has a shield. I could be wrong here. Yeah, I don't see a shield. Okay,
so he was just surviving that by sheer force of will. I think it was very smart as well. Like he didn't commit the Ogi Shadow kill even though there were low health targets. So I think at that point Jom thought like, oh, it must be on cooldown, went in on the Spear of Destruction, instantly the Ogi Shadow kill comes out, and he realizes, oh, I should not be here.
Okay. Now I see it. So there was kind of a shield. So PS had immortality, and then he sold the immortality for Blade of Despair. But it wasn't during the skirmish. But yeah, I thought I saw some kind of shield. It was the immortality shield.
I see. Well, we gotta give props over to Alita. Harif should have a hard time dealing with Moskov in the late game, but the rest of his team set up so much space for that Zaman Force, he was never really denied and could just do the damage that was necessary, even having that Wishing Lantern at the end to deal with the tankier members, the Smart Omega lineup.
Yep, 4-0-4. But again, shout outs to the MVP Alita, but shout out to the rest of the team. AI Esports, they all played so well, making sure that they minimize the amount of mistakes that they did. And we definitely see they're winning draft here. Game number 2, game number 3, more or less the same kind of draft, just switching up the gold lane as well as the mid lane.
This Gatot high-lows opening seems to be really, really effective. And unfortunately, Omega gave up a little bit of their early game potential by committing a bit too deep here and giving 3 kills very early on to AI Esports. After that, they were able to find their space back. And yet, it did still feel like the play was a little bit on the passive side.
Either way, this is a very good game. We thought it wasn't going to be based on game number 1, but this shows like what happens when you really want to win. You can change drastically from game number 1, game number 2. Maybe it's just a mindset thing. Don't know if the coach had anything to do with it, making sure that they're disciplined. But if we're gonna say anything, I would say that Smart Omega, Chaknu wasn't really doing much. Game number 1, 2, and 3. So unfortunately, I feel like it's something that they have to look into, where Chaknu didn't really bring an impact in the plays.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think Grok still does have a hard time against a frontline like Hylos and Gatot because you just don't quite bring as much to the table. You want to set up a wild charge, but if they're the ones charging at you, then you're not really able to find the space to set up. So AI Esports was able to take advantage of that, and it's definitely not a team that most people would have expected to be within the final round, but well played to them.
Oh yeah, well played for sure. Congratulations to AI Esports, able to essentially eliminate Smart Omega from this tournament from SPS. And I feel like people should start paying attention now, especially the 3 openings that they showed. As we said, the Hylos, Gatokacha, Hayabusa. I'm pretty sure they have other heroes as well because they were willing to bring out the Karita just now. But still, I feel like AI, if it's open, they'll pick it up.
I like that they're willing to do something a little bit different. I think this meta is one that really rewards creativity and good drafting. And that includes heroes who may not necessarily be top meta picks. We even got a heat map here for Alita on the Harif.
Why do I find it so funny watching Harif just skipping around, just like like speeding up movements, especially with Harif's face. So comical to me. But yeah, we can see this is how Alita is farming so fast, going from the top side of the map all the way to the bottom. But we can see that he doesn't go to the bottom that much. Indicates that he only goes to the bottom side of the map just to clear the wave. Most of the time, it's someone else's responsibility, which I'm guessing is the Hayabusa. I would imagine the Hayabusa having more farm around the bottom side of the map because that's further away from their own team, and he can probably take care of himself compared to Harif. So overall, understanding the movements coming in from Alita, staying closely to the movements of his own team, and hovering one side of the map, enabling the other side of the map to be taken by the Hayabusa. So the Hayabusa is able to grab the farm as well.
You can also kind of tell that the game was a little more passive because Alita spent a very good chunk of the game only on his half of the map, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was the case for a lot of players here, where there was not much invasion happening until the very, very end when AI Esports finally got the lead they needed. So I think that's something both of these teams ideally need to work on, because this is a meta that rewards that early game aggression, and you know, it would make games end a little bit quicker.
I understand, Stafa, but here's the thing. That was just the third match of the day. We have a fourth one. We have one more game, Stafa. So far, our second game went 3 games. Our third game went 3 games. I have a feeling the fourth one, Stafa, it's gonna end for a little bit later.
Well, I guess we'll see, won't we, Rafael? Or will a certain curse take effect? Who knows, right?
I mean, who knows? Do you know if we're going for a break?
I believe we're going for a break.
You know what?
Are we going for a break?
That's a good question. That's a good
I
question.
thought we would get... Oh, yes?
No, we're going for a break. We're going for a break, and then after this, we're going for the fourth match of the day. We'll see you guys then. Here we go!
Bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your 4-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your 4-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive.
get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's action. Chemical reaction.
And now it's between Lazy Esports going up against Mythic Seal, where this is another matchup of the 2-1 bracket. Welcome back. My name is Ophel. Alongside me is Stafa. Shoutouts to Mo. Apparently Mo is watching right now.
Yeah, I actually did see his story as well. Yo,
Yeah.
man, how you doing? Hope you've been enjoying the games, and hope all of you watching have been enjoying the games as well, because we have one more match before the end of the day.
What are the chances, Stafa? We'll go all the way. 3 games for this one as well. A lot of Filipino
That's,
teams playing today, huh?
Actually, yes. And if I recall correctly, has it been a full PH victory day?
No, Smart Mega just lost.
Oh, right, yeah. what am I saying?
It just happened.
It literally just happened. I was thinking about earlier in the day. I forgot what just happened because it was so
Yeah.
unbelievable to me.
Yeah. Shoutouts to AI, man. AI, they really brought their A game. Okay, Lazy Esports. Let's see what they bring to the table. That was not executed well, Stafa. Give me one more shot when we're doing AI
All right,
stuff.
yeah.
I'll figure something out.
All right.
Not everything is a 10. All right, don't judge me.
No worries. Oh, the only one who can judge you is yourself in the end, right? Let's
Nah,
compare
it's
the
probably
teams.
God.
That's also true. But this is going to be another Filipino versus Myanmar matchup. In the previous one, AI Esports made a surprise happen, taking down Smart Omega 2-1 in a reverse sweep. What's gonna happen for this one, I wonder?
If Mythic Seal does it as well, this rivalry, I guess, between the two regions really came all the way from M2, because in M2 the grand finals look like this too. Philippines going up against Myanmar, and it was a very close game. Really could have gone either way. And now we're starting to see where Myanmar really is showing up, and I'm all for it. Mythic Seal is, you know what reminds me of Mythic Seal stuff? First Blood, because they were known as the team to get the most first bloods in a lot of tournaments. Things have changed for sure, but the meta being a little bit more aggressive now, I want to see if they can maintain this level of aggression where they can get early first bloods no matter who they go up against.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see, especially since more and more teams, even the PH teams, are starting to adopt more aggressive playstyles to suit the meta. I think similarly as well, Myanmar teams are just willing to try things that are different. But we'll talk a little bit more about that. For now, let's have a look at Lazy Esports.
And we got Dur, James Pong, Joe Skirt, Pugbet, as well as Shizo, where we really need to see them stepping up. Shizo as well is a gold laner that has been in Malaysia before with Todak, and we've seen him do extremely well here in Lazy Esports, but now they're going to be tested by going up against Mythic Seal, where Mythic Seal has a lot of veteran players from Myanmar as well.
There's a lot of familiar names that any fans of Myanmar teams will remember. Yellow Flash, Ken, Justin, Side, and Zippy, all of which have some good international experience overall, and as LaFell has mentioned, can be pretty aggressive if the conditions are right. They're also willing to try things that are a little bit more interesting. I watched one of their other matches, can't remember against which team it was, but they played Alice Jungle 2 games in a row, which actually didn't work out too well for them. So
the way you bring it up, it's like, oh, that's one of the most amazing picks ever. It's like, oh,
yeah, yes, they did. So it's still unique, but yeah.
All right, I want to see predictions. I want to see what the production team has come up for this time.
You're just even closer.
It just gets closer and closer. It's you know what, W production. W yourself. W production.
LaFell is judging you real hard right now. He's staring into your soul right here.
I'm worried. Even I'm worried. I'm like, bro, that's personal space. Bro, personal space. But something that I do have to say, I have something with mid laners, man. I love watching mid laners play. And Justin, international love, right? I've watched him play. I've watched him grow. I still remember in the previous M series, his Faramis basically 1v4 base defense, survived the entire team thing, and then eventually wins the game. Like, he's love to do.
I think I actually
Justin,
do have some
amazing player.
I do have some recollection of this as well. But the one I remember more clearly is all the way back in MSC, like 2 years ago when I casted for it, where Justin
Is it the Johnson thing?
Yeah, the Justin Johnson. He switched positions with, I think it was Naomi at the time, and went Johnson, and it was very fun to watch.
Oh, dude, the time of Naomi, man, when Naomi was known as the Natalia guy, and then Mythic Seal, like previously known as Falcons, they just ran over everyone. It's like, if we get Natalia, it's over.
Yeah.
Looking at the lineup brings nostalgia, man.
It sure does. But these are now recent times. We got a brand new patch, got a brand new meta, and I'm very curious to see what kind of gameplay we can expect here. The Alice Jungle, while unique, unfortunately, didn't work the best because of how the late game scaling works up. So, yeah.
Another one. One of Ken's signature pick stuff.
Okay.
I played with him before, and he said, if I'm having a bad day, I'll just use this hero. And that hero is Karina. And Karina recently did get buff. And with the HP changes, Karina might be good. Not saying it will be picked up, but just saying, knowing Ken, if we're talking about interesting picks you don't see coming, could be one of them.
Okay. Karina's not one of those heroes I put a lot of stocks on. That's why I don't really remember. Like, what did they actually change with her in the patch again?
Basically, it makes it easier for her to proc her passive or something like that. Yeah, she was buff.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna look it up just not to spread misinformation.
Yeah. We gotta do it correctly, you know. We're professionals.
Actually, I think I have it on my PC. I just gotta bring it up.
Okay. I think if anything, though, the one thing I want to see isn't a hero pick. It's for the game to not be as slow as match number 3, because Omega and AI Esports, they were taking their time.
Yeah, it can be slow, but it has to be methodical. Not like slow for the sake of being slow, you know?
Yeah, because that was a slog, unfortunately, you know. So we are gonna go ahead and wait. I think the teams need to remake the lobby real quick. I think they ran into some small delays
Okay.
here and there, so no
So,
worries.
so here are the changes for Karina. Slightly increase her damage in the early game. Base true damage from her passive went from 50 to 100.
Ah, right.
Yeah. It's a small one because she only gets one buff, but I feel like 50 to 100 is sizable enough. It's sizable enough, especially if you're because of all the knockups or the airborns have been nerfed. If Lazy Esports doesn't have that much crowd control, and they have a scaling marksman, so what Ken has to do is just like, and then get those kills. Something that could be considered. Not saying he will pick it up, but if we're talking about fantasy, we're talking about fun, might as well talk about things that would probably not show up, you know? And then if it does show up, then I'll be like, whoa, called it.
I mean, you already called the Kadita, so anything is possible, you know? All cards on the table. Mythic Seal will have blue side of the draft. Lazy Esports on the red side. The Alpha and Cho being banned quite early
What's
on
your
for the
command?
Mythic Seal side.
Let me just say, I love their shirts as well.
I know, right?
It's very good. It's very good. Lazy Esports betting on the Jushin as well as the Fanny. Makes me think, why did King Kong get his Fanny? Whatever, man. Mythic Seal. Now we're really seeing an adjustment of meta where people are finding it more and more difficult dealing with the alpha, which is weird considering the alpha didn't have really a change. The items the alpha used didn't really get a change as well. Depending on the Phobias as well, and now the Suyo. So Gato Kacha is open,
Chip.
Hylos is open. Chip is open.
They let Chip through.
One thing though, people getting Chip has lost. So if Mythic Seal gets the Chip and then loses as well,
Whoa, not prioing the Chip. Okay. Is this a
Maybe.
shift?
look, Stafa, let me just say, if Lazy Esports get the Chip and they still lose, maybe Chip doesn't need to be banned.
That would be incredible to see. I also feel like Lazy Esports needs to pick Chip because like it's in the name, you know, Lazy Chip. It's just perfect. It's a match made in heaven, you know. They got the Hilda, which is fine. Also a hero that's been banned a lot. Wow, okay. Is this for real? Is this reality? Are we released from the
Maybe
curse
the
of
nerf is
Chip?
enough. Maybe the nerf is enough. Hylos, no
Man.
Chip. No Chip. Finally, Chip is not 100% pick or ban. Unless
Yeah.
Lazy Esports put Matilda, puts Angela mid, Hilda, EXP, and then pick up the Chip. If they don't pick up the Chip here, then maybe Chip is not that big of a deal, Stafa. Now we're living in a new world of MLBB where second phase or second pick has 3 bans.
Wow, okay, interesting. The Gatot Hylos worked really well for AI Esports, and
Maybe
they're gonna
some
follow
Yammer
it up
thing.
with the Joy. So okay,
Oh.
no Angela. Oh, it's also to
No.
deny it away. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So maybe this is a Myanmar meta, man. Just get Gatot and Hylos, and then you still have just a lot of brute force to start fights. A Lazy Esports, you don't pick up the Chip. We're living in
It's
a new
official.
age, Stafa. It's official. It's official. Do they pick up Nolan here? Aya, Ling, Harif? Pick up the Harif as well? I don't know.
Also, if you go Khalid, then you just go Hilda, Khalid, and invade Joy right off the bat. That's something we've actually seen before. It would be quite impressive. Though with Hylos and Gatot, might be hard to do so. Oh!
No Chip. No Chip so far. Like, they can ban the Chip after this, so that Chip is still 100% pick or ban, but Martis is something that I've been theorizing Stafa because of how everyone's HP is so low. You can get the Decimate off much easier.
That is true. We've already seen it in the hands of Chibi during MPL Malaysia. Can be pretty good, but you really gotta start racking up those kills early on. So while Joy may be a target for him, Gatot and Hylos it's not typically a duo you would want to pick Martis into. So we'll see how well this works.
Yeah, because they have CC, they have slows, they have everything that the Martis really doesn't want. Lazy Esports banning up the 1-1, respectable. Mythic Seal, I would personally for them have someone that has long range. Looking at the Beatrix at the moment, banning out the Natan, banning out the Eve. Mythic Seal, if they don't ban the Chip has broken that 100% pickle ban.
It has been 78 years since that has happened. I can't believe it. Eve gonna be banned.
In the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL is where the legend finally stops. The legend has been okay, and then they just ban the Chip. Okay, they ban half.
Oh wow, okay. No Chip, 100% pick ban. Chip finally gets to rest after who knows how long. Man knows he wants it.
Now Lazy Esports, they have the luxury to see what Mythic Seal brings up and then picks up their marksman. Something that they have to consider. They need a marksman that can protect him or herself because the Joy can deal a lot of damage. But without the Angela, the Joy can take a lot of damage. They pick up the Moskov, which is interesting because they're hiding where this Angela is going. Bruno instantly picked up by Mythic Seal. Now they just need a mid laner. The Valentina is still up if they want the Valentina.
Valentina would not be too bad here.
Aurora, some kind of crowd control for the Martis.
Yeah, I think Valentina would also be able to punish Martis back if you steal the Decimate and maybe get him low HP. So a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. I think Mythic Seal's team composition is actually pretty solid, though there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Bruno as the only source of physical damage. So that's something to keep in mind. Ooh, okay.
No Chip. Production, mark this day. Mythic Seal going up against Lazy Esports. No Chip pick or banned. We're moving to a new age of MLBB where you don't have to ban the Chip. Guys, when you go in rank, you don't need to waste another ban slot.
All right. This is gonna be very, very interesting. I think Lazy Esports is definitely gonna lean a little bit more towards the early stages, but if Mythic Seal can hold on to it, their mid to late game scaling is pretty darn good, and they've got a very solid front line to play around. What about you, Rafael? What do you think?
I think it's very simple. Martis gets 2 kills. Forget about it. Mythic Seal is not gonna have a good time. We've seen Martis get 8 kills in 4 minutes. If in the first 3 minutes Martis gets 2 kills, that's a win condition in itself. That being said, Mythic Seal, they have a lot of ways to counteract against that, especially having the Valentina using IMU on the Decimate. Then they have that tool as well. And we see a lot of Valentina players really like getting that Martis ult to really change the tide of battle. So this matchup, you gotta look at the first 4 minutes. Can the Martis get a kill? Or can the Valentina utilize the Decimate better than James Punks?
Well, only one way to find out. The final match of the day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB. We got Mythic Seal from Myanmar on the blue side going up against Lazy Esports from the Philippines on the red side.
Yep. Looking at the emblem setup here for now, nothing really jumps out at me so far. The only thing is that Hilda is using the thrill, so much more damage coming in from Puppet.
Gonna be using that Revitalize very early on. Cannot level 4 yet, luckily for Lazy Esports, or that could have very well been a kill. So already some early trades being made.
And again, Mythic Seal has a reputation of getting first blood so early in the game. We gotta see if it happens here and they get first blood. Justin gets it.
Literally the moment you said it, you could say it was just in time by Mythic Seal as they start the game off strong. Guys, I think you're finished off, LaFell.
That was good. But it was, you know what? Just get married, Staffa. Just get married, get a kid.
I wish I could. But
it's okay. With those kind of jokes, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time.
That is true, that is true. For now though, Mythic Seal, 500 gold lead. Oh, Patrick could be in trouble. Ken does have level 4. Will he commit it? Nope, just gonna chase the Hilda back to tier 1.
Yeah, right now Mythic Seal, they're being very, very aggressive. Once 5 minute ends, Ken will probably be getting all the farm from Yellow Flash. Right now, Yellow Flash is taking a lot of damage. Looking at the gold lane here, quite a 1v1.
Hard guard being used on Martin's Glorious Pathway as well. James is going to be able to secure the first turtle. Sid Des, the first casualty. And the rest of Mythic Seal just has to run away as both of their tanks have been picked off in succession.
But only 1 kill over to James Punks. If Pugbat didn't get a kill and give it over to James Punks, then that might have been good. Oh, Bruno, you're overextending for sure.
Able to zip back just in time to make sure he's not picked off by this gang, but Choveskirt and Pugbat are still around trying to disrupt him as much as possible. If they can make sure Shizo wins this lane against Bruno, it'll be great for them.
Right now, the reason why I say James Punks really need those two kills, because Staffa, look at their mid trio. Do they have a lot of magic damage? I'll answer for you. No, they do not. They don't have a lot of bursts, so they really need James Punks to get online, and he has his 100 strike now. Considering that Pugbat has Trill, right now they should have enough damage, but I wonder if it's too late.
Ken has to use his electrifying beats a bit defensively up here as Lazy Esports wants to look for a pickoff in return. James Punks actually 1 full level up on Ken and continuing to steal away camps. So Lazy Esports actually keeping up quite well.
Definitely. 1.3k goal lead for Lazy Esports. Mythic Seal, I kind of feel like they need to get some kind of tempo going, because I feel like Lazy Esports will have the better late game, having the Moskov and the Angela. Mythic Seal doesn't have that hard guard, so person for me, Lazy Esports has the better late game.
I agree. Though a lot of it comes down to Ken's execution as well, because a well-timed Joy ult into the backline completely destroys late game marksman, because obviously they're going to be building fill damage anyway, right? So Lazy Esports also want to make sure that Ken doesn't become too much of a problem, and Zippy too, of course.
Yep. Justin looks like is gonna use the more tankier Valentina build. Actually, never mind. I just noticed Justin could just take the hard guard, so he could equalize the playing field. So Lazy Esports doesn't have the full on win in the late game.
That is true, but the hard guard comes out onto Dur this time. Glorious Pathway being used in return by Yellow Flash, but he's not able to survive it. Dur gets the kill. Should give some stacks. James Punk now racking up the decimates. Another reply is used in backline by Sid Des, and Ken being picked off by Shizo as the decimate picks up another one. Zippy, the only one left alive. He wants it. Fear of Destruction. Speed triple kill for James Punks, and he's able to escape the tower too.
He's still alive! Oh my goodness. Good early game by Lazy Esports. And they scale very, very well. This Martis pick, Staffa, is making work. I like the 100 strike force item because their mid trio really doesn't have that much damage. And I really like that they have the intuition that with this draft, force the fight. If it doesn't work out, next game, whatever. But when it's working out, then force it, man. Like, he gets the kill. Does he even get a heal?
He did, yes. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was the heal from Killing Spree that kept him alive. Otherwise, the tower would have actually taken him out there. So, not an often seen emblem, but actually working really well here.
Good shot. Good shout, because I honestly didn't notice the Killing Spree. Yeah, good observation.
Thank you. Oh, speaking of though, we're gonna see Justin get whittled down very low, has to flicker out once again. Mythic Seal already forced into very defensive fighting formations as Lazy Esports takes over their jungle.
Now we can see the annoyingness of this Hilda pick, because Justin and ZP tried to deal damage, but against the Hilda, it looked ticklish. And the worry is Hilda wasn't near a bush. And you know how Hilda feels about bushes. She gets stronger with them.
Hilda is a big fan of bushes.
Yeah.
For now, Lazy Esports. Free turtle. Very easy. 7 kills to 1. 5k net worth lead. 7 minutes in. the window is closing for Mythic Seal. So things are looking scary.
Oh yeah, things are looking scary for sure. Looks like the kill, that first item is gonna be the Radiant Armor, and now they go for a kill onto Ken. That's not what you want to see from Mythic Seal.
Remember what I said about Lazy Esports just wanting to make sure that Ken and Zippy don't become problems? I think they're doing that. They are getting rid of any of Mythic Seal's late game insurances, all while building up their snowball.
The best defense is a very amazing offense, and the offense coming in from Lazy Esports is amazing.
The Glorious, he literally cannot run away with Glorious Pathway. Unstoppable streak for James Punks. Shizo gets a free tower in the meantime. Ultimate from CC, keeping Mythic Seal locked down. They can't even chase them.
Right now, Lazy Esports, 7,000 gold lead, 9 kills to 1 in about 8 minutes of the game. Almost 1k gold lead, almost, well, more than 1 kill per minute. Lazy Esports, they're ramping up. Right now, they're just slowing down just a little bit, but still, the speed that Lazy Esports is playing is very fast. You don't, Staffa, you were the one that wanted a faster game, and this is a faster game for sure.
They're definitely giving it to me. Not really living up to the name of Lazy, but I approve of this. Continuing to steal jungle camps, controlling the map against Mythic Seal. Even Shizo has been completely left unattended. 2-0-1 on the Moskov. I think this game is basically over at this point.
You know what feels bad, Staffa? I was hyping up Mythic Seal as being the team to always get the first blood. That's the only kill that they got.
Oh no, you're right.
Oh no.
I didn't know the curse could manifest in that way.
That's definitely a new one, and now Ken has nowhere to go. Decimated. Monster kill for James Punk.
At this point, rather than do like being cursed with predictions, it's almost like there's a genie out there listening to you and just granting your wishes in the most mischievous way possible.
Yeah, it's like, dude, this early game is so good. Flops late game. Like, at least the early game was good.
Yeah, your wish still came true in the end. Lazy Esports with a massive advantage at this stage. Lord pushing up top lane. Only 5 towers remaining for Mythic Seal. Their base defense is not bad because they do have a good amount of AoE, but Lazy have so much damage now.
Oh, look at Zippy. Zippy is getting chunked down by Shizo.
Just by standing behind the tower, that is not what you want to have to deal with. Even Sid Des on the Gatot cannot survive this Moskov anymore. Lord is coming in. Dur 1v1 against Ken down bottom, and he's barely taking any damage, not even having to use Vengeance. Avatar Guardian is going to be missed. Flicker away by Shizo, but Glorious Pathway at least cuts off Lazy from doing more damage to the tower.
Yeah. Lazy Esports, they're still putting in the pressure. They're putting it in mid lane, and look at the damage that they're doing.
Oh my goodness, Ken is just gone. Godlike streak for James Punks. They lose Pakbet, but he's not really worth too much at this stage of the game. So if Mythic Seal can keep their towers alive, they'll take whatever they can get. Still 1 minion up top. Shizo not able to get close enough. So that's gonna be it for now.
Stop it, you're talking about the genie joke, right? Imagine we say Shizo doesn't have the range to touch Zippy. So he doesn't touch Zippy, but he goes through the turret and went straight to Zippy.
Pretty much,
it's like saying like, good news, bad news. Good news, the Moscow will not touch you. The bad news, he'll penetrate something else and then it touches you.
He'll touch you indirectly. Basically is what's happening. Oh, there we go. Malefic Gun completed on Shizo. If he couldn't touch you before, he can touch you now.
Let's not say touch anymore. Feels off.
Why not? I think it's very touching.
$11,000 gold lead for Lazy Esports with 11 total kills. I'm sorry, Staffa, but I'm not touching that.
That's fine. Oh. I think we can accept what has happened to you. All right. So 11k gold lead, like you mentioned, in 11 minutes. That's usually the, oh my goodness, Ken was found.
In 11 kills.
Oh, and Toadskirt was behind him as well. How long can he dash away? Nope. Legendary for James.
The 12th kill for the 12th minute. Lazy esports, they're systematic. 1 kill per minute, 1,000 gold per minute. This is, if you're OCD, it will be cured by watching this game.
And guess what? They just hit 12,000 gold advantage too. So yeah, I don't really feel like lazy esports is very lazy. I feel like they're hitting their quota. You know, they're clocking in at work every day, or in this case, every minute. Doing what's needed, going home satisfied. Mythic Seal though, definitely the opposite here.
I gotta say, lazy esports, they're working overtime. They're really not living up to their name, which could be a good thing and a bad thing.
True.
Okay, it's mostly a good thing. Mostly is a good thing, but they should change their name to a hardworking esports.
Hardworking. I mean, why not?
Doesn't have that pizzazz.
A little bit, but like, what can Mythic Seal do at this point, LaFell?
Pray, man, pray.
Oh
pray
my!
Strong.
That's not what you want to hear, especially not from LaFell. Lord is pushing in. Glorious Pathway used that mid lane to stop lazy esports, but the tower is just picked off by Shizo anyway. And he does so much poke damage from so far away. All 5 members are still alive, but they're basically non-existent. Hardcore goes in on Shizo. Avatar Guardian misses completely. Only taunt Pockbed. But here comes James with the legendary streak. They're gonna pick off Zippy. Killing spree for Shizo. They are farming them in their own base, as lazy esports doesn't even give Mythic Seal a chance.
Hey, but Staffa, you gotta remember, this happened in our 3rd match. The reverse sweep could happen, actually, for the 2nd and 3rd match.
That is true, actually.
Yeah, but anyways, something satisfying about a Moskov with the Malefic gun, being able to have that long range of a basic attack. It's such a niche and small thing, but I find it oddly satisfying.
I think a lot of players do as well, because Moskov, while he wasn't an unpopular pick back then, has been shooting up in pick rate ever since this change. He went from being like, like a B tier pick in the gold lane to being priority almost every single time.
I like that we have an item where your weakness is your range, and then an item covers that weakness. I feel like it's a very interesting change for the marksman meta, where in the previous patch, heroes with long range like Natan, Beatrix gets priority because they're able to deal damage in a very safe distance. Malefic Gun opens up a lot more choices, and I really feel when we're seeing Brody, seeing Moskov, all the coaches are trying to see how far can they push this item to make certain heroes viable. Like, do you take the mid-range marksman and make them open ground with long-range marksmen, or just get a long-range marksman and then extend it even further, making sure that he's never touched in the game?
If you ask me personally, I feel like this should always be the design philosophy for coming up with items. They are not just meant to boost you up, they are meant to provide you with something that you may not have in the base hero kit. And that just opens up gameplay a lot more, because heroes that may not be like viable in the meta based on certain quirks have ways of managing those quirks.
I have a annoying one for you, Staffa. The tank item.
Okay.
For tanks that doesn't have a lot of crowd control, you have a item that taunts people.
I mean, we already have Petrify as a battle spell though.
But Petrify stuns you. I'm talking about taunt.
Wow,
Pulling
specifically.
Pulling aggro, yeah.
I don't know if I like that very much, because I feel
I'm
like...
not saying it's a good idea. I'm saying it's an idea.
Like, imagine someone like Odette buys that item.
Taunts people and then swan.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking of Belleric.
Oh, that would actually be pretty good, yeah.
Right? No, Belleric was the idea. It's like, okay, his problem is that, no, Argus as well. Imagine Argus with that. Argus that has an item that taunts people.
I see. That would be interesting, actually.
That would put Argus in the meta. Like he ults, triggers the item, and then even though the enemy wants to run away, they're taunted, so they have to fight Argus. Oh, that's genius, dude. I should be a game designer.
You know what? Maybe you should. But let's go ahead and give some recognition over to our MVP of game number 1, James Punks on the Martis. We literally said during the draft, you probably don't want to pick a Martis into got hot high lows. And then James just says, how about I do it anyway?
It's all about the mindset, Stafa. If the game hasn't started and you're like, I can't do this, then you can't do it. Can't do it. It's all about the mindset. And James Punks has the mindset of, I can and I will.
Yep. Really good stuff coming in here from Lazy Esports, and exactly what we wanted to see, right? In the end, we wanted to see faster gameplay. We wanted to see more decisive action being made by both sides, and Lazy Esports was able to show that. I think Mythic Seal tried, but like you mentioned, once you get a couple of kills on this Martis, the game is just over.
Yeah, gotta remember, Lazy Esports is the MDL Philippines champion, so you have this pride, you have this pride to make sure that no matter who you're going up against, you're gonna be strong. Doesn't matter if they're MPL champion. Something about the word champion makes you feel like you gotta force your way into a victory, and that's the best way to describe how they won game number 1. They force fights and they win them.
Yeah, sometimes just the simplest philosophies work the best. And that's what we saw from Lazy Esports. That means that they are 1 victory away now from moving on into the next round. Mythic Seal, let's see if they can claw this back.
Well, we're gonna give some moments for Mythic Seal as well as Lazy Esports to really think about the draft. So we're going for a short break, but when we come back, it's gonna be game number 2, Lazy Esports, Mythic Seal. we're going into game number 2. Lazy Esports going up against Mythic Seal. My name's Safal. Why did I screw up my name? I was so surprised with the Dota. I was gonna say Lafel, Stafa, and Dota. It's like Lafal.
Lafal. Good shit.
It's been a long day. Okay, it's been a long day, Stafa.
It has been a long day, but we could be close to the end here, especially if Lazy Esports are able to take that clean sweep. But I'm sure that Mythic Seal not gonna be willing to just sit back and let that happen. Something very unique already in game number 1, the Martis. What are we going to see for game number 2?
Exists the equilibrium.
Oh.
Butterflies born by thy wish.
I really want to see a Farsa, but I don't feel it. Lazy Esports batting out the Angela as well as the Eve. Mythic Seal batting out the Cho and the Jushin. Something Justin could try. Well, Mythic Seal would try. Justin picks up the Faramis. But I don't think Faramis is that great now because you really want to capitalize on like early game bursts, and Faramis is like 2 items kind of burst. Faramis is not one of those heroes where you get the burst instantly, so never mind. I take it back. It's one of his signatures, but it's really not meant for this meta.
Yeah, in the mid lane just has too much importance for contributing utility-wise nowadays, right? That's why you see so much Eve and Ogi and Aurora. While Faramis does help with Netherrealm. Oh, okay. Is it gonna happen again?
I mean, you're talking about this cheesy picks. If anything's gonna happen, Saber.
I mean, you can always go the safe route and like grab Ruby and stuff.
Haven't seen Ruby so far, I mean, I think we have seen it 1 or 2 games, but
yeah,
I don't remember the impact of the Ruby.
Which surprises me because I feel like she's still a pretty darn strong pick in the current meta.
No, I mean like her hybrid defense has been nerfed, no?
That is true. That's an unfortunate thing. Maybe I'm just a little bit biased, you know, I like the hero a bit too much. But Mythic Seal go for Suyo and the Hilda. I feel like Lazy can just afford to go like Gatot Hylos again, honestly.
Mythic Seal was the one that used Hylos Gatot. But yeah, Lazy Esports
they were.
Take it away. Or pick up a Cryo Marksman. But then again, I feel like Shizo has shown that he can use a lot of marksmans here. So maybe you don't have to prioritize his hero just yet. Speaking about what about mid lane? Dewey Moskov. Okay, I should have been more confident with myself when I said prioritize the marksman. Should have been more confident with myself.
I'm surprised at how prio Moskov is now, actually. Like, he really shot up in the rankings just from that one singular item. Loi gonna be pretty good, especially when paired with the Fanny. Gives Lazy Esports a lot of map presence overall. Mythic Seal gonna go for the Hardy. So they probably want to ban out things like the Gatot going into the second phase.
Any kind of front line for Lazy, honestly. Gatot Hylos is a good shout. Oh, crazy that we really haven't seen a chip so far. This might be the second game where no chip is picked or banned. Mythic Seal, they're still hiding where this Hilda is going. I feel like, yeah, I think Hilda is just too good. You can put EXP or Roam, it works well because we've seen Hilda on the EXP as well. Pugbat showed what he can do with Hilda Roam, and definitely very, very oppressive. Hylos has been banned out. Lazy Esports, maybe they can focus on Justin just because you're not entirely sure where this Hilda is going.
Yeah, I think that would be fine, especially since if you ban mid lane properly, Loi just wins out in terms of lane priority and then can start influencing the map if you have the right roamer combo with her. I'm wondering what else there is. The Khalid also hasn't been seeing quite as much in the more recent matches. So I'm wondering if anyone might know. Oh, the Akai ban.
They're very interesting for the Akai ban. They really know something about Mythic Seal that we don't. Maybe in the qualifiers, Mythic Seal has used the Akai because if I'm not mistaken, Safa, I think Mythic Seal is the grand finalist for the Myanmar qualifiers or
I
Mythic
think
Seal.
Hold on, I'll check. Wasn't
Yeah,
it
but
still
I
Falcon?
feel like they're the grand finals of a recent Myanmar. Maybe they use Akai during that time.
I think the champion of it was still Falcon, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was still Falcon. Mythic was second place, so they were in the grand finals. I'm not sure if my memory is failing me, but I feel like I remember in the past Ken actually used to play Akai, so maybe. Oh,
Who said there are no
Belleric.
shortcuts in life? I
Oh,
literally
there's the
invented
chip.
one.
Interesting.
I really should just keep shouting out heroes because we were trolling about the item that could be good for Belleric and now it's picked up. If someone picks up an Argus, I'm done.
Would Belleric really be that good here? I guess. No, I don't really feel like Belleric would be that good here. If anything, it would be better for Mythic Seal, right? To counter Loi and Moscow.
Yes. Why do they ban the Belleric? Yeah, nothing in the draft shouts like, oh no, if we want a Belleric, then we're not gonna be good. Blah, 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 blah.
Unless they're like going for something like, I don't know, CC, but oh, Hoopra. I don't really know why they banned Belleric.
They haven't shown it yet. Maybe they have a scaling EXP. Maybe it is an Argus or a Batang or a Freya. We've seen the Freya.
We have seen the Freya. I feel like if it was an Argus, I don't think he would mind a Belleric all that much. But
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Freya maybe, but he way better as a jungler than an EXP laner, so I don't think so. I guess we'll keep an eye out. For now, Lazy Esports really needs frontliners to finish off their comp. Gatot is still open. Good counter the heart.
Fredrin EXP?
Yeah, Fredrin EXP.
I've heard about it. I've heard rumors, but I haven't seen it.
And there's the Gatot. Okay.
Yeah, why ban the Belleric when you can ban the Gatot?
Hope we'll find a
Okay,
way.
last pick,
Even
it
when
has to
all
make sense.
forlorn.
Okay, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
It
Why?
doesn't make sense.
Why is the Belleric banned? It's not like it counters Harif that much even.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does counter Harif. You don't know. You don't know.
I feel like I know
Right?
a little bit.
Well, think about this. Zaman Force opened up, and then
I mean,
Dire
yes.
Strap, and then you just catch, and then Harif can't do anything anymore.
I mean, yes,
Ooh.
you can Belleric alt in the Zaman Force, but that's the same reason why Gatot is the counter to Harif, and he is way more popular than Belleric. So
Sometimes people over glorify the popular kids. Other people need attention too, Staffa. Like Dodo.
yeah,
Dodo isn't that popular. In fact, Dodos are extinct. Yet they
Yeah.
need recognition too.
yeah, he would like some recognition. Yeah, he's always here. He's always chilling. He's still
Yeah,
purple
Belleric, that
smurple
makes no
today, but
sense.
all right,
Alright,
well, it makes no sense, but maybe the gameplay will do something to assuage our suspicions. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. We got Mythic Seal on the red side. We got Lazy Esports on the blue side. Lazy one game away from going on into the next bracket. Let's see if they can do it.
You know what, chat, if you guys know, maybe Lazy Esports is known for their Belleric. And if they are, let us know, because looks like we're not working with full information here. But looks like, yes, this is going to be an EXP Fredrin. Gonna be interested to see how it plays out.
He's already cutting off the lane, which is actually really good because Yellow Flash has come all the way over to this other side of the map to be annoying early on, and they're doing some good damage, but I don't think it's enough to warrant losing out on some early EXP.
Right now, Zippy looks like he is winning out the goal lane matchup, and Mythic Seal, very early rotation towards the goal lane. But looking at the EXP, James Pongs is high performing at this point, and looks like Dirt can win the matchup against Yellow Flash. I wonder if Fredrin EXP is a good counter towards the Hilda. Again, just speaking out loud here, because I really don't know the interaction or the relationship between both heroes.
I think it's actually fairly even. Fredrin probably has a slight advantage, but if Hilduff builds up her full stacks on him and then ults, then he can't really appraise his Wrath either. So you need to be quite smart with your trading, I would think.
Right now, Shizo going up against Zippy. Sorry, I was distracted for a bit. Stuff. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
good.
I was distracted.
I thought you were just having a dramatic pause.
No. Looking at the turtle here, Puckbet is holding on to the turtle. I wonder if Lazy Esports, they really want to go for a fight here, considering that they have the Fredrin.
Oh, Kufra, 2-man knockup, doesn't have Tyrant's Rage unfortunately, but Puckbet and Shovskirt already both on half HP. Dur in the area as well. Interestingly enough, James Punk's not quite ready yet, and Mythic Seal have resetted this, giving him more time to maybe catch up. Another knockup onto the Katon, Revitalize comes out, but First Blood goes over to Yellow Flash. Here comes James, goes in, executes Ken instantly, Yin Yang reaction, dropping Cindes and Yellow Flash both very, very low, and they're gonna be able to finish him off as well. Dur actually getting a kill for himself.
Yeah, James Pong's looking pretty good on that Fanny. And again, it's like a tremendous amount of damage, AoE damage. Joe Skirt as well, making sure that the Yin Yang reaction actually connects. So far, I'm also looking at Ken. Ken has to really step up for this game, because in game number 1, his joy was not it.
It dashes in a bit too far, but has Avatar the Guardian to get out, so all things considered, this is fine. I agree with you, LaFell. Ken needs to make something happen. Something goes into the back.
Oh, that honestly feels bad, man. Like, you are there. You're right next to your friend. The friend that played with you for years. Been on the M series stage. And when the Fanny came, there's nothing you can do except watch your friend die in front of your eyes.
When the friend needed you most, he vanished. Dur gonna be able to escape from Zaman Force as well, and Lazy Esports again seems to be outpacing Mythic Seal.
Oh yeah, for sure. Zidas as well needs to land those kill shots, because it's gonna be quite difficult. Like for the Kufra, you kind of have to wait for Lazy Esport to engage and then use your bouncing ball. Oh, by the way, looking at chat here, they say Louis and Belleric is a scary combo.
Oh, okay. You know what? That is actually a good point.
That makes
sense. You do not want a tree just randomly teleporting out of nowhere, you know? Like, they're not supposed to move.
Yeah. So yeah, Luis and Belleric, and then just...
Ang secret sa kompletong sarap ng Pasko? Eat and cheese.
Cheese Whiz!
Help strengthen bones with a strength builder of calcium from Cheese Whiz.
Good shout, good shout. Thank you very much, chat. Thank you very much. TM the cringe.
Yeah, that's good information. Alright, James Fox gets a free turtle. The rest of his team doing a great job of keeping Mythic Seal at bay. Revitalize used by Puckbet. Yellow Flash not able to do much with Chokeskirt. Avatar the Guardian to escape. And Justin gonna be the first casualty. Killing spree to James Fox. Sintes gonna be following right afterwards. Double kill for the Fanny. They will lose Chokeskirt, but it's still very good trade for Lazy.
Dude, I feel bad for Justin, man. 1, 2, and 1, and he doesn't have that much ways to protect himself. If only he was a Veil, just like whoosh, swoosh.
We did find out earlier in the day that Veil can surprisingly work well against Fanny, so I think that was a more specific case. In this case, I mean, Justin does have a Terrify, but it's so difficult to land it when the Fanny is skilled, and James Pants is showing us that he is fully capable.
Yeah, Mythic Seal right now, they're losing by 2,000 gold, which is a situation where they really don't want to be. I feel like at this point, Mythic Seal, just choose one lane, try to win that lane out, and then try to expand your advantage, because it's clear that when the Fanny jumps in, someone is going to die. So you have to make sure that you have enough people where even if someone does die, you can kind of get something out of it still.
The tricky thing for Mythic Seal is that their main form of engage, which is Siddes on this Kufra, is also their main form of controlling the Fanny. So if he jumps forward to start a fight, there's no one protecting the backline, right? And Hilda's not really going to start fights that well either. So that's the tricky thing.
Now Yellow Flash finds James Pungs. Oh, can he kill? Can he kill Hilda?
Ooh, so close. He actually forced that Revitalize though. So that is... That's something else.
How disgusting are you when you can kind of burst down a Hilda? Dude, ban Fanny, man.
Yeah, well, he just comes in, retreats, and steals the turtle. Now going in once again. Gets the unstoppable streak. Picking up Zippy. Double kill on Ken. Follows up on Justin. Spear of Destruction connects on Siddes. Yellow Flash gonna already be falling. And Siddes now surrounded. Dirt flickers in. Gets the taunt. Sets up the kill. Tyrant's Rage only going to delay the inevitable. Lazy Esports wipes out Mythic Seal.
Staffa, let me ask you a question. Was that Fanny play impressive?
I think it was pretty good.
Okay. It looked cool. He was able to fly around so much. But look at his energy, man. Yeah, he has the purple buff, but he always has a way to use his cable, man. Like, why did they buff Fanny?
I want to know the same thing. They gave her, they almost doubled her base energy regen. That just seems insane to me.
No, they don't just buff the regen. Like, they also buff when you hit someone, the return of energy gets increased as well.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh.
So, Moonton, maybe don't buff Fanny.
I think Fanny is back on the must ban list. After all of this, after every single occasion here, Fanny is a must ban again. I don't even think you have to be that good on her anymore to just wreck shop in the pro scene.
I mean, you say that, but Susujin though.
Oh yeah, that's a different case. Oh well, James Punks! Oh my goodness, where did they go? Ken and Justin just disappeared inside their own tower. And the Yellow Flash is picked off by the rest of Lazy Esports.
Staffa, how can you do your job? How can you play by play when the fight barely started and it ended?
And Zippy almost died to Shizo piercing through the tower. Siddes actually did die from Shizo piercing through him. I think this game is over again, LaFell. It's a 10k gold lead in 9 minutes.
Dude, Lazy Esport, they're keeping up with their KPI. At least 1 kill per minute, at least 1 gold per minute. And James Punks, 9 minutes, 9 kills. Here's the thing, it's like this Fatty has taken so much of our attention that I don't even know if the Fredrin EXP is good. I can't evaluate how strong this Fredrin is because this Fanny is doing too much.
Oh. I'm just afraid for myself. I have to remember to ban Fanny in every single one of my ranked games from now on. He's just got Antique ass too, so he's gonna be able to do even more.
I never let go of Fanny in the pick and ban. Now, okay, let's see James Pungs. Okay, he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. They're gonna be disciplined. I'm pretty sure even Pacbet is like, bro, no. We have a Lord, bro, no.
Oh boy. But Lazy Esports can get away with so much right now. Mythic Seal already stuck in their base. Lazy Esports gonna use the Lord to just let the minion wave come in. And every single time you see those cables from the... Oh, that's a 3-man taunt into the Avatar, the Guardian. Here comes James Punks. Justin gonna be the first target. Legendary streak for the Fanny. And look at how quickly they're being shredded away. Like they're just paper. The Kufra finally gets the knock up on the Fanny, but it is already way too late. Lazy Esports showing us how it's done.
Staffa, you asked for fast games. You got a fast game. And James Punks 11-0-2. Gee, I wonder who's gonna be the MVP of this game.
Oh wow, it's such a mystery, you know. It could be anyone. You know? I have no idea, LaFell. maybe it's James Punks, but we won't know for sure until later. What is for sure is that Mythic Seal could not play this game.
Yeah, like lazy esports is, I feel like throughout the day is between lazy and Fnatic Onyx that look the most dominant. But considering lazy just got a 2-0 against a grand finalist, they're the MDL champs. I would say lazy esports so far has been the most impressive team to show their level of aggression. It happened in game 1 and it happened again in game 2.
Are looking very, very promising. This kind of performance from a non-MPL team really makes a statement to the world that they are ready for the international stage, and they are gonna be one of the last couple of teams vying for those spots in the next stage of the competition as well.
You know what's crazy, Staffa? I'm reading chat, and some of them aren't aware that Fanny got buffed. Well, now...
Surprise!
Surprise! Ban
Now
Fanny!
you know!
Haha. You know, you have options. Ban Fanny! Haha!
The more you know.
And this is why you watch competitions, man. You just learn new things every day. James Punk's MVP. Jeez, I wonder why. 11 kills.
936 GPM in 10 minutes. My goodness.
I want to know if the Fredrin EXP is good, because the Fredrin EXP wasn't really tested. He's just there. Like, you could... Oh.
No,
there.
He's not there. He's there.
Like, legit, you could change the Fredrin for a Glue, a Ruby, an Edith, a Khalid, and it would have worked. Like, this game, James Punks really carried. Not saying the rest of his team didn't do work, but he clearly carried, man.
Yep, like, it's so impressive. Like, yeah, I mentioned earlier during the game that you don't even have to be that good at Fanny anymore to play her well because of the buffs, but James Punks did not fall into that category. He was piloting her like a champ. This is someone who has experience with the hero. So many teams thinking, oh, we let the Fanny through, we can contest Suyo, it should be fine. It is not fine. You can't let this happen.
It's not fine. Personally, I feel like Fanny is a good counter to the Suyo, because the strong thing about the Suyo is the mobility and the burst. But Fanny is better at you with mobility and the burst, especially against very good Fanny players, where Suyo can try to dash 2 million times with just a few cables from the Fanny, and the Fanny can catch up.
Yep. Oh boy. James Punks. We gotta keep an eye on this man. The KDA on Fanny, his performance on Martis. This man likes to kill. This man likes to just rack him up. You know? He even went killing spree on the Fanny too. Like, it's so... Oh wait, no, not killing spree. That's Assassin Emblem. My bad. But yeah, he wants to be aggro. He wants to make things happen, and his team is capable of supporting him in that.
Let me just say, when we're talking about teams to watch, Lazy Esport just shot up in teams.
Look at how fast he's moving.
Dude, the AI can't keep up. Look at him. Look at him.
We thought the Harry was going fast. No, he's zooming.
Either ways, Lazy Esports is definitely the team to watch. They have moved forward. Their current score is 3-1. One more victory to move through. And based on today's matches, Tafa, let's agree to ban Fanny. Fanny is the new chip.
Yep, I can absolutely get behind that. This hero is not fun to play against anymore.
I would argue it's never fun to play
It's never been
against.
fun, but it's even worse now.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with a Fanny is that there's not a lot of counterplay. Because you would assume if you crowd control the Fanny will stop moving. But actually, a lot of heroes that give crowd control doesn't stop Fanny from moving. Like, I remember the days when Aurora wasn't revamped, where her second skill just straight up froze someone. Imagine a frozen Fanny keeps on flying. Like, the Fanny is frozen, but the cable is still there, so she keeps on moving forward.
Yeah, I've always felt that this was a little bit that this kind of win makes sense. You know, I do play a lot of CC heroes. I think like, oh, I caught the Fanny, and the cable just keeps pulling her forward. You know, it's very annoying.
Actually, it does make sense. Like logically, it makes sense, but like
gameplay wise,
that's not fair.
I think you really gotta maybe consider going Ruby. I know that they banned the Cho, so that's not really an option, but Ruby is probably the next best thing. They tried going Kufra. Kufra is supposed to work well against Fanny.
Dude, hold on. Just watch this play. Just watch this play.
Yep.
Soup.
Where did they go? Oh no. Where did Mythic Seal go? Oh no. Where are they?
Kufra tried to stop him, man, but the moment Kufra like bouncing balls his way there, just cutthroat, reposition. This is the thing about good Fanny players. The moment they're in a bad position, they cutthroat to reposition. Imagine that, using your ult to reposition, and then start cabling from a different direction. Like, that's crazy, man. I wish I can play Fanny like that, bro. I wish I can play Fanny
man.
like that.
But every single time, my viewers can tell you this. Every single time I've tried, it's not ended well. So, yeah.
I feel like the day that Moonton buffs Fanny to the point where we can play Fanny, that's it. That's the end.
That's the end. Yeah, there's no more competitive MLBB. It's just, it's a Mobile Legends fan.
That was terrible. Let's look at the schedule.
Yeah.
That was no. That's where I draw the line. Let's look at the schedule. Let's recap the schedule. Lazy Esports is looking good. And looking at today, Aurora 2-0'd RQ, and then reverse sweeps, man. Reverse sweep coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Reverse sweep for AI Esports, and we started with a 2-0, and now we're ending with a 2-0. Lazy Esports was able to take down Mythic Seal.
I think we've seen some very interesting games today. Aurora being able to so easily dispatch RRQ Hoshi was unexpected after their performance against Fnatic Onyx. Monster Vicious tried their best, but Fnatic Onyx showed that maybe they were hiding some strats. Yesterday, AI Esports, that's a real surprise because it seemed so dominant from Omega in game 1, but expect the unexpected. And then Lazy Esports just making a statement to close out the day.
And let's see what the other streams are up to. Let's see the results coming in from them. I want to see, is Vamos playing today? Because if they are, I'm really interested to see. Alter Ego 2-0'd Rebellion. Okay. Team Liquid won against the MDL team. That's great. JP Niners won against their opponents, and not great for Vamos fans. Lost against Evo's Holy. So this means that Vamos has been eliminated, right?
I think so. That's their second loss. Our MPL Malaysia runner-up. Not a good look for us, Lafayette.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't overreact. You know,
okay.
Things happen. Things happen. Oh well, move on. You know, start practicing for the upcoming tournaments. You know. I can already see it. You know what, Stafa?
Yeah.
You talk. I'm gonna check the Facebook groups. I want to see if people are already talking about it.
It's okay. We have to understand, right? They lost so that they had more practice time for N6, right? That's the strategy, you know. But with this, we've only got a few teams left. Aurora and Alter Ego have both qualified to the challenge season, so congratulations to them. And unfortunately, joining the ranks of the eliminated today would be Monster Vicious, Smart Omega, Mythic Seal, TL Academy ID, Pro Esports Cambodia, and Team Vamos. We've still got a couple of matches coming up tomorrow, including a tiebreaker one to determine who gets that final 5th slot. So don't worry, guys, there's still a little bit to go before the festivities end.
So tomorrow we have 5 games.
I think it's still 4. Not too sure.
Whatever, man. As long as tomorrow's games are great, fast-paced, action, new heroes. I'm all for it. In fact, I'm actually good for more Veil games. I want to see more Veil games. Fanny is such a fun hero to watch, but at the same time, I'm okay with not seeing Fanny anymore. If this is the last time I see Fanny this year, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, we don't want to be giving all the pop players too many ideas, you know? Like, it's great to watch. It's so flashy. It's so entertaining. But yeah, let's go ahead and close it out there. The Book of Fanny. And I think we can also close out the day, right, Lafel?
Yes. Shout out to Safa. Thank you very much. You did an amazing job today. My name's Afel. Shout out to all you folks watching at home. Shout out to all the winners for today. And for the teams that have been eliminated, try again. That's it for us. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Open Finals.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's get wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what, it's time for action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction, pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what, it's time for action. Chemical reaction. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
Try Tang's new fruity lemonade twist. Strawberry lemonade and mixed berries lemonade.
down. Well,
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبارك الذي بيده